A summer day in August, with the scorching sun hanging overhead. The intense ultraviolet rays baked the concrete pavement until it was boiling hot. Accompanied by the relentless, overlapping sounds of car horns, the air above the road seemed to be distorted by the waves of heat. In a milk tea shop by the road, a few high school students sat huddled together, excitedly discussing the true face hidden behind the veil of the gods. A girl sitting by the window, however, was uninterested in their conversation. She had only been dragged along to make up the numbers, and felt no particular need to join in. She simply bit on her straw with small, soft lips, and with a look of boredom on her face, gazed listlessly out through the glass wall. On the sidewalk, pedestrians were bustling by one after another. Just then, a figure in the crowd caught her eye. Calling it attraction would be an understatement. It was more that the person stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. The girl's eyes mirrored the figure's posture, and immediately curiosity and astonishment welled up in her gaze. She found it hard to comprehend how someone with white gauze wrapped around their eyes could stroll so leisurely through the crowd without any assistance. He even carried a white cane with a full shopping bag hooked onto it, resting over his shoulder, and beneath his black shorts, half of a mechanical left leg was exposed without any covering. Did he have some kind of smart navigation installed in that mechanical leg? At this moment, the friend beside her noticed the girl's change in demeanor. "Xiao Jin, what are you looking at?" Her friend followed her gaze outside and immediately spotted the youth who stood out among the crowd, exclaiming in surprise. "Hey, isn't that Xu Shi from the class next door? Wait, if his eyes are wrapped in bandages, shouldn't he be blind? How is he walking as if nothing is wrong?" "Xu Shi, do we have someone like that in the class next door?" "Haha, Xiao Jin, you just transferred here, so it's normal you wouldn't know. Besides, although he's technically in the class next door, it's really just in name. He only came to school once at the start of the term and hasn't attended classes since. But there are quite a lot of rumors about him." With the topic opened, the boy opposite the girl looked like he knew what was up and said, "Xu Shi, right, I know him. I'm actually in the same class as him. But to be honest, the guy is pretty miserable. I heard he's already participated in 13 games. 13 times. And guess what? Every single one." The friend beside her widened her eyes in disbelief. 13 times. And he lost all of them. Then how is he still alive? The boy shrugged. Who knows? The rest of us use our lifespan as the entrance fee, but this guy uses his own organs. He's really a guy who doesn't care about his own life. The girl, called Xiao Jin, caught the key point. 13 times. But aren't we only supposed to enter a game once every 3 months? If we're the same age, how could he... Before she could finish, the girl paused as if she had suddenly realized something. Then her friend's words confirmed her suspicion. "That's right, he's the same age as us, but it seems he enters a game every single month. This guy is a complete and utter lunatic who doesn't value his life at all." Another boy scoffed at this. What kind of lunatic loses 13 times in a row? I think he's just a stubborn little cutie who can't face reality." "A little cutie," the girl murmured, watching the leisurely figure merge into the larger crowd and disappear from sight. Inside a small single-story house. Back home, Xu Shi grabbed the 2 corners of the full shopping bag hanging from his cane and turned it upside down. Clatter! A pile of exquisitely packaged bento boxes and instant noodles tumbled out. These were his food supplies for the next few days. After all, you couldn't expect a blind man to cook for himself. Although Xu Shi himself would have liked to try, this small room wasn't equipped with a kitchen to give him that opportunity. It's true he was blind, but in this world where gods truly exist, he couldn't have survived until now without some other means. Just as the rumors outside said, starting from last June, he had participated in 13 games in a row, and every single one had ended in defeat. And as for what happens to those who are defeated, Xu Shi's own broken body was the best negative example. However, he was an exception. According to the rules of the gods, everyone must participate in games. There were no restrictions on the entrance fee, as long as it was something you possessed and was verified by the mirror of gods to have corresponding value, it could be used as an entrance fee. In this world, most people usually use their own lifespan as the entry fee. Someone like Xu Shi, who used his own organs as payment, could already be considered an anomaly. Opening a package to make himself a cup of instant noodles, Xu Shi sat on the worn-out, earth-colored sofa. He skillfully detached his mechanical left leg and picked up a black towel and lubricant from the side to perform daily maintenance. In the small house, only the creaking sound of the youth adjusting his mechanical leg could be heard. After some adjustments, Xu Shi skillfully reattached his left leg, and without washing his hands, he took the noodle cup from the table and began to slurp it down. Xu ate quickly as he didn't need to savor the taste. He had lost his sense of taste in some unknown game long ago. After finishing a cup of noodles, Xu felt nothing but insipidness. He tossed the empty container forward. It traced a graceful arc through the air before landing precisely in the trash can in the corner of the room. If any outsider were here right now, they would surely want to pull off the bandage on the youth's face to see if he was actually blind. Fed and satisfied, Xu leaned back and lay on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, lost in thought. Inside the dim room, an old, yellowed calendar hung on the wall above the youth's head. The past days were all marked with red X's, except for a date 2 days away, which had been circled. That was the start date of this month's game. 2 days later, the City Game God Hall was already bustling with crowds. Some walked in with arms around each other's shoulders, faces full of smiles. Some were heavy with worry, looking helpless. Some looked dead inside, yet their eyes radiated a kind of madness born from unwillingness. Some walked in and even let out a yawn. The mechanical sound of footsteps slowly rang out. That figure, so out of place among the crowd, looked exhausted, yawning as he walked through the people and headed straight for the front desk. Unconsciously, the noise in the hall began to fade. Most people stopped and stared at the figure with a collapsible white cane tucked at his waist, strolling leisurely toward the front desk, their eyes filled with astonishment. Xu didn't know when he had become a celebrity here, but he didn't care about the gazes of others as he walked straight to the counter. In the next moment, everyone in the hall wondered if their hearing had gone bad. "Hello, I'd like to sign up for this month's Imperial level game." The youth's quiet voice echoed through the hall. Xu is definitely not your average underdog. By choosing to wager his own organs instead of time, he isn't just losing games, he's practicing a radical form of biological divestment. The fact that he's eyeing a royal-level game suggests he's not seeking survival, but a specific endgame that transcends the standard rules of this grim reality. Compared to the calm youth standing before her, the girl at the registration desk felt as if she had just heard something absurd, so she had to confirm once more. Are you sure you want to sign up for the Imperial-level game?" "Yes, please help me register." Xu nodded indifferently. As soon as he spoke, the entire lobby erupted in an uproar. He dares to pick Imperial level after losing 13 times in a row? Is this kid crazy? How does he even dare? He must be losing his mind from all those losses, right? That's what being young and reckless gets you, getting more worked up the more you lose. Even an old guy like me, over 30, wouldn't dare touch an Imperial level game. This kid is throwing his life away. Xu turned a deaf ear to the chatter, silently taking the form from the receptionist to begin filling in his information. After filling out his basic details, Xu saw the section for selecting the game difficulty at the very bottom. From left to right, they were God, Emperor, Imperial, King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, and Viscount. Xu checked the Imperial level option without a moment's hesitation. Shortly after, the girl at the desk, having retrieved Xu's information, placed a portrait recording orb on the counter. The next moment, the orb emitted a green light, scanning Xu's body. Once his identity was confirmed, it projected a digital menu for the final difficulty confirmation before him. The God and Emperor levels were dimmed, indicating that Xu was currently ineligible to select them. Also dimmed were the Marquis and Viscount levels. Marquis was the difficulty he had chosen last time, so it was no longer an option, while the dimmed Viscount level meant he had already participated in more than 5 games and could no longer choose the beginner difficulty. After the final confirmation, Xu waited for the girl to record his information. In a corner of the hall, the group of high school students who had been talking about the boy at the milk tea shop earlier were also among the crowd. The boy who had scoffed at him earlier felt like he had heard something unbelievable when he heard Xu request. This guy must have lost his mind from all those losses. Even my dad wouldn't dare sign up for Imperial level. How can he dare after losing 13 times in a row? The girl who was called Xiao Jin last time was there with her friends. Hearing her classmates' words, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly as she said calmly, "Courage born of fearlessness is still courage. A chance to survive a desperate situation is right there. If it were you, would you take the gamble?" As soon as the girl said this, the expression on the boy's face froze. It's hard to say. He hadn't even picked Marquis level yet, let alone qualifying for Imperial level. Because according to the rules, below the Emperor level, one must have participated in the previous tier to be eligible to sign up for a higher difficulty. As for anything above the Emperor level, no one even dared to think about it. Once the receptionist finished the registration, someone quickly came to escort Xu to the mirror room next door to join the queue. Standing at the back of the line, Xu watched silently as others stepped up to have their lifespan value checked. He had once been among those having their lifespan checked, until his first results came back, and he realized he didn't have enough lifespan to pay for the entry ticket. After waiting for 3 minutes, it was Xu turn before the divine mirror. Without him needing to do anything, a green line scanned him, and the mirror's AI spoke in a cold, feminine voice to announce the cost of his entry ticket. Distinguished Mr. Xu, you have chosen the Imperial level difficulty. Given your detected life value, the price you must pay is everything you have. This result was within Xu's expectations. He waited quietly for the entry fee information to be recorded. Little did he know, everyone behind him was looking at him as if he were a monster. Once the entry ticket info was recorded, a staff member directed him to the Imperial level boarding gate. Xu found gate 13, sat down on a chair, and waited for the game to begin. Unlike the other gates, which were packed with people, this gate was completely empty. He was the only one there. This meant that he was the only person in the entire hall to sign up for this month's Imperial level game. As time passed, at exactly 3 o'clock, with everyone watching, Xu walked firmly toward the gate. The instrument at the entrance scanned him automatically. With his identity verified, the 2 guards let him through. In the blink of an eye, the boy stepped into the portal and vanished. Waking from his stupor, Xu opened his eyes to see a bronze-colored ceiling. A sense of softness came from beneath him. Xu sat up slowly, realizing he was lying on a soft gray-white bed. Just as Xu was about to stand and look around, a virtual panel appeared in front of him. Player information: Xu. Current class: Beginner Fighter. Hidden class: Fraudster. Abilities: Stolen, Sensory Vision, Advanced Combat, Self-Healing, Master Marksman, Seduction Techniques, Clarity, Weakness, Insight, Agility, Evasive Maneuvers, High-Level Fighting Landlord, Master Wrist Strength and Rage. Game level: Imperial. Game rules: there are 12 players in this cabin. The restrictions on the cabin will be lifted at 8 p.m. in 3 days, at which point players can leave. During this time, the 12 players must find the secret keeper who holds the game clues and is hidden among them and submit the answer before midnight each night. Each person can only submit once. The clue only exists with one person each day, and it resets at midnight. If no player finds the secret keeper by midnight, the secret keeper can choose to leave the cabin early with the clue. Conversely, the one who finds them can keep the clue to themselves, but will not be able to leave the cabin early. World rule: Truth refreshes at midnight every day. Truth: everyone under this rule must speak the absolute truth and cannot fabricate any lies. Xu sat on the bed, reading the game rules on the panel word by word with meticulous care, then fell into deep thought. Truth, eh? Perfect for testing what's real and what's fake. I'm really... Just as the words reached his lips, Xu felt a force of the rules forcibly correcting his speech, and he blurted out, "I am damn handsome." With that simple sentence, Xu confirmed that he really couldn't tell a lie today. After a moment of contemplation, Xu got out of bed and stretched, readapting to his complete body. Even if he was missing limbs in the real world, in the game everyone participated in their most complete form. He did a few burpees to make sure his movements didn't have any lingering bad habits from his missing limbs, then reopened the virtual panel and chose a white fighter training suit he had prepared beforehand. With everything ready, Xu looked at the virtual clock on the wall. The hand was pointing exactly at 7. As he unlocked the door, he instantly felt a restriction lift from it, and his sensory vision expanded like a wild horse from within the room. Fortunately, Xu had expected this and managed to control the range, limiting it to 5 meters. This is an Imperial level game. If he used his sensory vision right away, who knows if he'd run into someone with a strong psyche. Time to go meet today's roommate. Many viewers call this recklessness, but Xu is actually mastering the psychology of risk-taking. By choosing the Emperor level, he is not just betting his life, he is leveraging the truth rule to dismantle the social masks of his competitors. In a high-stakes environment, the ability to bypass emotional bias and exploit structural vulnerabilities is what separates a true player from a desperate gambler. After coming out, Xu realized his room was actually on the 2nd floor. Closing the door behind him, he noticed the number 11 was stuck on it. Xu walked down the hallway. The other room doors were all tightly shut, but he had no intention of knocking on them anyway. Following the staircase downstairs, he was met with the sound of laughter. Xushi followed the sound to the entrance of the living room. Sweeping his gaze across the room, he saw that 9 people had already gathered there. To his surprise, this group seemed to be getting along quite well, at least that was how it appeared for now. In the scene before him, 2 women sat cross-legged in front of the TV, watching a variety show and chatting happily. Nearby, 3 men were gathered in a circle, seemingly playing cards. On the sofa, a lanky man was lying down with a facial mask on. Behind the sofa, a robust man in a black tank top was lifting weights. On the outer side of the other sofa facing Xushi, a woman with a graceful figure in tight yoga gear was practicing yoga, drawing his gaze for a few extra moments. There was also a man with long hair and bangs sitting in an armchair, playing on his phone with headphones on. Just as he was about to step forward to greet them, the aroma of fried eggs drifted over. Although it was just a smell most people were accustomed to, it made him, an ordinary person who had long since lost his sense of smell, in reality swallow his saliva uncontrollably. Immediately after, Xushi saw a woman with a pink apron and a very curvaceous figure appear from the other side of the living room. Xushi looked over, his gaze meeting hers. Upon seeing Xushi, the woman, who already had a gentle smile on her face, brightened even more and waved at him. "Oh, you're our little roommate number 11, right? I was just about to go call you. Perfect timing, breakfast is ready. Come on over and eat with us." The woman's remark caused everyone else in the living room to turn and look at him. Though he had no idea how he'd become little 11, Xushi gave a slight nod to everyone as a greeting. Among the trio playing cards, the man in the yellow t-shirt was the first to toss his cards aside and stand up decisively. "Great, breakfast time." "Hey, you rascal, that's cheating. I was about to win that hand." The man in yellow waved his hand without looking back. "Don't be so impatient, we can finish playing after breakfast." With the man in yellow leading the way, the others also stood up. Xushi followed them into the kitchen and only then realized there was another man there wearing a black chef's uniform. Including him, all 12 players had now arrived. "Everyone is here, right? Go ahead and sit down, don't be shy. Breakfast is a grilled meat and egg sandwich, plus some milk. Hope you like it," the chef said, enthusiastically welcoming everyone to their seats. On the long table, 12 exquisite breakfasts were laid out perfectly, stunning everyone. "Wow, this smells amazing! You're a pro, buddy." The man in yellow sat down first with a laugh, impatiently took a sip of the milk, and then bit into the sandwich. His eyes lit up, and he gave the chef a thumbs up. Seeing him do that, the others followed suit and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Xushi used his perception vision to analyze the ingredients of the breakfast before him. Only after confirming there were no issues did he pick up the sandwich and take a bite. After all, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the man in yellow and the chef were colluding. After finishing his sandwich at lightning speed, Xushi and the man in yellow simultaneously gave the chef a thumbs up and asked for seconds. The chef smiled and quickly brought them each a new serving. Most of the others hadn't even finished half of their meals yet, and they watched as the 2 people who looked like starving ghosts reborn gobbled down their second sandwiches. Once most people had finished eating and drinking, except for the 2 still wolfing down their food, the chef spoke up at the right moment. "Since we're all meeting for the first time and everyone is here, why don't we start with a simple introduction? Since I started the breakfast, I'll go first. My name is Tosin Ederson, I'm 34 years old, and as you can see, I'm a chef." Just after Ederson finished his brief introduction, the long-haired man with headphones nearby looked up and asked abruptly, "Is your game class also a chef?" Upon hearing this, Ederson's smile froze for a second, but it quickly transformed into an even brighter one. "Of course, it's the same in the game, just a chef." With Ederson's firm answer, there was no need for the long-haired man to ask further. After all, everyone knew that no one could tell a lie today. After the long-haired man finished questioning, the curvaceous woman who had called everyone for breakfast took over. My turn, my turn! My name is Miko Tajima, and my game class is Alchemist. Whether it's beauty treatments or vitality-boosting potions, I have them all." Then, as if remembering something, she added, "Oh, by the way, I'm 18 years old." Xushi, still gobbling his food, glanced at her. With the woman's curvaceous figure and the mature aura radiating from her every movement, Xushi, whose mouth was stuffed like a hamster's, shook his head. Next, he just ate silently while listening to the others' self-introductions. "Hanjiking, my game class is high-level fighter, and in reality I'm a yoga instructor. Nice to meet you all." "Nice to meet you. I am Levin Mays, my game class is healer. I'm very happy to meet everyone." At those words, Xushi looked up to observe the person. It was a man with blonde hair and glasses, carrying himself with elegance. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the man who had been lying on the living room sofa with a facial mask earlier. Hello everyone, my name is Guogang, my game class is also high-level fighter, I'm Jan Jiching, my class is blacksmith. Leo Stanley, my game class is scholar. After introducing himself, the muscular man slowly sat down. For a moment, the kitchen fell into a deathly silence. Even Sushi and the man in yellow, who had been eating with such gusto, stopped chewing. Sushi looked at the man's arm, which was bigger than his own head, and didn't quite know what to say. The man in yellow stood up and said, "Scholar, huh? Very nice. Anyway, it's my turn. My name is Ji Lang, you all can call me Langjin except for the guys, though if a guy really wants to call me that, I wouldn't mind. My game class is Windwalker. By the way, Mr. Ederson, these sandwiches are great. Hope tomorrow is even better. Oh, and my room number is 9. Sushi gave a fleeting glance at this rather eccentric guy, and decided it would be best to stay away from him over these next 3 days. The man who had just sat down, Ji Lang, seemed to sense something, turned his head, and smiled at Sushi, who had his mouth stuffed with food. The boy responded with a simple smile, though when he grinned, food scraps easily fell out of his mouth. The woman sitting nearby saw the food scraps falling from the boy's mouth onto the table, a look of disdain flashing in her eyes before she stood up to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Qi, and my game class is Psychokinetic. Hello everyone, my name is Wu Qulin, and my game class is Fire Mage. As the last two women finished their introductions, a hint of gravity appeared in Sushi's eyes, though his head remained lowered. 2 rare class players. The long-haired man who had been wearing headphones all along didn't bother to stand up. Still seated, he said nonchalantly, "Q-Fan, game class is analyst." After saying that, he went right back to looking at his phone. With Q-Fan done, Chushi was the only one left who hadn't introduced himself, and there was already a stack of 5 plates in front of him. Sushi wanted to play along and stand up to introduce himself, but his mouth full of food made that impossible. Seeing this, Ederson, sitting opposite the boy, smiled gently. "No rush, eat slowly, finish swallowing your food first." Not far away, Ji Lang couldn't resist a kid. "It looks like you're even more of a starving ghost than I am." Having just swallowed his food, Sushi gave a goofy grin, took a sip of milk, and slowly stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Sushi. My game class is entry-level fighter. I'm just an honest guy, please take care of me. 12 strangers, 1 breakfast, and 0 room for error. While everyone is busy posturing with their occupations, notice how Xi uses the sensory scan to bypass social trust. In high-stakes social experiments, the one who pretends to be the most harmless is usually the one with the highest survival instinct. Everyone stared at the boy grinning before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth? A beginner tier fighter? You must be joking, right? We are talking about an emperor-level game where everyone is high tier. Bai Qi frowned and asked, "Beginner tier fighter?" "Yes, I am an honest person, I do not tell lies, ma'am," the boy nodded with a smile. After the boy finished speaking, Bai Qi reacted as if she had heard something unbelievable, completely ignoring the previous sentences. "What did you just call me?" "Ma'am," the boy repeated with a smile. A vein popped on her forehead and Bai Qi was just about to snap, but Ji Lang, noticing the shift in atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. "That is not right. As a beginner tier fighter, how are you even here?" "Because I have already lost 13 times in a row," Sushi said nonchalantly. 13 times. Ji Lang's mouth twitched involuntarily. The kitchen fell into silence once again. Under normal circumstances, no one would believe Sushi if he introduced himself that way at the start, but the crucial point was that today's world rule was veracity, meaning everyone was incapable of lying. In other words, the boy's claims of being a beginner tier fighter and having lost 13 times were both true, and this guy was actually an honest person. The blonde man, Mace, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses which glinted in the light, and asked, "So you mean to say your excellency did not qualify for the emperor level through winning, but by losing all the way to it?" "Yes." "Losing 13 times in a row, then how are you still?" Ji Lang did not finish his sentence. Sushi naturally knew what the other person wanted to say and smiled. "Maybe I am just a bit lucky." Ji Lang wanted to ask more, but finally, all he could manage was, "Then you really are lucky." Bai Qi chimed in with disdain, "Hey, lucky? Then let me ask you, are you today's keeper?" "The keeper? No, I am not," Sushi answered straightforwardly. Hearing that response, Bai Qi immediately smirked. "It seems your luck really is quite good." Watching Sushi, who answered with such simplicity, most people in the kitchen couldn't help but rest their heads in their hands. It looks like there are only 11 people left in this game now. But then, Sushi said something astonishing. "Ma'am, are you the keeper then?" "Huh?" Ki turned her head in surprise, meeting the boy's innocent and pure eyes. Her mouth twitched, and after a moment of thought, she decided not to answer, staying silent. Ji Lang off to the side noticed this and chirped in, "Oh my ma'am, why aren't you saying anything? You aren't actually the keeper today, are you?" Bai Ki gave a cold snort. "If I ask you, will you answer?" "Well, why don't you ask then?" Ji Lang persisted. Helpless, Bai Ki had no choice but to ask, "Are you the keeper?" "I am not," Ji Lang replied airily. Bai Ki never expected the other person to actually answer her. She couldn't say anything more and had to swallow her rising anger. She was on the verge of losing it. "Give me a break! This is a game, not a Q&A session, right? What kind of weirdos are these two?" Under the world's rules, regardless of whether she was the keeper or not, she wouldn't answer. After all, under the influence of veracity, for every person who admitted they were not the keeper, the scope of suspects for the others would narrow. She wanted to keep the clues to herself. How could she honestly admit it and make the game easier for everyone else? Moreover, today was special. Under the rules of veracity, even if she couldn't find the keeper by the end, she could use the chain reaction from her own self-exposure to ferret out the keeper. At worst, she would just share the clues. After exposing his identity, Ji Lang no longer held back. And so a round of questioning began in the kitchen. Ji Lang started going up to people one by one asking, "Hello, handsome, are you the keeper?" "Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. It would not kill you to just admit it. Get away from me." "Hello, beautiful, are you the keeper?" "Yes." "Oh, don't be like that." A spark of flame appeared at the other person's fingertips. "Fine, I am getting lost." Ji Lang sensibly changed targets, but nobody wanted to engage with him. Breakfast was delicious. "If there is nothing else, I will head back to my room." Having said that, Mace stood up gracefully and left the kitchen. Consequently, the others who had not been questioned by Ji Lang also stood up one by one, leaving the kitchen quickly to avoid giving him a chance to ask. Soon, only 4 people were left in the kitchen: Sushi, Ji Lang, Miko Jima, and Edson. Having lost his targets, Ji Lang slumped back into his seat in disappointment. Sigh, where is the trust between people? Leaning over the dining table, now cleared by Miko Tajima, Ji Lang looked at the 2 others besides Sushi. "What about you two? You don't intend to admit it either." The 2 looked back at him, smiled without a word, and continued with their tasks. Feeling a bit bored, Ji Lang went to look for his only companion, but when he turned around, he found that the honest boy who had been in his seat was nowhere to be seen. "Huh. Hello everyone, may I join you?" Su Shai pointed to the scattered playing cards on the floor. Guo Gang and Jan Jiqing nodded readily when they saw it was Xu Shi. They didn't want to be pestered by the guy named Ji in a while. "Do you know how to play Fight the Landlord?" Guo Gang asked. "I do." By the time Ji Lang slowly wandered out of the kitchen, he found his card-playing spot had been taken by the boy. Feeling a bit discouraged, he scratched his head and just went back to his room. "A pair of 3s, Sushi said, throwing 2 cards into the pile. "Aha, a pair of kings." After playing his hand, Guo Gang looked at his remaining pair of bombs and a pair of aces with secret delight. Opposite him, Sushi, the landlord, still had about 21 cards left. He had to win this round. "Bomb." "None." "Pass," Guo Gang said. The bomb was higher than his own, so he couldn't follow up, but it didn't matter. The boy still had 17 cards left. Even if a pair of kings forced a bomb, his hand had to be reaching its end. However, the next moment, Guo Gang watched as the boy emptied his entire hand onto the floor. Straight flush. Sushi's calm voice drifted to Guo Gang's ears. The secret smirk on Guo Gang's face had already morphed into a perfect O shape. "What the hell? What kind of luck is that?" Zhan Jiqing looked at the 17 cards the boy had just played in disbelief. "Hey, just lucky," Sushi grinned. "Nice one, kid. Let's go again," Guo Gang shouted. As it turned out, just as Sushi said, it really was just luck. The following rounds weren't as smooth, and he lost several games in a row, though he did pull off the occasional lucky counter kill. Unlike being slaughtered by Ji Lang at the card table, who was cheating, playing with Xu Shi made the game much more enjoyable. Without realizing it, the 3 started calling each other brothers, and the conversation flowed. "By the way, brother Guo, did you both win your way up from the sub-level?" "Of course. It is a pity for you though. If you do not have to participate in the games, losing 13 times would make many people envious of your lifespan. I think you misunderstood, Brother Guo. My entry ticket was not my lifespan. Zhan Jiqing was puzzled. If not your lifespan, then what was it? Organs. The two found it hard to imagine what this handsome, honest-looking boy was actually like in reality. They exchanged a look and sighed lightly. You are a pitiful person too. Xu Shi's smile faded, and he said somewhat dejectedly, I want to win at least once, but every time I don't even know how to win, and the game is already over. As he spoke, a light sparked in Xu Shi's eyes as he turned to the two seniors. Brother Guo, Brother Zhan, since you are both so strong, there must be a trick to getting stronger, right? Can you teach me? Looking at the glint in the boy's eyes, the two also scratched their heads, feeling a bit awkward. There is, but this isn't something you can just teach. It mostly depends on your own comprehension. I see. Xu Shi lowered his head in disappointment, but lifted it again soon after. By the way, brothers, my class is a fighter, and I am skilled with a spear, but I do not have any gear I can bring into the game. I have been looking for a suitable one, but have not found any. Could you two offer some recommendations for a weapon at my level? The two brothers' lips twitched almost imperceptibly, then Guo Gang patted the boy's shoulder and said seriously, First of all, the first point of becoming stronger is never to reveal your usual weapon to your enemies. Xu Shi looked blank. But you two are good people, not enemies. If not for the rule of veracity, the two wouldn't have even blinked at this sentence and might have even felt disgusted. But conversely, under the rule of veracity, the boys' statement shook their hearts, completely dissolving any lingering suspicion they had toward this honest boy. Guo Gang thought for a moment, since you are still a beginner-tier fighter, and although I don't know much about spears, you can visit City A when you get back. It is a blacksmith's paradise, and there will definitely be no shortage of weapons. You can ask him for details. His class is a blacksmith. Zhan Jiqing, who was called upon, opened his eyes from contemplation, looked at the boy before him and nodded in approval. No need to go through all that trouble. I have one ready here, he said, pulling a shimmering silver spear from his virtual inventory in the blink of an eye and handing it to Xu Shi. Can I really take this? Xu Shi looked stunned, staring at the silver spear in his hands, truly surprised that they were so generous. Take it. It is no use to me just sitting there, and I bought it secondhand anyway. Although it is only Marquis tier, it is more than enough for you at this stage. Since they insisted, Xu Shi didn't push his luck. He really lacked a usable weapon, so he swiftly tucked the spear into his inventory, fearing Zhan Jiqing might change his mind. After putting the spear away, he asked, have the two brothers ever heard of a spear called the Army Breaker? Army Breaker? That lost spear? Zhan Jiqing asked. Xu Shi's eyes lit up. Brother Zhan, you know it? To be honest, I live in City S, so... He paused. Do you two brothers know any clues? No, the two said in unison. Zhan Jiqing looked at the boy with a strange expression. Even if you live in City S, don't tell me you are delusionally hoping to stumble upon a lost king-tier weapon. Seeing his scheme exposed, Xu Shi just smiled honestly, looking a bit sheepish. Sorry, I was too greedy. Greed is not necessarily a bad thing, but for now you should focus on mastering the dull white. Zhan Jiqing laughed. The dull white was the Marquis tier spear Zhan Jiqing had just given Xu Shi. Xu Shi grinned. Thanks, Brother Zhan, I will. Xu Shi is the ultimate master of emotional manipulation, masquerading as a harmless amateur. By exploiting the truth-telling rule to lower his opponent's defenses, he turns genuine camaraderie into an information-gathering machine, proving that in any high-stakes game, the most dangerous player is the one everyone underestimates. After playing cards with the two of them for a while longer, Xu Shi returned to his room, using the excuse of needing to catch up on sleep. As this was his first contact with these people, he needed time to process and organize the information. Judging from the players' initial meeting this morning, Xu Shi determined that this group likely wouldn't take any action yet. Having already exposed his identity early on, he felt no need to rush and could simply wait patiently. He stayed in his room until noon. Just as he calculated the time and prepared to head downstairs, there was a knock at his door. He walked over to open the door, and it was Miko Tajima, who had come to call him down for lunch. As he closed his room door behind him, Xu Shi seemingly unintentionally used his upper body to block her line of sight from scanning the inside of his room. Miko Tajima wore her trademark faint smile. Mr. Xu, lunch is ready. You should head down first. I still need to call Mr. Q Fan in room 12 next door. Xu Shi nodded. So his neighbor was that somewhat gloomy man with long hair. But just as Xushi walked along the corridor toward the stairs, he keenly felt a gaze fall upon him. He glanced back casually, only to find that Miko Tajima at the end of the hall wasn't looking at him. She was still knocking on the door of room 12. 2 seconds later, Xushi felt the peculiar sensation caused by that gaze disappear. The gaze might have vanished, but Xushi didn't intend to let it go. He detested the feeling of being watched. It was incredibly rude. Even normally, he wouldn't use his perception field so casually. Instantly, he expanded his perception field to 5 meters. He walked toward the staircase with a rhythmic pace, his expression unchanged, while the passive poker face of the trickster class was already triggered. The moment his perception field expanded, he spotted the gloomy long-haired man crouching behind the corridor he had just passed, head turned to stare at Miko Tajima, who was still knocking on the door. If he remembered correctly, the occupation the man introduced himself with was analyst, but he didn't know much about it, as it was also a rare class. With so few people possessing it, there was naturally very little recorded information about it, much like his own trickster class. As he descended the stairs, Xushi analyzed the man's ability. The name of the occupation didn't seem to correlate with simple invisibility. The only logical explanation was that he used the analyst ability to resolve and manipulate light to achieve optical camouflage. Given that the man hadn't made any major moves, he guessed that such invisibility would likely fail once the user moved. At this thought, the corners of Xushi's mouth curled into a faint, imperceptible smile. Perhaps after the self-introductions in the morning, the man assumed no one here had the ability to detect his invisibility, so he had started his move. Little did he know Q-Fan's actions had indirectly allowed Xushi to cross another name off his elimination list. After all, if he were the secret keeper, there would be no need to resort to such methods to spy on others. Passing through the living room to the kitchen, everyone was present except for Q-Fan and Miko Tajima, who were still upstairs. The long dining table was filled with delicacies. Xushi's eyes lit up as he quickly took his seat. Just as he picked up his chopsticks and was contemplating which dish to start with, Xushi noticed the others were staring straight at him. Having weathered many storms, Xushi wouldn't be intimidated by a few glares. Having extended his chopsticks, there was no way he would pull them back without grabbing a piece of meat. His hand moved with precision and elegance to capture a slice of roasted meat and deposit it into his bowl. Before eating, he didn't forget to invite the others. "Hey, everyone, go ahead and eat. Don't be polite, don't be polite." Ignoring the disgusted look from Bai Qi beside him, Xushi stuffed the roasted meat into his mouth. If he didn't eat now, he might not get a chance later. With furrowed brows, Bai Qi watched the boy eating with such relish, her disdain growing even deeper. She wondered why everyone else was waiting for the group to be complete, while he acted like the host sitting down to dinner. And he always chose the empty seat next to her. She truly suspected he was doing it on purpose to disgust her. Helplessly, Ederson could only tell everyone to start. "Well, everyone, go ahead and eat. No need to wait." After saying that, Ederson turned to look outside the living room, his brows furrowed. It was strange that after simply going up to call someone, Miko Tajima, and the guy named Q-Fan hadn't come down yet. Thus, Ederson looked at the boy who had already begun raiding the plates and asked, "Mr. Chu, Miss Tajima went up to call you and Mr. Q-Fan. Do you know why they haven't come down yet?" "Here it comes." Xushi paused his chopsticks, took a moment to swallow his food and said, "After Miko called me down, she went to knock on room 12. Then, as I was coming down, I felt a gaze on me, but I didn't see anyone. I think the person peeking at me must be the one surnamed Q, since Miko was still knocking, but I couldn't see where that guy was." As the boy finished speaking, the others immediately stopped their chopsticks. Hearing this, Ederson's thick brows furrowed even more tightly. "You're sure you felt a gaze peeking at you? But how could you have felt it?" Xushi tilted his head. "Maybe it's because I'm blind in the real world, so I'm a bit more sensitive to gazes." "You're blind in reality?" Bai Qi stared at the boy's clear eyes with disbelief, but then again, the world's rule today was that everyone must tell the truth. "Yeah, well, I didn't have much lifespan left, so I had to use my own organs as the entry fee." The boy answered with an air of indifference, but the others couldn't stay calm. Beside him, Bai Qi's gaze shifted from looking at a savage to looking at a madman. If she had to lose 13 times in a row at the cost of her own organs and end up a cripple, she would rather choose to die. "Ah!" Just then a woman's scream came from upstairs. Ederson's face turned cold and he slammed his hands on the table and stood up. That was Miko Tajima's voice. Xushi remained motionless in his seat, his eyes narrowed. This scream acted like a signal. making everyone realize that from now on, the facade of harmony had been shattered. He had originally thought Q-Fan would be smarter and use his invisibility to observe quietly, which is why he had spilled everything he sensed with his perception field to create conflict and chaos. Now it seemed that was no longer necessary. Judging by the situation, the opponent not have intended to follow the game's primary path from the start. The self-introductions this morning might have just been him using the truth-telling rule to determine if anyone else's occupation would pose a threat to his abilities. After confirming this, he likely shifted his method of winning and targeted Miko Tajima while she was alone. Game rule number 2. When other players in the game die, the sole survivor is declared the winner by the god. 上は反脚発主的区単勝心理強化化多不利用新旧クロソ高校も根的交通編三拍道場省力区引校内も在令和墓的生存義中不戦だ母ソウル終戦人領戦机
In those few short seconds, Sushai had already staged a storm of deduction in his mind. Edson took the lead and rushed toward the stairs, and the others quickly stood up to follow. Sushi, however, sat stunned in his seat for a moment before getting up. Actually, the staircase was so narrow that there was no point in them being in such a rush. The moment Edson stepped onto the stairs, a breeze brushed past him, and Jilang, using Windwalker, surged to the second floor ahead of the rest. But the hallway that greeted Jilang's eyes was completely empty. Soon, the others caught up, and upon seeing this they were all stunned into silence. An eerie feeling began to spread through the hallway. From the moment Mikojima screamed until Jilang reached the second floor, no more than 5 or 6 seconds had passed. Yet in those few short seconds, the hallway now looked as if nothing had ever happened, not even leaving a trace behind. What is going on? Where did they go? I'm not sure, but it must be that Q-Fan. With his gloomy face, he probably couldn't wait to strike the moment he saw Ms. Tajima alone. As everyone speculated, Mess, based on his observations, analyzed cautiously. If the killer really is Q-Fan, his profession is analyst. I happen to remember some files on this profession. Combined with what Suexu said earlier in the kitchen, he should be able to apply light analysis to himself to achieve optical invisibility. And this effect could perhaps be applied to others or objects as well. Mess's words sent a chill down everyone's spines, and they focused their gaze on the empty end of the hallway. Are you saying they might still be in the hallway? Maybe, but not necessarily. Mess said, however, this kind of analysis probably cannot reach the level of real-time processing. If they really were to take action, it would reveal flaws after all. Things like sound cannot be eliminated through analysis. Wukielin, standing behind the group, gave a cold snort and stepped forward. If they are here, we will know with a simple test. Immediately after, Wukielin raised her slender hand and pointed toward the hallway. In an instant, a wisp of flame flickered from her fingertips. The next moment, a fan-shaped wave of fire erupted from her fingertips, sweeping through the entire hallway with terrifying heat. Looking at the hallway engulfed in a sea of fire, the corners of the mouths of those behind Wukielin twitched. However, no one noticed that within the few seconds the sea of fire swept through the hallway. Behind everyone, room 7 at the other end of the hall, the room belonging to Miko Tajima, slowly opened a crack. Behind the door, a gloomy gaze fell upon Wukielin as she cast her spell. The sea of fire lasted for 5 seconds before Wukielin withdrew all the flames and spread her hands, saying, "My fire can't feel anything, they aren't in the hallway." The others were speechless. Even if someone were there, they would have been burned to ashes by you. If those two were burned to ashes, they wouldn't care anyway. What surprised Sushi, however, was that the hallway, having been swept by flames, didn't show even a single trace of scorch marks. Looks like this cabin is built quite well. If they aren't in the hallway, then where are they? Baiki asked. Mess narrowed his eyes and looked at the end of the hallway. Perhaps the culprit ambushed Miss Tajima and dragged her into his own room, room 12. So, the group arrived in front of room 12. Edson tried turning the doorknob, and sure enough, it was locked from the inside. Humph, a rat is a rat. Watch me drag him out. Gorgang signaled for the others to step back. Rolling up his sleeves, he unleashed the power of a high-level fighter. Without wearing any gear, Guogang put his strength into a punch and slammed it hard against the door of room 12. The door didn't even budge. Guogang felt frustrated instantly. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had used 80%, yet he couldn't even chip a piece of wood off the door. Since brute force couldn't shake the door, Su Shi recalled the restriction he felt when he first stepped out of his room that morning, and a possibility emerged in his mind. Perhaps these rooms recognize their owners, and only the master of the room has the authority to enter and exit freely. And now, with Q-Fan hiding inside, they couldn't even break the door down, let alone save anyone. The thought of the voluptuous Miko Tajima in the same room as a gloomy, sleazy man filled Gogang with grief. Pain, it is too painful. This door is too sturdy. What do we do now? If he just hides in there forever, are we helpless? Baiki frowned slightly, then, as if thinking of something, added, could this Q-Fan be the secret keeper? Xu Shi, hiding in the back, had been silently observing everyone. Hearing her words, he felt speechless to the extreme. Looking at her earnest expression, is this auntie actually that stupid? After all, not every game requires brain power. Xu Shi had seen players who rely purely on raw strength and brute force to progress. Although he couldn't rule out that she was acting, if it were him acting, he certainly wouldn't fail to play the cute act properly. Having observed this, Xu Shi could already cross her off his list. Whatever happens, we need someone to stand guard here. Edson swept his gaze over the crowd with a serious expression. But now, we need to solve another problem. Among you, is there anyone who took advantage of the chaos to harbor murderous intent? Edson looked at everyone and said, emphasizing each word, this question must be answered by everyone present, including me. I can guarantee right now that I only want to find the secret keeper, and I have no murderous intent toward any of you. Now it is your... After a silence, Leo Stanley spoke quite frankly. I can guarantee that I do not have even the slightest murderous intent toward anyone here. I can also guarantee that I have no murderous intent toward you. I can also guarantee... Once everyone present had given their guarantee under the rules of the true word, Edson breathed a sigh of relief. But Xu Shi felt this method was completely useless, as he could easily harbor murderous intent right after making the guarantee. So essentially, this promise only applied to that current moment. The question is, who is going to stand guard here? Zhang Jiqing asked. Does anyone want to volunteer? Edson looked around at everyone. I can, and I recommend this kid join me. Guogang pointed at Ji Lang nearby. I am a high-level fighter, arguably one of the strongest in close combat here. He has speed, so the two of us guarding here should be enough. Ji Lang felt like his world turned black. If he had known, he wouldn't have exposed his speed earlier. Fine, then you two will guard for now, and we will switch after dinner. Let's go down and eat. I'll send your portions up later, Edson said. Xu Shi stopped his train of thought and followed the others downstairs. After all, eating was the priority. At the end of the hallway, only the two men were left, sitting on the floor. Little did they know that on the other side, in a blind spot, the door to room 7 was slowly opening again from the inside. The characters prioritize physical brute force, yet ignore the fundamental game mechanics of room ownership. This episode perfectly mirrors the Dunning-Kruger effect in team dynamics, where loud, aggressive individuals mistakenly believe strength compensates for a lack of strategic deduction. While the group focuses on theatrical oaths of non-violence, they overlook the glaring flaw in their logic. A promise made under duress offers no guarantee against future betrayal. As the door to room 7 creeps open, it is clear that the real threat isn't just hidden behind locked doors, but lurking in the blind spots of their own arrogance. At the end of the hallway, just so we're clear, I'm no good at melee. If that guy rushes out from inside, I won't be able to hold him off. Hey, if he dares to open the door, just charge in. Don't let him lock it, just cut off his retreat, I'll handle the front. Not to be rude, but you're being so eager. Do you have a thing for that haughty middle-aged woman? Although it was midday, the windowless, unlit hallway still looked somewhat dim. The two were too busy chatting to notice that at the other end of the hall, the door to room 7 was slowly opening from the inside. Following that, a fair, slender finger reached out and pointed silently toward the other end of the hallway. Inside the dim hallway, a red dot flickered suddenly, and a burst of flame appeared out of thin air. Boom! In the kitchen, Xu Shi had just picked up a piece of meat and hadn't even put it in his mouth when a sudden, thunderous explosion roared from right above their heads. Xu Shi shook his head. Damn it, can a guy even eat in peace? By the time everyone rushed back to the second floor, only Ji Lang and Guo Gang were left lying in front of room 12. Wu Qiulin stepped forward, ready to blast the entire hallway without a second thought, but luckily Han Jiqing stopped her just in time. Stop it! Are you trying to kill them? Wu Qiulin let out a cold snort. Then you do it? At that moment, Stanley stepped forward. "Let me give it a try. Miss Bai, could you please use your ability to move the 2 injured people out first?" Bai Qi was not thrilled about being singled out, but she knew this wasn't the time to object, so she stepped up and used her telekinesis to lift the 2 bodies and move them away. The next moment, Stanley closed his eyes for a split second. When he opened them again, his eyes, now gleaming with wisdom, scanned the hallway. 5 seconds later, Stanley closed his eyes, deactivated his insight ability, and shook his head. "My insight couldn't detect any traces of that person. He shouldn't have been here from the start." Nearby, Mace was already using his healing ability to treat the 2, whose skin had been nearly burned off. "They are severely injured. Even my healing will take some time." Mace paused and looked at someone. Both of them clearly suffered severe burns, and among us, the only one capable of using fire arts should be Miss Wu. "Please, I've been with you all this time, okay?" "Miss Wu, that's not what I meant." Stanley knew he couldn't afford to stay in the shadows any longer, so he stepped up once more. "If my analysis is correct, that Q-Fan's analyst ability allows him to analyze and replicate others' powers, the question is when and where he analyzed Miss Wu's ability." Stanley paused, thought for a moment, and added, "His ability shouldn't be strong enough to directly analyze a human target yet. Otherwise, we all would have been analyzed throughout the morning, and if that were the case, he wouldn't need to be hiding. So, there is only one possibility. He must have analyzed your ability somewhere else just as Miss Wu was using it." After Stanley finished speaking, the entire hallway fell into silence. Some were stunned while others were still deep in thought. After hearing his deduction, Sushai had to admit that this burly man with the scholar ability actually had a real brain. The analysis he provided was basically the same as what he himself had concluded. But there was one missing piece in the man's deduction: when and where exactly that Q guy had analyzed Wu Qiulin's ability. After all, when Wu Qiulin used her ability, everyone was present, and at that time, the door to room 12 was still tightly shut. Just as everyone was racking their brains, a simple, honest-sounding voice of a young man rang out. "By the way, which room is Miko's?" The boy's words snapped Mace and Stanley out of their thoughts, and they shouted in unison, "Soon." Prompted by their reminder, everyone turned sharply toward the other end of the hall. What they saw next caused several people's pupils to shrink in terror. In the dim light, Q-Fan, looking more sullen than ever, was standing at the door of room 7. He closed the door behind him, pointed at them, and with a stiff expression and a cold sneer, surveyed the crowd. "You guys really are stupid." Before he even finished speaking, flames erupted from his fingertips. The roaring flames surged toward them like a dragon of fire. At such close range, and in a narrow hallway, Xushi instantly realized how the other 2 had met their end. With this kind of terrain, even if you reacted, there was nowhere to hide from a fire dragon sweeping through the whole hallway. Among the crowd, besides Sushi, who had seen it all, Hanjiting, Stanley, and Mace were the first to react. Almost the moment the fire exploded, Hanjiking ducked and bolted to Fan. But by Sushi's estimation, the fire dragon would roast them long before she could reach Q-Fan. Realizing this, Mace decisively gave up on healing the 2 wounded men and turned to dash toward the staircase. Except for Stanley, who hadn't moved yet, the others hadn't even reacted to the attack, much like a pedestrian who freezes for a split second when they look back and see a car barreling right behind them. As the fire dragon grew closer, Sushi was still debating whether to take the hit when Stanley moved. Then Sushi was stunned. The heavenly gate is interrupted by the Chu River. The blue water flows east and returns here. A burly Westerner had just recited a piece of classic poetry out of nowhere. Following that, Sushi saw the fire dragon, which had been rushing toward them, get sliced right down the middle by something. The flames were ripped in 2, which coincidentally opened up a path for the charging Hanjiking. Hanjiking made it through, but the severed fire dragon, still powerful and carrying a wave of intense heat, reached the rest of them. In an instant, a stream of water materialized in front of them, blocking the flames head-on. But Sushi could see that the fire dragon didn't stop. Instead, the water before them was being vaporized at a rapid pace. In that brief window, the others regained their senses. Wu Qiulin even wanted to unleash her own fire to fight back, but Zhan Jiqing was faster, pulling a small sphere out of his bag. The sphere was tossed at their feet, and in the next second, a nanolight shield expanded, covering them in layers. The fire dragon, having broken through the water, slammed into the nano shield. As each layer of the shield shattered, the power of the flames dwindled. At the very limit, right as the last shield was about to break, the flames finally dissipated into nothing. Zhang Jiqing picked up the nanosphere, his eyes filled with heart-touch. The fire vanished, and when everyone looked back toward room 7, they saw Han Jiqing holding Q-Fan by the neck against the wall. The latter's feet were off the ground, his head lolled to the side, and he was already dead. A close-quarters instant kill from a high-level brawler. 弾理なくトット的空爆量量革新国在住超能力的白地中存密的低予測積せら岡本有解析能力不脚死没能多縮暮らし的主順行再死死新速的不老等 After confirming that Q-Fan was truly dead, Han Jiqing finally loosened her grip on his neck. Without any support, Q-Fan's body slumped to the floor like a pile of mud. Han Jiqing shook her hands and turned to face the group, her demeanor poised and sharp. Xu Shi couldn't help but take a few more looks at her. Beneath her exquisite face and stunning, graceful figure, her lightning-fast reflexes and efficiency, and her ability to kill an equal-tier opponent in close combat. Xu Shi glanced at the slender arms she revealed and silently categorized her in his mind. Appearance predator, the human steamroller. He just died like that? Zhang Jiqing asked in astonishment. After all, just a moment ago, the guy had nearly wiped them all out with nothing but a single fire dragon. Han Jiqing shook her. Sorry, he resisted too fiercely. I had no room to hold back. Mace paused his healing spell and stepped forward to check Q-Fan's body. He's definitely dead, but since the system didn't give a notification, he shouldn't be a secret keeper. This guy is dead, but what about Miss Tajima? Zhang Jiqing asked. Xu Shi remained silent, looking toward room 7, which was already closed shut. The others realized it too. Han Jiqing stepped forward and yanked the door handle a few times, but it wouldn't budge. Judging by the way this guy operated, Miss Tajima has likely already. Stanley didn't finish his sentence. The guy had wanted to wipe them all out just moments ago. His murderous intent was absolute, and as for Tajima Miko, who had been left alone, it went without saying. Sigh. Edson sighed. Let's move this guy's body downstairs first. It's creepy leaving it here. I'll go reheat the food. The others stared at each other blankly. Who's going to move it? In the end, Baiki reluctantly used telekinesis to carry the body and move the two people to the living room, while the corpse was stuffed into a trash bag and heartlessly dumped under the stairs outside the living room. It'll take a while to finish healing those two. You all go ahead and eat first, Mace said, his palm glowing as he directed a shimmer of light onto the chests of the two people lying on the sofa. Everyone nodded. Xu Shi glanced at Mace, wondering if he was genuinely weak or just intentionally dragging out the healing time. He had seen the healing light of other healers. Even a low-rank healer's light was brighter than this guy's. This guy's healing light was at best equivalent to a light bulb running out of battery. But he didn't care. Since he wasn't the one injured, he turned and followed the others to embrace the food. After filling their stomachs and everyone had come out, Mace stopped the healing process and gave a perfunctory stretch. These two are mostly recovered. Once they wake up, I'll check if there are any lingering issues. Edson laughed. Thanks for your hard work. I left your portion in the kitchen. Thank you. After the commotion caused by Q-Fan, everyone felt a bit exhausted and returned to their rooms after lunch. Except for Stanley, who stayed behind, and Xu Shi, who volunteered to look after the injured. Then Xu Shi watched as Stanley, who had just finished lunch, placed a book on the floor, braced himself over it, and began his daily reading, even accompanying every page flip with 3 push-ups. Xu Shi was quite curious. Playing like this right after a full meal, wouldn't he need to hit the bathroom? A little bored, he turned on the TV, lowered the volume, and started watching a nature documentary. Time ticked away, and once Stanley finished his book, he went back to his room. Around 3 o'clock, Xu Shi, who had been keeping his sensory field active, keenly noticed the eyebrows of Ji Lang, who was lying on the sofa, twitching. He immediately turned off the TV and leaned in close to him. When Ji Lang groggily woke up, the first thing he saw was the ceiling, followed by the young man looking at him with a face full of concern. You're awake. Does it still hurt? Can you get up on your own? Are you hungry? If it still hurts, don't get up yet. There's food left for both of you in the kitchen. I'll go heat it up. After rattling that off in one go, Xu Shi quickly got up and stepped into the kitchen. Before long, under Ji Lang's still dazed gaze, Xu Shi returned, steadily carrying 2 plates of food, and squatted down in front of him. Xu Shi carefully helped him up, considerately placed a pillow behind his back, picked up a bowl of pork porridge, and said softly, "Rest a bit longer, I'll feed you. Here, say ah." Looking at the spoon held to his lips, an unsuspecting Jilang instinctively opened his mouth. As a mouthful of warm porridge flowed onto his tongue, Jilang, who had still been feeling a bit confused, looked at the young man with eyes filled with nothing but pure gratitude, nearly tearing up. "Is it too hot? Does it taste good?" Xushi asked gently. "It's delicious." Jilang nodded heavily. Besides the porridge his mother used to make, this was the best he'd ever eaten. Xushi chuckled. "If it's good, eat more. There's plenty left." After slowly finishing one bowl, Xushi returned to the kitchen under the pretext of getting another serving. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Xushi quickly centered his thoughts and dove into his interface. Player Jilang. Cover ability 9+. Requirement to defraud an ability is 60 favorability. Goal achieved. Do you wish to randomly defraud an ability? Xushai's eyes were closed as a slight smile played on his lips. He chose yes without hesitation. Defraud successful. Randomizing ability. Ability acquired. Stormleg, high rank. Ability fraud cooldown 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Seeing the high rank Stormleg randomized, Xushi exited the panel, smiled with satisfaction, and grabbed another bowl of pork porridge from the microwave. Jilang was still savoring the taste as the young man brought the porridge over and placed it on the table. Jilang lay on the sofa, full of anticipation for being fed, but Xushi simply said lightly, "Your hands should be fine now. You can eat it yourself. I'm a bit tired, so I'm heading back to my room." Watching the young man walk away with decisive steps, Jilang was stunned, then stared at the steaming pork porridge in front of him, lost in deep thought. Is my charm not enough? By dinner time, everything was back to normal. Guogang had also woken up. Aside from severe skin abrasions, the two of them were otherwise okay. But everyone had witnessed the power of that fire dragon. Taking a direct hit would definitely have been fatal. Later, through Guogang's description, everyone learned that just before the flames engulfed them, a reactive Jilang had cast a wind wall to deflect part of the fire's power. Otherwise, there would be two corpses lying there instead. On the last night of the first day, the group finished dinner and retreated to their rooms, each with their own thoughts. As night fell, apart from the living room and kitchen, which had working light fixtures, the rest of the cabin plunged into darkness. Beneath the dim stairs, a rustling sound echoed. Soon after, in the darkness, a hand suddenly tore out from the black trash bag. Xushi is the master of emotional manipulation, treating goodwill like a currency to farm high-tier skills. Meanwhile, that final scene confirms the horror trope of a failed villain return. In survival games, silence isn't safety. It is just a ticking clock before the next betrayal. In the darkness downstairs, room 1 was opened from the inside. Yawning and feeling a bit thirsty, Levin Mace groped his way through the dark, guided by the dim light in the distance, made it to the living room and went into the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Passing the stairs on his way back to his room, a tattered black trash bag suddenly drifted out from the darkness and landed by his feet. Why does this trash bag look so familiar? As Levin Mace pondered in confusion, a blade was already silently suspended at his throat. In the darkness, a splash of bright red bloomed. The blond man's eyes widened, and he clutched his bleeding neck, unable to make a single sound. In an instant, an emerald green light erupted from the blond man's body, but before the light could even flare, a blade had already pierced his heart. The blade then twisted with force, completely shredding the heart inside. Blood stained the floor. Q-Fan gently placed the corpse on the ground, stepped on the man's face still frozen in a look of resentful rage, and watched the blood slowly drip from the blade in his hand. Tonight, no one is destined to sleep. In the dim corridor, Q-Fan picked up Levin Mace's corpse and brought it to the door of room 1, using the dead man's palm to open the door. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the door to room 12 slowly opened from within. A figure flashed out and silently headed downstairs. Back at the scene, the red-eyed Q-Fan used analysis to completely hide the bloodstains on the floor. After setting everything up, he bypassed rooms 2 and 3, climbed the stairs, and like a ghost, silently reached the door of room 12, using analysis to fade his figure into the darkness. Time passed slowly until it was exactly 11 o'clock. Q-Fan moved in the dark. He took a few steps to the door of room 11 and tapped lightly on it. A moment later, the door cracked open. Who is it? Seeing the occupant was so cautious, the red-eyed Q-fan didn't bother to reply, decisively kicking the door open to reveal Xu Shi standing behind it with a panicked expression. The moment the door swung open, a blade was already right before Xu Shi's face, slashing toward his throat. However, the expected spray of blood did not appear. Red-eyed Q-fan looked at the other in astonishment, only to see that the panic on the boy's face, who had narrowly dodged the strike, had vanished, replaced by a look of curious appraisal. Q-fan had not expected that his specifically targeted strike against a novice would miss. He had to remember he had now successfully analyzed Han Jiking's high-tier brawler ability. Having failed the first strike, he assumed it was just beginner's luck. With a flicker of movement, he swung the blade again, aiming straight for the boy's neck. There was no one else here. Shedding his facade, Xu Shi simply chuckled, curiously observing this Q-fan who had actually come back from the dead, while simultaneously using agile footwork combined with insight into weaknesses to dodge the fatal attacks. Insight into weaknesses allowed him not only to spot the enemy's flaws but also to see through the trajectory of every single one of his movements. And so, in the cramped room, the two shifted and moved, one hacking and one dodging, locked in intense stalemate. Red-eyed Q-fan appeared to be pressing Xu Shi hard, but in reality, over the mere 3 seconds since the fight began, he had swung his blade over a dozen times without even cutting a single strand of the boy's hair. After the 20th strike still failed to connect, red-eyed Q-fan began to panic, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was roaring internally. What on earth is going on? Isn't this kid just a useless novice brawler? What is this movement technique? Just once, let me land a single hit. Just one, you bastard. Growing increasingly agitated, the red-eyed Q-fan fought with more desperation. At such close range, Xu Shi could even see the red in his eyes deepening. Monotonous attack patterns, stiff and inflexible footwork, red eyes born of haste and pressure, and reaction times that are always half a beat behind. It seems your heart isn't in this at all. Upon hearing the boy's words, red-eyed Q-fan's eyes widened, and he swung his blade even more frantically. But Xu Shi didn't stop there. You didn't use fire, which means your ability only allows for one analysis at a time. If so, why risk your life to analyze Han Jiking's ability? However, the only reply Xu Shi received was the increasingly wild swings of the blade. Seeing this, the playful look on Xu Shi's face vanished instantly. It seems you no longer have any intelligence value. Xu Shi paused, then took a deep breath. Red-eyed Q-fan seemed to realize what the other was about to do. His breathing grew rapid, veins bulged on his arms, and his blade swinging speed increased even more. Yet, it proved to be completely meaningless. Flash and dodge. Red-eyed Q-fan lost his target in the blink of an eye, and immediately after, he heard the boy's plea for help from behind him. "Oh God, help! That Q guy has come back from the dead. Someone help!" Bang! In an instant, several violent door-opening sounds rang out in the corridor. Within 3 seconds, the first to arrive at the sound was Han Jiking, who lived in room 8 on the same floor. The moment Han Jiking pushed her door open, she saw the red-eyed Q-fan, who had completely lost his composure, chasing Xu Shi out of the room. Even she couldn't help but freeze for a moment upon seeing the resurrected Q-fan. Xu Shi felt speechless. He was the one being chased and hacked at. Why was she the one freezing up? He immediately shouted. That cry for help did indeed bring Han Jiting back to her senses. She stepped forward and rushed straight toward the red-eyed Q-fan. Seeing that the opponent held a blade, a short sword appeared in her hand out of thin air in the next moment. The distance between the three closed rapidly. Han Jiking suddenly shouted, "Kid, get down." Understanding immediately, Xu Shi performed a forward roll. The next moment, Han Jiking's short sword clashed head-on with the red-eyed Q-fan's blade. Forced to stop his pursuit, the red-eyed Q-fan glared fiercely at the boy hiding behind Han Jiking, grinding his teeth in fury. "Who are you glaring at?" Seeing that the enemy dared to be distracted while clashing blades with her, Han Jiking immediately delivered a heavy knee strike to his stomach. Searing with pain, the red-eyed Q-fan felt stomach acid rise to his throat. Just as he wanted to retreat, the short sword-wielding Han Jiting pressed in step by step, forcing him to engage while his movements were slightly compromised. The result was that even though the red-eyed Q-fan had analyzed her ability, he was still being soundly beaten by Han Jiking in a frontal confrontation. During their struggle, the others arrived one after another. But the two were locked so tightly in combat that the others found no opening to intervene, fearing they might do more harm than good. Fortunately, Looking at the situation, Han Jiking already held an absolute advantage, and the wounds on the red-eyed Q fan were steadily increasing. The outcome was only a matter of time. These two are truly fierce. Ji Lang couldn't help but exclaim, by the way, how is this person alive again? Didn't you all say he was dead for sure? Stanley shook his head, unclear, but we were all there at the time and he was definitely dead. Perhaps he has some secret card we don't know about. As everyone chatted, Xushi keenly noticed that one person was missing from the crowd. Some time had passed since he shouted for help, yet the healer was still nowhere to be seen. Based on the fact that Q-Fan specifically chose him to attack first, one could surmise that he originally intended to pick off the easiest targets. So what if he wasn't the first intended target? After all, Q-Fan's original corpse was dumped downstairs, and if he remembered correctly, that healer lived in room 1 downstairs. Q-Fan is failing because he relies on borrowed strength rather than tactical intelligence. By exposing the healer's likely death, the story shifts from a simple slasher trope to a classic prisoner's dilemma where information is the only real weapon. Stanley watched the two figures locked in combat and let out a sigh of relief. It seems the outcome is decided. Ms. Han, if possible, please spare his life for now. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Han Jiking suddenly crouched down and swept her right leg against her opponent's stance. The red-eyed Q-Fan did not anticipate this change in tactics and was caught off guard, losing his balance and crashing to the floor. Just as he tried to roll away, a short blade pierced his calf with surgical precision, pinning the muscle tissue deep into the floorboards. Ah! The red-eyed Q-Fan cried out in pain. Seizing the moment, Han Jiking lunged forward, grabbed the wrist holding the knife, and wrenched it in the opposite direction, forcing the blade from his hand. Before the red-eyed Q-Fan could react, she caught his other hand and gave his entire arm a violent tug, dislocating the shoulder instantly. Having finished, Han Jiking rose slowly, gathered her long black hair that had fallen over her chest during the fight, pinned it up at the back of her head, and clipped it with a hair clip that appeared out of thin air. The cramped corridor was filled only with the wails of the red-eyed Q-Fan. Gogang, also an advanced tier combat specialist, couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite being in the same tier, he had enough self-awareness to know where he stood in comparison. If this tier was subdivided, he would be a mere beginner, while the woman before him was already standing at the pinnacle, just a step away from a breakthrough. Gogang made a silent vow never to provoke this. Seeing that Q-Fan was no longer a threat, Han Jiking decisively left him for the others to deal with. It is all yours. She was good at fighting, but she had never liked things that required too much thinking. Seeing the target immobilized, Ji Lang flashed before the red-eyed Q-Fan, crouched down and slapped him across the face. That will teach you to try and burn your elders. Ignoring the pain, the red-eyed Q-Fan lunged to bite at Ji Lang's hand as he reached out again. Ji Lang recoiled in fright, snapping his hand back. Good grief, are you a dog? Biting people as soon as you open your mouth. Speak. How on earth did you come back from the dead? Faced with Ji Lang's interrogation, the red-eyed Q-Fan paused for a moment before spitting directly into his face. Having anticipated this, Ji Lang moved like a gust of wind to avoid it, appearing at the man's side in a blink before landing another slap. You brat, trying to use the same old tricks I grew tired of years ago to ambush me? Tired of living, are you? Hurry up, are you going to talk or not? The red-eyed Q-Fan stayed silent, simply staring at Ji Lang with a cold sneer. Ji Lang's mouth twitched, and as if realizing something, his gaze drifted down the man's body until it locked to a specific area, a sinister smile creeping across his sunny face. Not talking, eh? You might want to think that over. The red-eyed Q-Fan followed his gaze, and his expression crumbled instantly. Suddenly, the red-eyed Q-Fan froze, then burst into a roar of laughter, a sound that was somehow gut-wrenching. Listening to the laughter, Xushi frowned, a sense of unease washing over him. In a blink, his sensory vision enveloped the red-eyed Q-Fan. A moment later, Xushi squinted. He could sense the life force within the man fading rapidly. Stanley, standing nearby, also noticed the anomaly and stepped forward, using his insight to scan the man's body. Before long, Stanley's brow furrowed deeper until he finally shook his head in frustration. It is useless. His vitality is draining away uncontrollably. There is no saving him now. Ji Lang, standing to the side, found he could no longer keep up with the other's train of thought. What is going on? He was just hopping around a moment ago. He even had the strength to bite me. Han Jiking stepped forward and asked, was I too heavy-handed? Stanley shook his head again. It is not your fault, Ms. Han. If my insight is correct, he was only experiencing a final burst of energy, not a true resurrection. For a moment, everyone could only watch helplessly as the red-eyed Q-fan laughed hysterically on the floor. A while later, the laughter began to fade. Finally, under their gaze, the light in Q-fan's eyes began to dim. At the very last moment, Q-fan stopped laughing and parted his trembling lips. I am not satisfied." The words were barely a whisper, yet they reached everyone's ears. The others didn't pay much mind, assuming he simply died with regrets. Only Xushi lingered on those final words, remaining silent at the back of the crowd. At that moment, Wu Qilin squeezed forward and said, all right, everyone move aside." "What are you doing?" Jilang asked. "Cremating him, of course. I do not want him to have another sudden burst of energy," Wu Qilin replied matter-of-factly. The group was speechless but silently made room. Flames engulfed the body, and within moments, only a pile of charred ashes remained. Wu Qilin clapped her hands. "Okay, done." It was only then that Xushi spoke up. "By the way, where is that doctor?" Hearing the boy's question, the group fell into a stunned silence. Once they reached the floor below, they discovered a large trail of blood that had previously been hidden by analysis, and it led all the way to room 1. Edson tried to open the door, but the handle wouldn't budge and there was no response to his knocking. Stanley sighed softly. "It seems Mr. Mace has departed for bliss." Xushi cast an odd look at the hulking man. Why didn't he just say the guy went to work as a gatekeeper for Satan? After cleaning up the remaining blood, everyone returned to their rooms. At this point, few cared about who the keeper was, wanting only a good night's rest. Assuming that is what everyone was thinking. Deep into the night, the time neared midnight. In the silent corridor, the door to room 1 opened slowly, and a stealthy figure crept out. After stepping out, Miko Tajima scanned the hallway warily, and upon confirming no one was there, she let out a silent, cold laugh and tiptoed toward the end of the first floor, where the cottage entryway was located. As her hands grasped the handle of the main door, Miko Tajima couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she had won this opening act. She twisted the handle and pushed outward. The door did not budge. "What is going on?" Tajima refused to believe it, twisting the handle a few more times, yet the door showed no sign of opening. She started to panic, stomping her feet. "Impossible! It is clearly midnight. Why can't she leave?" "Curious, isn't it? Why do you think that is?" From the darkness, a voice caused Miko Tajima to freeze in her tracks. 対比主的質資料典型的構造者偏差ダムズ同意規定くくる略量層素子的マサ策略細工的副本中人難眼内的当選素大王だぜ狩猟者最後な非物精神神不知的は
Click, click, click. Stop twisting it. Even if you break the handle, you still won't be able to get out. Biting her lip, Miko Jima turned around, her body trembling slightly. She was shaking with rage. Gone was the signature smile Miko Tajima usually wore. In its place was a look of endless resentment as she stared fixedly at the dim corridor. Who exactly is it? Xu Shi, hidden in the shadows, was in no rush to step out. He waited a moment longer until a system notification appeared. Congratulations on successfully catching the secret keeper. Today's clue has been released. Seeing this message, Xu Shi finally confirmed that his hypothesis was correct. With a single step, Xu Shai emerged from the shadows. Seeing the person appear, Miko Tajima widened her eyes in disbelief. How could it be you? How could... Before she could finish, Tsushi cut her off. Shh, let's keep our voices down. Ma'am, you wouldn't want anyone else to find us, would you? Fine. Since I can't leave anyway, let's talk openly. Miko Tajima forced herself to remain calm, her voice barely steady. So you were the one who caught me. Why? My presence was minimal from the start. And how on earth did you bypass the truth rules? Tsushi smiled and simply sat down cross-legged on the spot. Ma'am, you have too many questions. Let's take them one by one. Don't worry, everyone else is fast asleep. We have plenty of time. Miko Tojima's mouth twitched, but she sat down slowly across from him and asked the question that mattered most. Alright, can you tell me now how you managed to trick the truth? Unknowingly, the tone of Miko Tojima's voice softened. There was no helping it. She truly couldn't see through the young man before her. Xushi was not surprised by this question. It is simple. It's because I was telling the truth the whole time. That is impossible. Are you trying to tell me that until now, you have just been an honest guy with beginner-level combat skills? She exclaimed in a panic. Why is that impossible? As long as I believe in myself, everything I say is the truth. From beginning to end, Xushi had never lied. Whether it was about the beginner-level combat skills or that remark about being an honest guy, as long as he fooled himself and believed in his identity, everything he said became fact. That is the power of the deceiver. The rules of the world can be fooled just like that. But Miko Tajima clearly didn't understand. What is that supposed to mean? Tsushi didn't plan to explain further. He just waved his hand and said next. How did you catch me? I should have been perfectly hidden. What you think is just what you think, Tsushi laughed. Still, compared to the others, you were well hidden indeed. You used Q-Fan from the very beginning to keep yourself out of everyone's sight. If you hadn't run into me, you might have actually won this prologue. But it is a pity. Tsushi paused and looked her straight in the face. It is a pity that you are too greedy. If I am not mistaken, that guy named Q has been under your control one way or another since breakfast, right? Miko Tajima admitted it freely. Yes, but I randomly drugged the second set of meals. It was just his bad luck. You faked being cornered and attacked, when in reality you had ducked into room 12, and then you controlled Q-Fan to hide in your room, making everyone think Q-Fan had committed the crime and fled into room 12. But if one thought about the plan carefully in light of his attack style, it is impossible that no traces were left in that hallway. Then you took the opportunity to have him analyze the fire mage's abilities and seriously injure 2 people. That was when your greed kicked in. Perhaps you were too caught up in your puppet master schemes, or maybe you just have a killer's heart. You even wanted to take us all out using Wu Qiulin's abilities. Maybe you thought that even if you couldn't take us all down, you could still severely wound a few more. But you didn't expect Han Jikin to ambush and kill him at close range. Right before Q-Fan died, you had him analyze Han Jikin's combat skills. As for what followed, making Q-Fan briefly rise from the dead, that must be related to your alchemy profession, right? Of course, you don't need to answer. I have no interest. And then you plan to use him to cause chaos later tonight, so that no one would have the spare time to connect the first missing person to being the secret keeper. And the resurrected Q-Fan's first target would likely have been the doctor who happened to be passing through the hallway. Once you controlled him to kill the doctor, you could have used the corpse to open room 1, allowing you to move from the upper floor to the lower one. However, when you came out of room 12, I had already spotted you. Then, once you hid in room 1, you again controlled Q-Fan to cause more chaos, and your second target was, naturally, the newbie of the group me. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong person. At this, even Shushi couldn't help but laugh out loud, then continued slowly. But technically, you did achieve your goal. That comment Q-Fan made before dying was just a burst of frustration after briefly breaking free of your control. You certainly are confident, planning to run away tonight, as soon as you became the secret keeper. Listening to the young man's deduction, Miko Tajima felt a chill run down the back of her neck. After a moment of silence, she finally let out a helpless, self-deprecating laugh. Yes, everything is just as you said. Xi clapped his hands gently. Good. That's 3 questions. Just pay me 3 king-tier pills. A mirror-breaking pill, an antidote, and a king's poison. Of course, if you want to add a tip, a Marquis-tier beauty pill would be even better. Miko Tajima? Miko Tajima was stunned. Just as she was about to lash out, a dagger flashed from the shadows, piercing precisely through the ornament hanging from her waist, a sachet. Also, put away your charm scent. Although I like big chests, I don't like older women, thank you. Seeing her secret move exposed, Miko Tajima's face turned grim, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. I can give you the antidote, the king's poison, and a beauty pill, but I only have the Marquis tier ones, and besides, I only asked 2. Before she finished, clack. Another dagger appeared out of thin air and stabbed into the ground beside her foot. She trembled, her thigh grazing the cold blade. Feeling a chill in her heart, she had no choice but to admit defeat. It's nothing. Everything you want, I will give you. The next moment, 4 pills appeared out of thin air in her palm. Before she could even hand them over, the pills vanished from her palm in the blink of an eye. Xu Shi, having returned to his original position with a quick maneuver, sensed the ingredients of the pills, confirmed they were correct, and tucked them away into his virtual inventory. This game is realistic in every way, except that killing a player doesn't make their inventory lootable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to waste time here talking to her. A moment later, Miko Tajima spoke cautiously. We both know this is just the game's prologue. We have no idea what it's like outside. If possible, why don't we team up? As she spoke, she intentionally let the strap of her dress slip off her right shoulder, revealing half of the black lace lingerie underneath. Besides, we have to stay here for another 2 days. If you don't mind, Mr. Xu, I could stay in your room to keep you. Before she could finish, Miko Tajima looked down to see a dagger embedded in her throat, her face filled with shock. Before falling, she faintly heard the young man's final words. "I told you I don't like older women." The protagonist demonstrates that information asymmetry is the ultimate weapon. By weaponizing his own psychology to bypass the truth rules, he proves that absolute belief is the most effective form of deception in high-stakes social deduction games. After disposing of Miko Tajima's body, Sushi returned to his room without making a sound. Well-educated as he was, he knew killing was wrong. But within the game, while the bodies remained, the victims didn't truly die in reality. It was simply a matter of paying the price of admission. After all, those gods wouldn't want their chess pieces to dwindle away. But if the price was the same as this round, then losing and being kicked out would be a total waste of time. Lying on his bed, Sushai immersed his mind and opened the virtual panel. Just as he was about to check the clues he had obtained, the panel refreshed and updated. Reading through the newly refreshed rules for the day, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Rules have been reset. Current world rule: zero gravity. Zero gravity inside the cabin, excluding each player's private room. All public areas will become zero gravity zones. To Sushi, the world rule that refreshed today seemed quite mundane, but it was the line below that really caught him off guard. Please note, you have been selected as the secret keeper. If you are not caught by other players by midnight, you may choose to leave the cabin early. The daily clue will be issued at 12 o'clock. Sushi couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected to be chosen as the secret keeper so quickly in the second round. It seemed the situation was looking very favorable for him. After understanding the rules, he entered his inventory and took out the issued clue. The next moment, a white card appeared out of thin air in his hand. Flipping it over, he could see a black human figure drawn at the top, and a round, fruit-like shape at the bottom. Sushi pondered it for a long time, guessing it was something like a peach or an apple. The next morning, as soon as Sushi stepped out of his room, he immediately felt the peculiar state caused by the zero-gravity rule. After fumbling in the air for a while, he got used to the state, pushing off the walls to glide down the stairs. Down in the living room, Sushai immediately spotted Ji Lang flying rapidly through the air. The other man was moving ridiculously fast in zero gravity. Even Sushi could only catch a blur of his motion. But once he remembered that this guy's class was Wind Walker, he felt relieved. "Hey you! Stop zipping around or my head! You're making me dizzy!" Bai Qi, who was watching TV, couldn't help but complain. Ji Lang didn't even stop, his defiant laughter echoing from the blur. "Haha, I feel like it. What are you gonna do about it?" Clearly, in this zero-gravity state, someone was getting a bit carried away. But Sushai hadn't forgotten that the auntie in front of him had the class of psychokinetic. Sure enough, hearing that tone, Bai Qi's face darkened instantly. She raised her hand toward the flickering figure above and slammed it down through the air. In an instant, Ji Lang, who was flying at high speed, felt his body uncontrollably plummet, slamming face first into the floor with a crash. Bang! Having dealt with the annoying fly, Bai Qi snorted and turned back to the TV, but she didn't remove the psychokinetic force pinning him down. Ji Lang, who had been trying to get up and fight back, realized he couldn't move at all, and could only lay face down on the floor, grumbling muffled sounds. As for the bickering between the two, everyone else in the living room had reached a point where they could simply ignore it. Sushi smiled. Today's gravity rule really suited both of their abilities, but it was clear the auntie's was more formidable. After all, in a state of zero gravity, telekinesis could be exerted without having to bear the original weight of objects at all. It wasn't until Edson came out of the kitchen to call everyone for breakfast that Bai Qi released the psychokinetic hold on the guy. Ji Lang learned his lesson and didn't dare to provoke her again. In the zero-gravity state, Chushi was still wondering how to eat this meal. Fortunately, Bai Qi used her telekinesis to stabilize the food floating in the air, allowing everyone to sit down and eat. However, there were two exceptions. Sushi was a bit surprised by the auntie's behavior. Compared to yesterday, she was acting much more proactive today. Then, seeing the faint smile hanging on the corner of Bai Qi's mouth, he realized that this woman was just showing off her ability. Living under someone else's roof, Sushi knew exactly what to say. "Sister Bai, you look so beautiful when you smile today." What's that phrase again? Oh, right. Stunning as a fairy. Did something good happen today, Sister Bai? Bai Qi set down her milk, glanced at the boy beside her, and met his clear, earnest eyes. The boy didn't say anything, but Sushi clearly noticed the smile on the auntie's face deepen. A moment later, a breakfast plate floated gently onto the table in front of him. "Thank you, Sister Bai." Baiki simply nodded lightly. Watching this from afar, Jilang felt like he had been isolated. But soon, he waved his hand, creating a gust of wind to snatch a portion of food floating in the air. Just as he controlled the force of the wind to let the food drift slowly toward him, the food that had been floating a second ago suddenly froze in place. No matter how he pushed with his wind, the food stayed stuck there, completely immobile. After the meal, unlike the chaotic mess of yesterday, today the cabin was clearly much more peaceful. Everyone was doing their own thing, seemingly forgetting all about the secret keeper business. Sushi wasn't surprised at all. Except for those who died yesterday, the remaining people clearly weren't the aggressive type, or rather weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. The only one who seemed clever, Stanley, was currently in a zen-like, indifferent state. Moreover, this was just the prologue of the game. Most people here weren't participating in a game of this level for the first time. In these early stages, the clues given weren't usually that critical, so there was no need to get battered and bruised for them. The risk was too high. With no clues, you just spend a bit more time later. But if you get injured, even if you have clues, it's hard to say if you can compete with others. A peaceful day was spent by Sushi just going with the flow. At midnight that night, the rules reset once again. Sushi stood in the shadows of the foyer, quietly waiting for something. A moment later, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have successfully hidden your identity as the secret keeper. The daily clue has been issued. Please check your inventory. Given your successful concealment, you may choose whether to leave the cabin. Time limit, 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Once the countdown ends, you will no longer be able to leave the cabin at this time." After reading the information, Sushi immediately took out the issued clue. The second clue was also a card. Turning it over, it had two mirror-imaged 7s drawn on it, and below the 7s was the number 12. Putting the card back into his inventory, the boy gently turned the door handle, stepped out, and vanished into the portal. Player Sushi has left the cabin early. Sushi excels by mastering the social dynamics of the game rather than just combat. By flattering Baiki, he exploits the ego of a powerful player to gain an advantage, proving that emotional intelligence is a high-stakes survival skill in this setting. Under the bright moon inside a pitch-black, silent forest, a portal suddenly appeared, and the figure of a young man stepped out from it. After Sushi emerged, the portal behind him dimmed until it vanished completely. Sushi looked up, where a corner of the bright moon peeked out from behind the clouds at the edge of the sky. It seems the time here is synchronized with the cabin. Guided by the faint moonlight, he scanned the surroundings and finally set his route toward a mountain peak to his right. Wasting no time, Sushi immediately activated his sensory vision, then flashed into the woods, moving swiftly and covering distance under the cover of night. The moment he stepped onto the summit, the morning glow shone upon the young man's youthful yet determined face, with rays of light stretching across the horizon. The climb took longer than Sushi had anticipated, but the sight before him confirmed that he had chosen the right path. In the distance, atop another mountain peak, a giant figure that blotted out the sun sat cross-legged, back to the morning sun, appearing like a massive shadow from afar. At the same time, Sushi felt a stir from the clue in his backpack. When he pulled out the first card that had triggered the reaction, it pulsed incessantly toward the giant mountain in the distance. Sushi smiled, tucked the card away, and looked at the scenery below the peak, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. Under the morning glow atop the mountain peak, the young man leaped. The biting gale stung Sushi's face. Seeing the distance to the ground closing rapidly, Sushi adjusted his posture mid-fall and whipped out a leg kick. In an instant, an upward tornado lifted Sushi, not throwing him away, but pinning him above the eye of the storm. He swept across the forest at high speed, tearing trees out of the ground in his wake. A moment later, some players in the forest below seemed to notice something and looked back sharply. Seeing the sudden tornado, the other players in the woods cursed in unison and quickly cleared its path, fearful of being caught in it. Unlike the panic below, Sushi, sitting cross-legged at the eye of the storm, found it incredibly exhilarating. Even he hadn't expected the storm leg to have such power when combined with the falling wind. It truly lives up to its status as a high-tier rare class ability. The environmental potential is just too high. While traveling, Sushi sensed some players in the forest below. Most were like him, having left the cabins early, though there weren't many, at least not within his detection range. He wasn't sure how many cabins like theirs existed, but there couldn't be more than 5. Because in a royal level game, the maximum player capacity is 60. With the tornado carving a path, Xushai felt the giant mountain was already within reach. At the same time, he could feel the power of the tornado beneath him fading, and it was soon to dissipate. He decisively manipulated the wind to lower himself to the ground. The tornado that had swept through half the forest dissipated with a roar, leaving behind a trail of utter devastation. The moment Sushi landed, a cold gleam flashed in the forest to his left, cutting through the air straight toward the young man's head. However, it was all within his range of perception. With a light tap of his toe, the young man's figure vanished instantly. The stray arrow pierced through the air and embedded itself deeply into a nearby tree trunk. In the woods, the man hiding behind a thick trunk stared in disbelief at the sight. Suddenly, a chill descended from behind him. Before he'd react, a large hand clamped onto the back of his neck and slammed his face into the tree trunk. Back. He felt dizzy and disoriented from the impact. The next moment, a whisper reached his ear. "I told you, you started it. I'm a person who advocates for peace and cooperation. It would be wonderful if you were willing to share your clues with me." Realizing he was no match, he immediately took the card from his backpack and tossed it to the other. Soon he felt the hand on his neck release. Lingering in fear, he turned back only to find no one there. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a cold flash crossed the forest not far away. In the woods, Xushi walked out slowly, reached the corpse whose head had been blasted by the spear, and pulled out his weapon, turbid white, which was embedded in the tree trunk. He shook his head while looking at the fallen body. "I wonder why you couldn't dodge an attack with that much power behind it. An eye for an eye." He had originally planned to let the guy go if he managed to dodge it, but it seemed the fellow wasn't very lucky. Sensing others approaching, Xushai stowed away the bloodied turbid white and quickly slipped back into the forest. While traveling, he checked the clue he had taken from the man, but unfortunately, it was exactly the same giant-related card as his first one. Running and pausing, he traveled for who knows how long until the sun was overhead, and Xushi finally arrived at the foot of the giant mountain. He looked up and saw that many people had already begun the climb. After a moment of thought, Xushi retrieved turbid white from his bag and engraved a shift mark onto it. Shift was a skill he had extorted from someone with the space-time traveler class, and it was one of his favorites. When used purely on himself, it only allowed for short-distance relocation within a certain range, but by engraving the mark to an object, it could act on that object instead, enabling point-to-point displacement. Unfortunately, the mark was one-time use, and it consumed 5 times the mental energy compared to using shift on himself. Xushi rarely used this move, but at this critical juncture, it was his best choice to save stamina. After confirming the mark was correct, Xushi took his stance, gripped the spear, unleashed his zenith-level wrist strength, and hurled it forcefully toward the mountain face above. Whoosh! The players climbing the mountain felt an astonishing force rise quickly from below, and soon a meteor-like cold light flashed before their eyes. The spear thrown by the boy whistled like a meteor from bottom to top toward the summit. Finally, well past the halfway point, the spear drove itself deep into the mountain face. As loose stones tumbled, under the gaze of others, the young man suddenly appeared in mid-air above the embedded spear, standing lightly on the shaft like a feather. The players climbing below couldn't help but gasp. "Oh my god, you can play like that? That's insane." "Fuck. I'm reporting this. Someone is cheating." A spatial displacement class, huh? He looks so young. Did that boy really throw that spear? How is that possible? That force is something a young lad like that couldn't possibly possess. Huh? Isn't that Sushi? How has he become so much stronger? Amidst the chatter of other players, Sushi didn't choose to take the mountain path like the rest, opting instead to climb up along the cliffside, all the way to the summit. Sushi demonstrates a masterclass in risk management by leveraging environment-based skills over brute force. His tactical use of spatial displacement isn't just power, it is a psychological weapon that destabilizes opponents' morale before the real climb even begins. At the edge of the summit, a hand reached up from beneath the cliff, gripping the corner. With a bit of effort, Xushi pulled himself up. At the same moment, a system notification popped up right behind it. Player attention, you have entered the map fragment, Peak of the King. Dusting off his trousers, Xushi looked up to survey his surroundings before walking forward. Parting the grass as he went, Xushi headed toward the point on the summit where the crowd was most dense, as indicated by his perception. As he walked, a snowflake landed on his shoulder. Sushi looked up. Without him noticing, it had started to snow on the mountain peak. That is strange. When he finally pushed aside the last patch of grass and stepped into the view of the other players, the scene before him was nothing short of staggering. In the distance, snow-covered stairs stretched all the way up to where a massive, dilapidated throne sat. The giant figure Sushi had spotted from afar was sitting on that ruined throne. He was muscular and his bare torso was covered in gruesome scars. He wore nothing but a grass skirt around his waist. To the right of the throne lay a massive wooden club, and to the left, an apple tree with a rather unique art style was planted. The giant on the throne had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, yet even from this distance, Sushi could feel an invisible pressure radiating from him. Shifting his gaze back to the snow-covered stairs, a few scattered red spots caught his eye. Then he glanced at the wooden club next to the giant. As expected, there were a few red spots on it as well. Combined with the players nearby who were just watching, afraid to move forward, Sushi deduced that a few players must have awakened the giant one after another recently, only to be smashed into bloody pulp by that club. The spots were too scattered to have been from a single group attacking at once. Sushi took the clue card out of his backpack again, and saw that the fruit pattern beneath the figure was blinking faintly. He looked again at the apple tree beside the giant. Strangely, despite the snowing weather, the tree wasn't covered in white, but there was no doubt that the apples were the key clue to clearing the stage. However, Sushi had not yet seen the giant in action. With incomplete information, he couldn't afford to be reckless, especially with other players watching. He didn't believe these people were well-intentioned, and even if he managed to grab an apple, he risked being robbed afterward. So he stood on the periphery with the other players, quietly waiting for the next person to test the waters. Just then, a man standing not far from Sushi shouted toward him, "Hey kid, why not go up and give it a try? Cowards don't last long in this game." Sushi kept his eyes fixed on the sleeping giant, replying nonchalantly, "No need to trouble yourself, old man. I am a coward, true enough. Since you're so capable, why don't you go up and grab an apple? It would be a great favor to an inexperienced youth like me." Seeing the young man unmoved, the man snorted with ill intent and stopped talking. Others hadn't seen the giant fight, but he had arrived early and witnessed it. The giant's strength was far beyond what he could handle. Going up there was suicide, so it was better to play the bandit on the sidelines. While waiting, in addition to observing the giant, Sushi used his perception to secretly observe the players around him. Including himself, there were 6 people on the summit. First was the man closest to him who had shouted at him earlier. He was bloated with a large belly, clearly a useless loafer who over-relied on his class abilities. He expanded his perception, a tall man in a black suit, wearing a stiff face as if everyone owed him money. A middle-aged man in camouflage with a beret, a visible scar on his face, and a fierce look in his eyes. An intellectual-looking person with a school bag, appearing utterly ordinary except for the black goggles on their face. A woman wearing a winter jacket over a black bodysuit, sitting on a leveled stone. She had a great figure, comparable to that Hanjikin he had seen in the wooden cabin. And a knight in silver armor. What is this, a movie set? However, when Sushi used perception to look inside the armor, he realized it was empty. The crowd didn't have to wait long before the next climber appeared. The pot-bellied loafer shouted at the newcomer, "Hey, new guy, you dare to go up and try?" Sushi used his perception. It was a lean-faced man in casual clothes wearing rectangular glasses. Hearing the pot-bellied man, the bespectacled man shot him a look of disdain, said nothing, and stood silently on the periphery to observe for a long time. After a long while, Sushi perceived the man suddenly pluck a few hairs from his thick bangs and flick them gently forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the strands of hair suddenly expanded and transformed in mid-air, some turning into falcons, others hitting the ground and becoming snakes or rodents, all charging toward the distant apple tree at incredible speed. The man with the glasses watched this, a cold smirk on his lips. Seeing this, others grew uneasy. No one expected the bespectacled man to be a beast tamer. Sushi watched the trick of turning hair into beasts. If he remembered correctly, that was one of the beast tamer's abilities, beast storage. An ability that allows the user to carry tamed creatures by incorporating them into their own body. The fastest falcon left a streak in the air, closing the distance to the apple tree rapidly. The bespectacled man was secretly pleased, but just as he thought victory was in hand, the giant on the throne abruptly opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a terrifying pressure swept outward. At the same time, the falcon soaring through the air suddenly stuttered, its wings freezing as if jammed, and it plummeted to the ground uncontrollably. The massive swarm of snakes and rodents speeding along the ground also collapsed dead. With just a single glance, the giant had instantly killed every beast the man had released. Seeing the ants that had scurried into his yard all dead, the giant cast another menacing glance at the crowd on the periphery, as if to warn them, before slowly closing his heavy eyelids again. Sushi narrowed his eyes. It seems this guy is not someone to be challenged head-on. On the other side, the bespectacled man, having synchronously felt the terror of his beasts at the moment of their death, staggered back and fell. He sat stunned for a while before slowly getting up, wanting to pull more hair in desperation, but his hand froze in mid-air. He was scared, or more accurately, the other beasts residing within him were scared. Seeing this, Sushi shook his head slightly. While beast tamers have a high potential, their few flaws are fatal, such as the fact that if a beast encounters an unbeatable enemy and is too terrified to fight, that emotion indirectly affects the master. Just as Sushi was considering whether to continue observing, a surge of inexplicable, intense anger erupted from not far away. This scene perfectly captures the classic psychological phenomenon of vicarious fear. When the summoner's creatures panic, his own nervous system shuts down, illustrating how reliance on external power tools often creates a fatal single point of failure in high-stakes survival scenarios. Sushi looked back and saw a man in a red jacket walking slowly towards them along the mountain path. On the man's shoulders, a surge of near-tangible anger flickered slightly in the air. Upon seeing the rage emanating from the man, the pot-bellied man couldn't help but gasp, "Hey, a berserker!" The next moment, Ji Shusheng in his red jacket suddenly dashed in front of the pot-bellied man. Before he could react, a blood-red blade was already pressed against his throat. Ji Shusheng said coldly, "If you don't want to die, tell me the condition for clearing this level." The pot-bellied man was dripping with cold sweat. His class wasn't suited for melee combat, and now that a notorious berserker was holding a blade to his neck, he turned into a docile husky in an instant. "Oh, over there. Just pick the apple next to the giant's feet, and the level is cleared." Ji Shusheng looked where the man pointed, stared for a moment, then looked back. Seeing that the loser before him had lost all will to fight, he lost interest in using his blade. He gave him a kick to shove him aside and then strode directly toward the giant. Seeing his straightforward path, the other players' expressions grew intense. Sushi didn't look at him, simply using his perception to gauge this newly arrived rage-filled guy. As for why he didn't look, it was because he had heard a rumor outside. Someone on the street made eye contact with a passerby, who happened to be a berserker. The berserker took offense at the stare and pulled out a blade to hack the person to death on the spot. In Sushi's opinion, this rumor wasn't an exaggeration. The berserker class was inherently high risk. One could call it rare, or perhaps not. Unlike other classes, the berserker indirectly affects the owner's sanity. Those with a weak mind go insane soon after obtaining the class, run out onto the streets to attack people, and end up being executed on the spot. It is a class many possess but few survive. The anger emanating from the berserker in front of him was already nearing physical form. Sushi estimated he was on the verge of breaking through from high-rank peak to Grandmaster. Under the gazes of everyone looking on to see a show, Ji Shusheng stepped into the inner circle. As if sensing something, the giant on the throne suddenly opened its eyes. This time, Sushi saw a flicker of impatient fury in the giant's eyes. Feeling the pressure from the giant, the wisps of anger on Ji Shusheng's shoulders flared up intensely. The giant on the throne lowered its head slightly, peering down at another thief who had stepped into its yard. Seeing the rage erupting from the man, its fury grew. It picked up a wooden club beside it with a massive arm the size of a tall building and slowly raised it high. Suddenly, an even stronger, more brutal pressure locked onto Ji Shusheng. He looked up at the raised club, and his instincts told him there was no way he could dodge this strike. "On!" Ji Shusheng roared, unleashing his rage without reservation, temporarily dissipating the pressure weighing on him. As the rage spread to the blood blade in his hand, it suddenly sprayed out a mass of blood. The blood enveloped the entire blade, and when it cleared, the original blade had transformed into a great blood blade, more than twice its original size. Wielding the great blood blade, Ji Shusheng roared and dashed toward the giant like a red streak of light. The next moment, the giant on the throne swung the club down with a boom. The lightning-fast strike roared like thunder. The violent wind whipped up a sky full of snow, blocking everyone's vision. Not until the snowy mist slowly cleared could they see the battlefield. yet the expected blood splatter did not appear. Hey, no way. He actually took the hit. The pot-bellied man looked at the scene in disbelief. Beneath the club, Ji Shushing, wielding the great blood blade with a ferocious expression, had forced his way through the blow, but the ground crumbling beneath his feet revealed his dire predicament. Feeling the force from the club increase, Ji Shusheng stopped holding back. His eyes instantly turned crimson, but beneath the crazed look, a sliver of clarity remained. Activating his berserk ability, Ji Shusheng violently deflected the club, leaving a massive crater in the ground as he sprinted toward the giant again with explosive speed. Su Shi saw the giant on the throne pause slightly, as if surprised that its strike had actually been deflected by an ant. But quickly the giant's own eyes blazed with fury, and it swung the club down at the figure again. It was furious. Feeling the terrifying force coming from above, Ji Shushing had to change his momentum, stamping down hard to launch himself into the air, meeting the giant's second attack head-on. He knew he couldn't dodge the attack, so he had to seize the initiative before the giant could fully wind up its strike. Only then was there a chance to withstand it. Club and blade collided. Clang. The club, which hadn't reached full power, was deflected again by Ji Shushing, but he himself was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Before Ji Shushing could get up, a massive shadow covered him and the entire crater. It was the giant's third strike. Boom! The snowy mist rose once more, but this time a crimson light shimmered within it. As the mist cleared, a figure in crimson armor wielding a great blood blade stood in front of Ji Shushing, having taken the giant's third strike for him. Even Xu Shi was taken aback by the appearance of that entity that had materialized out of thin air. Not far away, the scarred man in camouflage uniform gasped, "That blade, it actually harbors a blade soul?" On the other side, the man with black goggles smirked. While the giant's club was held up by the blade soul, the silver knight who had been watching all along suddenly charged into the inner circle, moving at high speed toward the apple tree. Xu Shi, who had been perceiving everyone, narrowed his eyes and vanished from his spot right behind them. In an instant, another figure rushed into the inner circle, the woman who had already discarded her snow fur coat. The three people who had entered the inner circle rushed toward the apple tree from different directions. A roar filled with pressure erupted from the throne, and the three sprinting figures increased their speed even further. There was only one chance. The giant was thoroughly enraged. While its left hand continued to suppress Ji Shushing, it reached behind the throne and pulled out a morning star even larger than the club. The man in the black goggles on the periphery couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. The next moment, the giant swung the morning star violently toward the other three, the massive shockwave kicking up a gale. 机上的教師特性在心理学上税地防御性変更要禁止は既読種発行語義以降等々三大区区で C2 ラセアで清涼型剥離中低量語過労へと成功降りる計区国君.
As the blast of air swept through, Xushi's figure vanished into thin air. A split second later, a massive mace swung violently through the spot where he had just been standing. Missing its mark, the mace maintained its momentum, crashing straight toward the Silver Knight on the other side. With nowhere to dodge, the Silver Knight was forced to halt, popping a silver blade from its armored arm to meet the blow head-on. Clang! The blade collided with the mace, showering sparks into the air. However, after only a momentary pause, the mace swung again. The Silver Knight could no longer hold its ground and was sent flying like a shooting star. On the perimeter, the man with the black goggles watched with a grim face, powerless as his Silver Knight was knocked off the cliffside. In the inner circle, the mace that had struck the Silver Knight now swung toward the last remaining woman. Mayu Gaddafi, dressed in a black bodysuit, lightened her steps and began to glide directly across the snow. Seeing the mace approaching from her right, Mayu Gaddafi tapped the snow and vaulted into the air. In an instant, the mace swept through below her. Narrowly avoiding the strike, Mayu Gaddafi executed a 360-degree spin in midair and landed perfectly. Seeing his strikes dodged in succession by these two ants, the giant on the throne roared again. The mace immediately swung toward the blade soul, which was still struggling to hold up a wooden staff, knocking both the blade soul and Ji Shusheng out of the inner circle. The latter, sent flying toward the cliff edge, was saved when the incorporeal blade soul flew behind Ji Shusheng, pushing him just enough to steady his reeling form before retreating back into the blood-red broadsword held in Ji Shusheng's arms. Now with both hands free, the giant swung both weapons toward the two remaining figures in the inner circle. Xu Shi, being closest to the apple tree, naturally became the primary target of the larger mace. Sensing the terrifying pressure bearing down on him, Xu Shi used flash step to dodge the strike once again. But the giant seemed to have anticipated it. The mace paused for a split second in the air before lightning striking again toward the young man's new position. Just then, several more players climbed to the top of the mountain. Upon arrival, they saw two figures dodging the giant's massive, earth-shaking swings, especially the larger mace, which let out thunderous roars with every pass. The mountaintop was filled with the constant, deafening echo of thunderous cracks. As Xu Shi continued to use flash step, he finally closed the distance to the apple tree to about 200 meters. But he could clearly feel that each time he used flash step, the mace which seemed locked onto him grew faster, now striking exactly at the point where he had just landed. Compared to the earth-shattering chaos on Xu Shi's side, Mayukadafi felt the wooden staff swinging at her getting slower, as if the giant were slacking off. Little did she know, most of the giant's attention was fixed on the far more infuriating boy. And so, using his perception, Xu Shi watched as the woman, who had been 100 meters behind him, visibly surged ahead after another one of the giant's strikes. Xu Shi's mouth twitched, and he helplessly came to a halt. Hey, why did that kid stop? Is he looking to die? Amidst the crowd's gasps, a long, silvery spear suddenly appeared in the hands of the stationary Xu Shi. Whoosh! To his right, the mace returned, carrying a ferocious gale. With strides like the wind and steps rooted like nails, Xu Shi thrust his spear, turbid white, directly into the path of the mace, a piercing chill striking first, like a dragon emerging from the deep. Clang! The two collided. Against the massive mace, Xu Shi looked like a speck of dust, and his spear like a mere splinter. Despite this, not a single step of Xu Shi's stance retreated. And where the spear tip pressed against the mace, the metal visibly buckled under the audience's eyes. With a burst of effort, Xu Shi deflected it with a thrust. The mace was sent reeling, trapped in a momentary stalemate. In an instant, Xu Shi held nothing back and unleashed all 5 skills at once. A surge of rage exploded from the boy wrath. Clarity instantly restored his focus, nimble footwork augmented by storm kick, and flash step saw him vanish from his spot. The next moment, Mayukada felt a violent gust of wind rushing from behind. She decisively whipped a thin cord from her sleeve, lashing it against the wind and dissipating the howling gale in an instant. She sensed something and snapped her head around, seeing a figure having already appeared within 100 meters of the apple tree. At the same time, a deafening roar erupted from the throne. On the throne, the giant retracted his wooden staff and hammered down with the mace toward the boy in a continuous barrage. Perceiving the horror of this strike, Xu Shi had no choice but to stop again. His eyes narrowed, and he spun around to deliver a sweep with the full force of wrath. The wooden staff was knocked aside, and the tip of turbid white clashed once more against the mace, spraying sparks everywhere. But soon, Xu Shi felt the groaning of turbid white in his hands under the crushing pressure of the mace. The Marcus-grade spear had finally reached its limit. With a helpless shake of his head, Xu Shi released his grip and vanished in a flicker of light. The next instant, left without support, turbid white was pulverized by the mace. But Xu Shi had already achieved his goal. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the reappearing youth took one final step into the inner circle of the apple tree. He actually got inside. Did that kid really make it through? Amidst the players' gasps, Xu Shi looked up at the giant on the throne, seeing it gnashing its teeth in fury, yet it no longer swung its weapons at him. Seeing this, Xu Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. He had guessed correctly. The giant would not attack those who entered the range of the apple tree, or more accurately, it would not attack the apple tree itself. This trial was harder than he had anticipated. Although he had estimated the giant's strength to be only at the Grandmaster rank before entering, its advantage in size was undeniable. Not to mention the mace, made of some unknown material, a Marcus-grade weapon like turbid white, couldn't even withstand 2 hits from it, placing the mace at least king-grade quality. If it weren't for the warning provided by the berserker's failure and his own peak-level marksmanship, he wouldn't have dared to meet the attacks head-on. The outcome of that head-on collision was clear. A Marcus-grade weapon lost, but the overall result was a success. The most crucial realization was that the giant couldn't seem to leave its throne. Even so, without even moving its lower body, every swing it took while sitting was potentially fatal. Just as Xu Shi was about to go up and investigate the apple tree, he felt a ripple behind him. He looked back to see the woman who had charged into the inner circle with him. Sushi wasn't surprised that she had made it in, since the giant had focused all its attention on him. If she couldn't even follow him, she would be truly incompetent. Sushi ignored her and walked toward the apple tree trunk, while keeping his perception active as a silent precaution. He didn't think she would make a move on him at a time like this. After all, he had just demonstrated his strength quite clearly. Besides, there was no need for them to fight over the fruit hanging from the tree. Mayuka Duffy watched the young figure under the tree. Though a flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes, she kept her distance, pulled her snowfolk tighter, and walked toward the other side of the apple tree. Sushi sacrificed a high-tier weapon to exploit the giant's restricted zone, a classic tactical trade-off. His survival hinges on calculating the boss's hitbox and behavioral constraints rather than pure brute force. With a flick of the thin rope in Mayu Gaddafi's hand, a plump bright red apple perfectly from the tree and into her grasp. After catching the apple, she glanced toward the other side, her mouth twitching slightly in spite of herself. Sushai, having climbed to the top of the tree, refused to give up after picking just one apple. He tried to pick more, only to find that the apples that had fallen so easily before now wouldn't budge an inch against his peak-level wrist strength. Still undeterred, Sushi jumped back to the ground and pulled a kitchen knife out of his backpack, one that still had the price tag on it. Mayu Gaddafi could vaguely make out the words "Made in China" on the label. Holding the knife, Sushi rehearsed his swing in place, then gripped it with both hands and slashed fiercely at the trunk of the apple tree. Rustle. Aside from shaking off a few leaves, the apples on the tree remained completely unmoved. Warning, warning. Players are requested to cease all attacks on the level transition object. Warning, warning. Seeing the system warning pop up, Sushai reluctantly put the kitchen knife away. He didn't understand. He was just hungry, so what was wrong with wanting to pick a few more apples to eat? He certainly didn't intend to chop down the tree just to keep others from passing the level. As he looked down at the apple in his hand, a line of virtual text popped up. Transition object acquired. Consuming it will automatically transport the player to the next map. How boring, he muttered. Sushi took a bite of the apple, and then, as if thinking of something, turned toward the giant. Utilizing his peak-level wrist strength, he hurled the half-eaten apple straight into the giant's mouth. Thwack. On the throne, the giant who had just closed his eyes suddenly felt something land in his mouth. He opened his eyes and locked onto the boy who was grinning at him. Just as he was about to lash out, he closed his mouth and realized it tasted sweet. The next moment, in the giant's eyes, the boy's figure vanished from where he stood. Hukaka, Yula Yula Baka. Teach, I'll spare you, little ant, for the sake of that sweetness. Hearing the giant speak, Mayu Gaddafi turned her head in confusion. In this game, all languages were usually translated into the common tongue, but this time, she couldn't understand what the giant was saying. She shook her head, took a bite of her own apple, and vanished from the spot. When his form solidified once more, a roaring, turbulent sound echoed around Sushai's ears. Player, please note, you've entered the map fragment, Cliff of Bewilderment. Right now, what stood before Sushi was a barren cliff, and in the distance, another cliff stood facing the one he was currently on. Sushi slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, a mountain breeze brushing against his face, bringing with it a chill. He lowered his head slightly to peer over the edge, but could only see thick clouds covering the depths not far below. He couldn't imagine just how high this cliff was, but one thing was certain: falling off meant game over. Retreating a few steps from the edge, Sushi began to observe the two cliffs. Judging by the map layout, the clue to finishing the level should involve getting to the other cliff. The problem was how to bridge the gap, which looked to be over 200 meters across, and whether that space contained the same kind of obstacles as the previous map. As he was pondering this, a ripple of energy suddenly appeared behind him. Sushi didn't even turn around. His perception had already identified the newcomer. Mayu Gaddafi had just arrived and saw the boy from before sitting cross-legged not far away. She had no intention of striking up a conversation, instead silently surveying her surroundings. But other than knowing the goal was likely to reach the other cliff, she had no clue how to proceed. She grew restless when she caught a glimpse of a card suddenly appearing in the hand of the boy who remained seated nearby. It was obvious he possessed a clue for the second map fragment, while she only had the clue from the last map, which was now useless. Having no leads, she chose to sit cross-legged a short distance behind him, waiting silently for his next move. Sushi didn't care what she was doing, as long as she didn't get too close to him. Looking down at the card in his hand, the two mirrored sevens on it flickered slightly, clearly representing the two cliffs he was currently observing. The key was the number 12 below the cliffs, which left him baffled. However, since the card offered such a clear numerical hint, it likely referred to time. After all, besides time, the only other notable feature here was the two cliffs. With that thought, he slowly stood up. If the clue pointed to time, then 12 could only mean 12 p.m. or 12 a.m., and it was still a while before midnight. He decided to do some testing in the meantime. Just sitting around wasn't his style. After getting up, Xushi pulled out that kitchen knife with the tag again. This time he removed the tag completely and put it back in his backpack. Littering and tossing objects from high places in the real world would get you thrown in jail. He squatted down, used the tip of the knife to scratch a mark on the ground, then struck it hard with a sudden burst of force, picking out the larger shards from the crushed rock. After selecting a few, just as he was about to repeat his technique in the small hole he had created, his perception revealed the woman behind him slowly standing up. She took out a short blade and began copying his actions, etching circles into the ground while sneaking glances at him. She tried hitting it, but the ground didn't break. She tried etching some more, hit it again, and it still didn't break. Through his perception, he could see she was growing impatient. She struck the ground hard with the hilt of her blade, sending a spray of gravel flying his way. Does this woman have some kind of major problem? He thought to himself, but he didn't say anything. He had already spent too much energy and mental focus on the previous level, and now he needed to conserve his strength to avoid adding to his own troubles. So Xushi silently moved to another spot. And the woman, afraid of losing sight of his movements, moved along with him. With a helpless sigh, he had to use his perception to guard against any more gravel coming his way, while simultaneously picking up the rocks he had chosen and carving a movement-type mark onto them. He carved one about every 30 minutes. Behind him, Mayu Gaddafi watched as the boy piled up large stones and sat cross-legged, tinkering with them. She was curious and anxious at the same time. She looked down at the uneven, jagged rocks in front of her, wondering which step she had failed to follow. Without any other ideas, she simply sat down and began to recall the boy's previous action. For some reason, as soon as she closed her eyes, she thought of what he had done under the apple tree. Could it be that he is very hungry? After all, to pursue realism, players still experience hunger in the game, even if they can't actually die from it. That was why most players chose to stock up on food in their backpacks before entering. The game allowed for such non-essential utility items. The more Mayu Gaddafi thought about it, the more convinced she was that she had hit on the answer. She resolutely pulled some rations from her backpack, stood up, and slowly walked toward the boy. Sushi's methodical approach highlights a key gaming strategy. When the rules are ambiguous, treat the environment as a physics engine. By testing rock durability, he is essentially performing a stress test on game mechanics. Meanwhile, Mayu's attempt to mirror his actions without understanding the underlying logic perfectly illustrates the failure of cargo cult thinking, where imitating surface-level behavior won't yield the same results as grasping the core game design. After carving the second stone, Sushi's hand, reaching for the next one, paused in mid-air. He then changed direction, picked up a kitchen knife from the side, and slowly stood up. He turned around to look at the woman walking toward him from behind. "Is there something you need, miss?" Seeing the young man before her, flashing a friendly smile, Mayu Gaddafi felt a surge of joy. It seemed this one would be quite easy to talk to. She brought the rations she was holding to her chest and returned a smile that could likely capture the hearts of countless men. "I think I brought a bit too much food, and it's taking up space in my backpack. If you don't mind, would you like to try some?" After speaking, seeing that the distance between them was only about 10 meters, she timed it perfectly to stop walking and sit down right where she was. She arranged the food from her arms neatly on the ground. "Is there anything you'd like to eat? Burgers, sandwiches, bread, I have it all here." Xushi gave the woman a strange look, but sat back down anyway and pointed casually. "I'll have a burger then. Do you have any cola?" Mayu Gaddafi brightened up. "Of course I do." As she spoke, an unopened bottle of cola appeared in her hand. Accepting the burger and cola, she tossed over. Xushi used his perception to confirm the ingredients were safe. While unwrapping the burger, he said, "My name is Xushi, the she from Honest. Thanks for the treat, miss. You can just call me Xiaoxu." Having said that, he took a bite of the burger and a sip of the cola. It wasn't chilled, so the refreshment was mediocre at best. Alright, little brother Xiaoxu, I'm Mayu Gaddafi. If you don't mind, you can just call me Mayu. Seeing him give a light nod, Mayu Gaddafi smiled and continued. Would you mind telling me how old you are? I've never seen such a fresh-faced youth like you before, and the momentum you showed in the last map, deflecting that giant's mace with a single shot, was incredible. I wouldn't even dare to take it head-on. Come to think of it, I owe my clear of the last round to you. Not at all, clearing it was down to your own skill. Sushi smiled shyly and added, I'm 17 this year. Mayu Gaddafi covered her mouth in slight surprise. I thought you just had a youthful look, but you're actually a minor. To think you've already reached the imperial level at just 17. That's amazing. She must not have done much acting before. Xushi mentally critiqued the filler words in her tone. Just lucky, that's all. Xushi laughed. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the crushing defeat during his first time in the game, and the smile on his face stiffened for a fleeting moment before vanishing. Mayu Gaddafi didn't notice the young man's odd reaction. She gave him a thumbs up, looked up at the darkening sky and sighed. When I was 17, I was still just a shut-in at my school dormitory. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Mayu Gaddafi pointed to the pile of stones behind the boy. By the way, what were you doing with those stones just now? She waved her hand. Of course, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just purely curious. Xushi smiled and shook his head, picking up one of the stones he had already carved and tossing it to her. It's nothing, just a small craft we use where I'm from to pray for safety. The elders say that if you carve this mark onto a stone or tree and pray devoutly, the gods will watch over you and keep you safe. Oh really? Mayu Gaddafi took the stone and examined the carving, but aside from noticing that the mark looked quite nice, she couldn't make anything else of it. Just as she finished observing it and wanted to return it, Xushi smiled and shook his head. If you like it, Mayu, you can keep that one. Consider it a return gift for the food. Then I'll accept it without being too polite. As she tucked the stone away, and just as Mayu Gaddafi wanted to press the young man for more information, several energy fluctuations emanated from behind them quite abruptly. Waving a hand to pack away the food on the ground, Mayu Gaddafi and Sushi stood up slowly and looked at the figures slowly materializing. Sushi scanned the group, his gaze suddenly stopping when one familiar figure caught his attention. It was a girl wearing a cyberpunk-style midriff-bearing t-shirt, showing fair thighs under tight shorts, with a youthful face like a porcelain doll. The two locked eyes. Sushi could clearly see surprise flash in her eyes. She trotted over toward him and stopped right in front of him, her 5-foot-tall frame standing still. Sushi, so you got in early after all. I thought you'd been smashed into a meat patty by that giant. I wasted so much time grieving for you. Looking at this vibrant girl, who was actually more than twice his real age, Sushi smiled. Long time no see. Maki Kana put her hands on her hips and circled Sushi, looking him over with great curiosity. It's been months, and your whole aura seems to have changed, Sushi. You've become even more handsome. Wait, I saw it when I was climbing. A long spear went zipping up from the bottom of the mountain, and in the blink of an eye you were at the top. I couldn't even keep up. Haha, I was just trying to save some stamina. Maybe I was a bit too flashy. And another thing, how did you survive the previous level with that small frame of yours? I was actually planning to come up early and carry you. I just made it through. Xushi said dismissively, then lifted the corner of his short-sleeved shirt to reveal his well-defined muscular arm. You still call this a small frame? Maki Kana walked over and poked it. As Maki Kana leaned closer, Sushi noticed there were blood stains on her shoes and pants. He reached out to wipe the blood off her shorts. The blood hadn't dried yet, it was from just a little while ago. Recalling her class, he couldn't help but ask, just how many times did you get hit? The blood hasn't even dried yet. Hearing this, Maki Kana puffed up her cheeks angrily and said, It makes me mad just thinking about it. I just wanted to pick an apple, but that giant started hitting me like I was a whack-a-mole. Luckily, that guy isn't very bright. But I still got smashed 2 or 3 times. Humph, how annoying. Mayu Gaddafi, who had been listening to their conversation from the side, turned pale upon hearing she'd been hit 2 or 3 times. She looked at the girl's unscathed body again, and her expression turned strange. Sushi didn't react much to the answer. He was long used to her style. Maki Kana herself was the holder of the advanced class Immortal Healer, a progression of the ordinary healer class. Because she specialized in self-regeneration, her recovery ability was terrifyingly high, something Xu Shai had witnessed before. Even if she was left with just a head, give her a little time and she'd be standing in front of you perfectly intact. According to her, every time she regenerated her body on a large scale, her physical strength would increase by a notch. That was the terrifying part about an immortal healer. Even his own self-healing was one of the abilities he'd scammed out her. If Han Jiking was the human bulldozer among appearance hunters, then Maki Kana was her predecessor. Appearance hunt human titan. Xu Shi is playing a dangerous game of social engineering. By feeding potential threats false information about his carvings, he turns himself from a target into an enigma. In this high-stakes survival environment, mastering the art of deception is far more lethal than any weapon. Although Maki Kana is powerful, the truth is, during the game where they first met a few months ago, Xu Shai had already seen through her fatal weakness using his insight skill. The immortal healer ability has its limits. It's so great to meet you here, Xu Shi. We make the perfect team together. Huh, whoa! Maki Kana giggled and threw a few punches into the empty air in front of her. Xu Shi offered a bitter smile. Back then, he had chosen to team up with Kana, who possessed explosive combat power but little observational skill, only to swindle her out of her abilities, and as a way to earn her trust. The result of that game was that, relying on the feedback Xu Shi provided throughout, and fueled by her brute strength and terrifying recovery, they steamrolled through the stage. In the end, Xu Shi chose to forfeit, and Maki Kana became the sole winner. But this time is different. Last time Xu Shi could afford to lose, but this time he has no reason to lose and he cannot afford to lose. So he decisively turned down her offer. I'm sorry Kana, we probably can't team up this time. I need to win, so I might not be able to support you like I did before. Maki Kana was stunned for a moment, but quickly raised her right hand to pat the boy's shoulder with a laugh. What are you saying? Then this time, I'll be the one to support you, Xu Shi. Xu Shi genuinely hadn't expected that response, especially considering this was a game of imperial level difficulty. But he still replied, then I'll thank you in advance, Kana. Maki Kana gently patted his back. Seriously, don't stand on ceremony with me. Yes, you're right, he said with a shy smile. Oh, by the way, this is Mayu, a friend I just made. Mayu Gaddafi, who had been listening on the side, stepped forward at the introduction and smiled gently. Hello, I'm Mayu Gaddafi. I'm a friend of Xu's. Ah, hello, I'm Maki Kana. You can just call me Kana, same as Xu Shi does. Oh, and can I call you Mayu-chan? Seeing this girl, who was only 1.5 meters tall and looked incredibly youthful, asking to be called sister, Mayu Gaddafi shot a strange look at Xu Shi. Seeming to sense the question in her eyes, Xu Shi added, oh, right, I forgot to tell you, Mayu Kana is actually more than twice my age. As soon as he finished, Maki Kana pouted and glared at him, as if scolding him for having such a loose tongue. Mayu Gaddafi immediately looked enlightened. Of course, Kana, sister. After the pleasantries with Maki Kana, Xu Shai used his perception to scan the others who had been transported with her. He had already seen one of them outside, the stone-faced man in the suit. The other two were new faces. One was a young man in a black hoodie with the hood pulled up, pacing slowly along the edge of the cliff. The other was an old man who had stood motionless since arriving. Dressed in a white undershirt and baggy shorts, he stood with his back as straight as a pine, eyes tightly shut, as if he had taken root. As the sky grew dark, everyone on the mountain peak took out various lighting devices from their packs. Searchlight panels, floating light orbs, telescopic light poles, and a 360-degree panoramic starry sky lamp from Maki Kana. Xu Shi recognized it immediately as one of the latest products from the Aramaki Corporation. He instantly abandoned his earlier thought of pulling out his flashlight. Bathed in the myriad of light sources, the once dim mountaintop suddenly brightened. Seeing that the newcomers weren't making any moves, Xu Shai shook his head secretly. These people who spent all their time in Imperial-level games were all incredibly slippery. Unlike him, who was racking his brains just to clear the stage early. Bending down to pick up some scattered pebbles, Xu Shi walked to the edge of the cliff. Selecting one with a smooth edge, he squinted his eyes, aimed at the dim cliff opposite, and threw it with force. However, within his perception range, the stone hadn't even traveled halfway before a gust of wind caught it, instantly knocking it off course. Xu Shi shook his head. This time he turned back to pick up a stone the size of his palm and threw it again. In his perception, the added mass made a difference. This stone traveled much further than the first, only slightly deviating from its path as it headed toward the opposite cliff. Just then, aided by the light behind him, Xushi caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing in the distance. The next moment, the stone within his perception field was grabbed by something and vanished from his detection range. Xushi's eyes narrowed. That shadow was incredibly fast. Before he'd even get a good look at it, it had already exited his perception range. He picked up another palm-sized stone and threw it. As expected, another shadow darted out, and the stone disappeared instantly. Xushi frowned. The entity appeared and left his perception range in less than a second. Its stay was so brief that his 2 attempts had yielded nothing. He then looked at the 2 cliffs surrounded by clouds. The wind on the cliffs was fierce, yet the clouds didn't shift at all. The only thing he could be sure of now was that there was something hidden within those clouds. The problem was that, with his current perception range, he couldn't reach the clouds from where he stood. Looking back, he swept his eyes over the group. They were in no rush at all. The suitman stood stony-faced with the old man, another was still pacing, and his 2 dear sisters were on the sidelines cheering him on. Xushi really had to wonder if these idiots thought they were on vacation. He didn't really want to reveal too many of his cards in front of them, especially since the professions associated with his abilities were completely unrelated. But he couldn't count on these people to do anything. Fortunately, the one thing there was plenty of on this cliff was high winds. Stepping to the edge of the cliff, Xushi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. With absolute focus and precise control, he funneled every gust of wind passing by into his right leg. Sensing the change in wind direction, everyone turned to look at the boy standing at the cliff's edge. Opening his eyes, Xushi unleashed a kick fueled by his gale leg, and a terrifying blast of wind roared out toward the clouds on the left. As he kicked, he quickly retreated a few steps to avoid being caught in his own gale. Under everyone's gaze, the clouds which had remained unmoved by the mountain winds were penetrated by the terrifying blast. They churned visibly from within before being torn apart and scattered by the wind. As the clouds cleared, the figure hiding within was revealed to everyone. At that moment, everyone felt their blood pressure hit the ceiling. Xushi is forced to abandon his low-profile strategy for a high-risk gamble. In competitive systems, information asymmetry is a weapon, but revealing his capabilities too early exposes him to potential manipulation by more cunning players. As the clouds dissipated, Xushi realized in that moment that he was wrong. It wasn't just some shadow. Above the void, a row of dark stone statues stood in perfect order. Each one was a bird-beast-human hybrid with a bare chest and back, and a pair of wings sprouting from its shoulder blades. While the others were still stunned, Xushi repeated his trick and kicked the clouds on the right side as well. As the clouds cleared, another row of stone statues was revealed, arranged just as neatly. The difference was that the weapons held by the statues on the right had changed from spears to bows and arrows. 2 rows of stone statues, 12 bird-beast hybrids in total, stood on both sides of the void as if guarding something. Fortunately, the statues showed no signs of coming to life after Xushi cleared the clouds, otherwise they would all have been done for. But he was certain that the shadow that had snatched the stones twice just now was definitely caused by these statues. Since the statues didn't reawaken, Xushi speculated that these creatures might only attack those attempting to cross the gap between the cliffs. With that in mind, he threw another stone toward the opposite cliff. Sure enough, the moment the stone flew past, a statue in the center of the left row shed its stone shell. Restored to a flesh and blood bird-beast hybrid, it fluttered its wings and dashed out, turning into a blurred streak in the blink of an eye. The shadow swept past, and the stone in the air was gone. Under everyone's intense gaze, the shadow that had streaked through the air quickly faded until it returned to nothingness, leaving only clear blue sky, as if what they had just seen was merely an illusion. Xushi turned his head back to the left row of statues and saw that a bird-beast form was slowly solidifying in the position where the original statue had stood. Seeing this, Xushi narrowed his eyes and threw 3 more stones in quick succession. As expected, halfway through the flight of the 3 stones, 3 more awakened bird-beast hybrids from the left row rushed out one after another, each grabbing a stone and disappearing to the other side as 3 streaks of shadow. In the 3 vacant spots, 3 brand new statues slowly solidified once again. Having tested this far, Xushi had already gleaned some clues. The awakening of these bird-beast hybrids was not without a cost. From the moment they attacked to the solidification of the statue returning to its position, each creature had a cooldown of at least 5 seconds before it could act again. However, what puzzled him was that all 4 attacks came from the spear-wielding statues on the left, while the bow-wielding row on the right hadn't moved at all. There might be some kind of rule behind this, but with the current clues, even he couldn't deduce anything further. Simply put, Sushi gave up on further testing and sat down cross-legged on the spot. There was still some time until 12 o'clock, and he needed to recover the mental energy he had expended. If 12 o'clock was the key moment for an opportunity to arise, he had to be sure of a decisive move. Despite this, he still kept his 5-meter perception field passively active. Sushi sat down to rest, but the others, who were desperately lacking clues, had nothing better to do. Moreover, the clues about the bird-beast hybrids revealed by the teenager had already given them a general direction. Otherwise, flying across the cliff without knowing what was inside the clouds on both sides would be tantamount to suicide. Just then, the old man in the white vest, who had been standing still all along, suddenly opened his eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the others, he took a step and walked slowly toward the edge of the cliff. Sensing the man approaching him, Sushi naturally shifted his position, trying to keep some distance. The old man stopped at the edge of the cliff and closed his eyes again. While the crowd was confused, a tender sprout suddenly broke through the ground in front of the old man. Immediately the sprout began to grow at a visible rate, and in the blink of an eye it grew into an unknown 1-meter-tall plant, even bearing fruit. At this point, the fruit on top of the plant suddenly drooped, and a crack appeared on its surface. Deep green vines began to spread from the opening, and soon the seemingly soft vines pierced vertically into the ground. In Sushi's perception, those vines that had pierced the surface suddenly changed direction after going deep underground and began to extend toward the opposite cliff. Along the cliff wall below, the vines broke through the surface and continued to extend across the air toward the opposite side. Strangely, even when the branches extended past the halfway point, the statues on both sides showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, Xushai immediately fell into deep thought. Before long, the vines that had reached the end plunged into the opposite cliff, constructing a vine line in the air. Even with the strong winds blowing, the vine line remained motionless. Just then, the vines, already anchored and fixed, grew further. Within moments, they expanded into a width sufficient for 2 adults to walk on, essentially becoming a vine bridge. With this, Sushi preliminarily determined the old man's class. It was highly likely that he was a wood adept who specialized in wood magic. Wood adepts naturally possess a unique affinity, and this affinity can also affect creatures with low intelligence, which explains why the statues didn't attack the vines. Now that the bridge was built, everyone was looking forward to the old man taking the lead. However, the old man just stood there with his eyes closed. At the same time, another sprout broke through the ground beside his feet, growing rapidly and bearing fruit just as before. The difference was that the fruit of this plant fell directly to the ground as it drooped. Muhuanai, not far away, whispered, "The old man didn't screw up, did he?" No sooner had she spoken than the fruit on the ground began to shake on its own. Then, a crack appeared, widening until a tiny, dark green plant man rolled out from inside. After the plant man rolled out, its body continued to grow, reaching over 1 meter and 30 centimeters in the blink of an eye. Plant man slowly climbed up, wobbled toward the edge of the cliff, and without hesitation jumped down, landing precisely on the vine bridge below. The plant man walked slowly along the vine bridge, and it took 30 minutes for it to finally finish the first half of the journey under everyone's gaze. Muhuanai, who had been staring at the plant man the whole time, couldn't help but yawn, and then shouted to the old man, "Old man, are you that weak? Can't you make that little guy walk faster?" The old man standing there finally opened his eyes and said in a gloomy tone, "Little girl, it's windy down there. This speed is already quite fast." By the time the plant man reached the end, a full hour had passed. Crucially, the statues showed no reaction to the plant man passing right in front of them. The experiment was a success and the bridge was there. The old man nodded slightly, turned to face the crowd, and spoke slowly. "You have all seen my ability. With this bridge, reaching the other side will be a breeze." "You old man, you're not that kind, are you?" the man in the hoodie asked. "Of course not. Exchange goods for passage. That is my condition." "Easy to say. This vine bridge is your ability. Once we get on, who can guarantee you won't betray us?" "In that case, I will go across the bridge first. Once I'm across, the bridge will remain. You can pay me the toll after you've crossed yourselves. How about that? That might just work. The old man's generosity is a classic predatory tactic, establishing a dependency loop. By acting as the sole architect of the bridge, he forces a trust-based dynamic in a high-stakes environment where mutual destruction is the only real deterrent.
Seeing that some were moved, the old man in the vest stopped talking. He turned, stepped to the edge of the cliff, glanced down at the vine bridge below, and leaped down. Soon the old man who jumped down reappeared in everyone's sight. Unlike the stumbling movements of the earlier plant creature, the old man walked swiftly and surely on the vine bridge, as if he were walking on flat ground, even with the fierce winds blowing. Xushi keenly observed that every time the old man stepped onto the vine bridge, fine vines clung to the soles of his feet, which was what allowed him to walk so steadily. Before long, he had reached the halfway point, and everyone gazed intently at his next move. As he took a step forward, the old man instinctively glanced to his left. Seeing the stone statues there remain motionless, he breathed a sigh of relief, but a whistling sound suddenly reached his right ear, coming from afar. Just as he turned his head, a flash of cold light instantly filled his eyes. Whoa! Before everyone's eyes, the old man was struck in the head by an arrow that appeared out of nowhere. Blood splattered as he was knocked backward, falling off the bridge into the abyss. Xushi turned his head sharply toward the direction of the arrow. He saw one of the bird-like statues on the right slowly lowering its bow, its flesh-colored body turning back into a dull statue. Everyone stared at the vine bridge, now stained with blood at one corner, and a dead silence fell over the mountaintop. Why did the right row of statues awaken at that moment? Why was the old man shot? And why did nothing happen to the plant creature that passed before? Xushi sat on the ground with his eyes closed, brows furrowed, his brain racing as he analyzed the clues. First, during his initial test with the stone, it was the statues on the left that awakened and attacked. The target of the right row was the old man, while the plant creature the old man created was excluded from both attacks. If one had to point out the differences, it was that the stone was inanimate, the old man was a living human, and the plant creature could be considered an organic entity endowed with some sort of affinity. Then there were the methods of crossing. The thrown stone was a leap, while the old man and the plant creature used the bridge. But even though the method was the same, the old man was shot. Xushi thought hard about the difference between the two, but in the end, the only conclusion was that the old man was human, and the plant creature was not. After getting a rough idea, Xushi opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and walked toward the edge of the cliff. Looking down, he saw the vine bridge had not vanished even after the old man fell. After a moment of thought, he bent down to pick up a few stones and leaped down. The two women following him were terrified. They rushed to the cliff edge to look down, only to see the youth walking slowly across the vine bridge. With the old man's fate as a warning, Maki Kanai was anxious, assuming the youth was attempting to cross, and immediately shouted down, "Xushi, what are you doing? Those statues will attack you. It is too dangerous. Come back." Hearing Maki Kanai's cry from above, Xushi stopped and looked back. Amidst the howling wind, he shouted back, "I am fine. I will be back soon. Do not come down." With that, he decisively stepped forward again. When he reached the halfway point, Xushi took out the stones he had brought, crouched down against the gale, and rolled them along the surface of the bridge. The next moment, he heard the sudden flapping of wings to his left. A shadow flickered past, snatching away the rolling stone in an instant. Xushi threw another stone and the left statue attacked once more. Seeing this, Xushi dumped the remaining stones into the abyss, leaving his hands empty, took a deep breath, and continued forward. On the cliff, seeing the youth still moving forward, Maki Kanai could no longer hold back and made to jump after him. Fortunately, Mayu Gaddafi was quick-witted and grabbed her, urging, "Sister Kana, do not be rash. Xu is very strong, he will be fine." Though she said that, she was not entirely sure herself, but one thing was certain, the youth was indeed strong. Others might not have noticed, but she had been observing him. While everyone else was shocked by the scene, he had already taken the next step. A woman's intuition told her that this person was definitely the calmest one present. He would not have crossed if he hadn't discovered something. Prevented by Mayu Gaddafi, Maki Kanai decided not to force her way out to avoid hurting her, and could only look into the distance with worry. On the bridge, Xushi, walking slowly forward, had expanded his perception field to the limit, finally managing to cover the stone statues on both sides. With another step, Xushi looked sharply to the right. Under his perception field, a bird-like statue in the right row had silently awakened and was drawing its bow at him. In the next moment, Xushi saw a glimmer of silver in the distance as the arrow shot across half the range of his perception field. Tensed and alert, Xushi sensed the moment the statue released the bowstring and did not hesitate to activate Blink. On the cliff edge, Mayu Gaddafi, who was leaning over, suddenly felt the youth vanish from the bridge. While she was confused, she felt a weight on her back, as if something had pressed down on her. She muttered instinctively, "Sister Kana, stop messing around." Maki Kanai looked at her, confused. "Mayu, what are you talking about?" Seeing that Maki Kanai was lying right beside her, Mayu Gaddafi froze. At that moment, she felt a pair of hands touch her back, even though she was wearing her snow velvet coat. "Ah!" With a shriek, Mayu Gaddafi ripped off the coat, only to freeze again when she saw who was on her back. Xushi had wondered why it went pitch black after using Blink, but as Mayu Gaddafi lifted the coat, he met her dazed gaze while pushing off her back to stand up. Xushi realized he had teleported beneath her coat. He let go of her back, coughed lightly, and stood up calmly, saying, "Sorry, Sister Mayu, I accidentally teleported to the wrong spot." Of course, he wasn't about to tell her he had used the stone he previously threw as a medium for the teleportation. Seeing the youth standing up so calmly, Mayu Gaddafi, who had been ready to question him, didn't know what to say. She simply gave up. Forget it as long as you're okay." Xushi offered an apologetic smile and Maki Kanai's excited voice sounded from beside them. "Wow, Chu, when did you learn how to teleport?" Maybe I'm just naturally gifted." Mayu Gaddafi. Xushi is playing a high-stakes game of trial and error, treating the bridge like a logic puzzle. By using objects as bait to trigger trap cooldowns, he demonstrates a calculated risk management strategy that leaves others in the dust. After vaguely explaining his choice of landing spot for shift to Mayu Gaddafi, Xushi finally dispelled the last trace of resentment in her eyes. He just smiled. After all, he really had scared her quite a bit just moments ago. It was his first time storing a mark on a person, and he realized then that the choice of landing spot would change depending on where the other person kept it. Clearly, Mayu Gaddafi must have tucked the stone into an inner pocket of her snow jacket, which is why he ended up teleporting onto her back. After perfunctorily brushing off Manhwa, who was pestering him about his abilities, Xushi sat back down on the ground. Through that adventurous attempt just now, he had roughly grasped the trigger mechanism of the 2 rows of stone statues. If his deduction was correct, the statues on the left would only attack any inanimate objects with kinetic energy mid-transit. He boldly surmised this was a rule against using weapons while leaping across the cliff, which explained why those statues only rushed out to loot, rather than kill their targets. The statues on the right were the exact opposite. The archer beastmen would shoot down anything living that passed by. To bridge this distance, one could neither use weapons nor avoid the arrow attacks from the 6 archer beastmen on the right. Even for him, brute forcing it was impossible. Even his sensory vision couldn't clearly capture the trajectory of those arrows. They were simply too fast. Thinking of this, Xushi sighed softly. It seemed he had no choice but to wait for the clue regarding the final digit to appear. He opened his virtual panel to check the time. There was 1 hour left until 12 o'clock. And so the 2 distressed people on the other side watched as the young man pulled a newspaper from his backpack, spread it on the ground, and lay down to sleep under the watchful eyes of the 2 women. The straight-faced man in the suit stared toward the boy's direction, lost in thought. A moment later, the man in the suit began to walk over. Xushi, who was just about to close his eyes, sensed the man's intent. He had no choice but to slowly prop himself up, look at the approaching man and ask, "Is something the matter, Mr. Suit?" The man in the suit didn't meet his gaze, keeping his eyes on the ground nearby. Then a white pillow suddenly appeared in his hand, and he said, sounding somewhat hurried, I just wanted to say, if you're going to sleep, do you need a pillow? You can... No, wait, if you don't mind, you can use my pillow." "Oh, of course. It's new." As he spoke, the man's voice grew noticeably quieter, and his head bowed involuntarily, hiding his expression from view. Xushi listened, stunned. Only after sorting through the sentences did he understand that the man in the suit had come over to offer his pillow. But the way he avoided eye contact, his shrinking voice, his lowered head, and his disjointed speech, coupled with the fact that the man had always been cold and avoided conversation, a sudden realization dawned on him. Could this guy be socially anxious? On the cliff, with his chest rising and falling in rhythm with his breath, the boy fell into a peaceful sleep on the pillow, while the other four remained still. After all, they hadn't even figured out the rules for the 2 rows of beastmen, whereas the boy had confidently tested them and returned unscathed shortly before. With him taking no further action, the man in the suit and the man in the hoodie had no choice but to act as parasites. The difference was that the man in the suit chose to show goodwill, though in a clumsy way. Zhu Shi didn't mind using a comfortable pillow, and he rejected Mu Huanai's offer of a lap pillow without hesitation. "Why, is my lap not as good as this crappy pillow?" The ears of the man in the suit, standing not far away, turned red. "Sister Huanai, if your old man finds out about this, I'll be dead before my time." Hearing the boy suddenly mention her father, Mu Huanai was confused. It wouldn't matter if my dad found out. Tsushi-kan hasn't even met him. He's a very nice person." Realizing he had let something slip, Tsushi hurriedly brushed it off. Yeah, I'm sleeping now." There were only a few dozen minutes left until 12. During this time, 2 new members arrived on the mountaintop. Without opening his eyes, Tsushi sensed that one of the 2 was the beast tamer from before, while the other was a stranger, a square-faced man with thinning hair, about 1.7 meters tall and sturdy, who likely climbed up after he finished the trial. Since they arrived together, he guessed they had likely teamed up to clear the challenge outside. As expected, the 2 stayed together after entering, surveying their surroundings. They were also stunned to see the 2 rows of statues standing in the void. But soon upon reaching the cliff edge and seeing the vine bridge already in place, their faces lit up with joy. The beast tamer immediately released several beasts to jump off the cliff, with birds taking to the air and beasts running onto the bridge. Then came the sound of bowstrings being released, and the beasts that had crossed halfway were shot down instantly. In the blink of an eye, the beasts were wiped out. The beast tamer's face turned ghastly pale. The massive drain on his mental energy, coupled with the emotions transmitted by the beasts before their deaths, relentlessly attacked his nerves. The sturdy man with him had to help him aside to rest, as the beast tamer's ability was still quite useful for serving as bait. Right as it neared 12 o'clock, the virtual alarm Sushi had set in his mind woke him up on time. He walked to the edge of the cliff, took out the clue card again, and waited quietly. Except for the 2 newcomers, the others stood not far behind the boy, waiting expectantly. Unknowingly, they had come to view the youngest-looking boy among them as their guide. Seconds ticked by. Sushi stared intently at the time on his virtual panel, and when it hit 12 o'clock, he looked quickly at the pattern on the card. As expected, the number 12 below the 2 cliffs on the card was now flickering slightly. But even more surprisingly, a horizontal line that hadn't been there before appeared between the 2 7ths representing the cliffs, flickering in and out of existence. Xushi looked up quickly. Under the moonlight, a road seemed to have appeared between the 2 cliffs, flickering in and out. If it weren't for Xushi's keen observation and his sensory vision, it would have been nearly impossible to see it in the night. For instance, the people behind him who were looking where the boy was looking didn't even notice a road appearing out of thin air before them. When Sushi looked at the card again, he saw a countdown appearing above the horizontal line, noted 57. He glanced down. This shimmering path was not on the same trajectory as the vine bridge below. With only 56 seconds left, there was a path ahead, an endless abyss of clouds below, spearman statues on the left, and beastmen on the right who would shoot anything living. At this moment, Chushi made his choice. Under the gaze of the others, the boy resolutely took a step forward. Sushi's calculated move highlights a classic psychological trap, social proof. While the crowd relies on him as their leader, he alone perceives the reality-warping path. This illustrates how true leadership in high-stakes environments requires cognitive independence over collective conformity. Xuxiun, you are going to. Before she could finish, Mu Huana froze with her mouth agape. The boy did not fall as he took a step forward. His right foot seemed to land on nothing but thin air. Pushing sobriety to its limit, Tsushi felt the solid sensation beneath his feet. With a slight curl of his lips, he didn't hesitate and brought his back foot forward to follow. At this moment, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the boy stood tall above the void. Bang! A series of explosive sounds echoed in succession. Below each bird beastman on the stone statues lining both sides, clusters of fire suddenly ignited one after another. Under the moonlight, the previously gloomy statues were instantly bathed in a twilight glow. A fierce wind blew, but the flames flickered without extinguishing, seemingly lighting the way for the boy embarking on the path. What is happening? The man in the hoodie stared in bewilderment. With his mind highly tensed and supported by sobriety, Tsushi took another step forward. Staring straight ahead, he remained calm and refused to look down. Knowing there was a path ahead was enough for him. At this moment he felt as if he had returned to reality, back to those days devoid of light, where he relied solely on perception. He walked forward at a steady pace, and was soon to complete half the distance. As he walked, he reviewed and organized all the clues. The stone blocks, the old man, the vegetable-like person, the bird beastmen with spears and bows, the commonalities, and the differences, stringing them all together. In his state of sobriety, he vaguely felt he had missed something, a feeling like calculating a math problem during an exam only to realize he had forgotten to fill in the final answer. His rapidly functioning brain began to rule out one option after another. Finally, with only 2 or 3 steps left to finish the first half. Bathed in moonlight, Tsushi's figure paused, almost imperceptibly. When he took his next step, the sensation of treading on the void was no longer heavy as before. Instead, his stride felt light and nimble. As if a weight had been lifted, with his back to the crowd, the boy could not help but raise his lips into a smile. He had found the final answer. The stone block, the old man, the vegetable-like person. Between these 3 there was one more distinction. That is, the presence of emotion as a living being. Or to be more precise, the bewilderment and fear in the face of the unknown. Just as the name of this map fragment implies, the cliff of bewilderment. The first, the stone block, was an inanimate object with no emotions, so it was blocked by the spear-wielding bird beastman. The second, the vegetable-like person, could perhaps be considered a living thing, but it was an artificial creation lacking its own emotions, allowing it to pass safely. The last, the old man, was a living human, but Tsushi guessed that he hadn't fully discarded his subconscious bewilderment and fear, which was why he was shot down by the archer bird beastman. In the eyes of those archer bird beastmen, bewilderment and fear were their prey. No one could guarantee they wouldn't feel even a shred of fear after knowing all this: fear of failing, fear of being shot down midway. It was like having a gun held to your temple. You never knew when the other party would suddenly pull the trigger. Tsushi smiled. Others might not be able to do it. But he was the deceiver. He could deceive the rules of the world, deceive the gods, and deceive himself. As long as he believed he wouldn't harbor feelings of bewilderment or fear, he was the stone statue itself. Under the gaze of the crowd, the boy stepped into the second half of the path. Strangely, the stone statues on both sides did not awaken. The people watching from behind finally snapped out of their shock. How is this possible? Those statues didn't wake up at all. That looks like a path. Yes, that's it. I saw it. The boy is walking on a path. As long as you follow the path, those statues won't attack. In an instant, the awakened crowd swarmed onto the void path. When he stood upon the void, the sturdy man in the lead looked ecstatic, and following behind the boy, he carefully made his way forward. Under the moonlight, as Tsushi took each step into the second half of the area, the fire clusters beneath the statues on both sides burned a little brighter. The 2 rows of flames, growing from dim to brilliant, gradually illuminated the dark void, making the path under everyone's feet clearer. For the final 100 meters, Tsushi maintained a poker face devoid of joy or sorrow. He could perceive the people following behind him on the path, including Manhwa and Mayukazafi. After 2 steps of deliberation, although everyone was an enemy to him in the game, he couldn't bear to see the 2 silly women who had taken care of him die within his perception. Besides, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. This confidence was born from the accumulation of his 13 consecutive defeats. Thinking of this, Tsushi didn't hesitate. While finishing the rest of the path, he used the law of mastery on the 2 women through his sensory vision. To be honest, he didn't use this skill much, but it was highly effective when used on women who already trusted him to a certain degree. Walking at the back of the crowd, Manhwa and Mayukazafi suddenly felt a familiar aura descend upon them. Because it was familiar, they subconsciously did not resist the aura flooding into their minds. Immediately after, the boy's low voice echoed in their minds. "Sister Hwana, Sister Mayu, don't panic and don't scream. It's me, Tsushi." Tsushi lowered his voice as much as possible, creating the effect of someone whispering right in their ears, even though it was happening inside their minds. As expected, aside from Manhwa letting out a soft gasp, neither woman screamed in fright, though their faces began to show visible agitation. "Little Tsushun, aren't you still up ahead? How did you suddenly get into my head? This is so interesting." "Sister Hwana, stay calm. I'll explain later, but for now you need to listen to me." Mayu Kazafai replied in her mind, blinking as she looked at the boy not far away with increased curiosity. Muhwana instinctively nodded. Walking on this path doesn't stop the statues from attacking. There are rules. For the second half, you must discard all bewilderment and fear, even from your subconscious. Only then will you not become a target. As the two women were about to ask a question, Sushi cut them off and continued. If you are willing to trust me, I can briefly control your consciousness to help you discard these emotions, allowing you to pass without worry. But I won't force you. This path only has a 1-minute window, so decide for yourselves. After speaking, Sushi went silent, waiting quietly for their answer. Sushi's ability to treat fear as a logical variable highlights the difference between a player and a strategist. By using deception as a defense mechanism, he essentially hacks the game's emotional requirement. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Maki-kan only froze for a second before replying on the spot. Sure thing. No problem. This lady trusts you, Sushi. Hearing her response, Sushi smiled inwardly. Although he had already seen Maki-kana's status panel and knew her trust level was maxed out, the fact that she agreed to have her consciousness controlled without a moment's hesitation still took him by surprise. Despite being a full cycle older than him, her mind was as simple as a little girl's, yet her strength was excessively powerful. Unlike Maki-kana's absolute trust, Mayu Gaddafi fell into a moment of hesitation. She had only known the boy for half a day. Sushi wasn't surprised by Mayu Gaddafi's hesitation. After all, not everyone was as simple-minded as Maki-kana. Surrendering one's own consciousness to be controlled by another sounded absurd in itself. But what if the boy was telling the truth? Would she really have the confidence to cast aside her confusion and fear? Mayu Gaddafi bit her lip, then looked at the boy's back with a resolute expression. Fine, I trust you, Xiaoxu. But you must absolutely not peek at my memories. Mayu Gaddafi replied earnestly in her mind. Sushi chuckled internally. Of course, Sister Mayu. This is a return gift for the food you shared with me. Mayu Gaddafi was confused. Hadn't he already said the stone he gave her earlier was the return gift? Without giving her time to overthink it, Sushi continued. Alright, I'm going to take control of your consciousness now. Don't worry, I won't suppress your original consciousness, so you'll still be able to see what your body is doing. As the boy finished speaking, both women felt that familiar presence wash over their bodies. Before they knew it, as they opened their eyes again, their consciousness had been pushed to the side. They could no longer feel control over their bodies, yet they could clearly observe their own physical actions. It was a very strange sensation, as if they were watching a documentary of their own lives. After taking full control, Sushi realized that Mayu Gaddafi's class was actually dancer. Estimating the remaining time for the void path, he immediately used shift and moved twice while on the move. Free from the shots of the bow-wielding beastmen, he successfully arrived at the cliff at his destination. He then focused his mind to control both women's consciousness simultaneously. At this moment, the rest of the group was also approaching the halfway point. The burly man in the lead was full of confidence, even speeding up as he charged forward. But just as he stepped into the halfway zone, he instinctively glanced at the stone statues on the right. It was that one glance that sealed his fate. An arrow was already right before his face in an instant. In a flash, blood bloomed under the moonlight. The force of the arrow sent the burly man flying, his headless corpse plummeting straight into the abyss. The sudden turn of events made everyone except the two women stop in their tracks in panic. Mayu Gaddafi, who was watching this scene from her subconscious, felt a surge of lingering fear, but couldn't muster any emotional fluctuation. She felt fortunate that her emotions were no longer under her own control. Well, what's going on? Didn't they say we wouldn't be attacked on this path? Having lost a companion in the blink of an eye, the beast tamer's emotions began to crumble visibly. The feedback from his beast's death was still pressuring him, and the man's mental state was already stretched to its breaking point. Sushi keenly perceived the anomaly in the man's behavior and expression, and decisively controlled Mayu Gaddafi to use dance in pairs, one of the dancer's abilities. Bathed in moonlight, Mayu Gaddafi's aura deepened. Under Sushi's control, she raised her hand to take Maki-kana's, sliding out in a graceful step. The void path beneath them seemed to turn into a skating rink at that moment as she pulled Maki-kana close and wrapped her arm around the girl's waist. Under the moonlight, the two began to dance gracefully above the abyss, their sliding speed on the path increasing rapidly. After the two women rushed past the halfway point, the stone statues showed no signs of coming to life. At this moment, Mayu Gaddafi knew she had made the right choice. Behind them, the beast tamer, whose emotions had completely collapsed, began to spawn beasts uncontrollably. Beasts affect their hosts and vice versa. These spawned beasts were consumed by their hosts' negative emotions. With eyes glowing red, they immediately lunged at the others. The narrow void path instantly descended into chaos. On the other side, seeing the two women had escaped the range of the beasts, Xu Shi quickly deactivated Mayu Gaddafi's dancer state. Controlling two people while simultaneously guiding a complex dance technique was taking a toll on his mental capacity. As the void path entered its 10-second countdown, he successfully brought the two women to the top of the cliff. He instantly revoked the control rule. This level of multitasking was truly exhausting, much like trying to stay awake and listen to a lecture while sleep-deprived. With the consciousness control lifted, the dull eyes of the two women gradually regained their light. Maki-kan, upon regaining control, instinctively lunged forward to jump at the boy, only to trip and fall face first onto the ground as soon as she lifted her leg. Maki-kan let out muffled noises while sprawled on the ground. Xu Shi, what's happening? My legs won't listen to me. I can't get up, boo-hoo. Xu Shi twitched his mouth slightly, but walked over to help the fallen Maki-kan into a sitting position, then supported Mayu Gaddafi as she sat down, leaning the two back to back. I forgot to tell you, this ability has side effects. Your bodies need some time to adapt back to your original consciousness, so you won't be able to move for a while. Hearing it was only temporary, both women let out a sigh of relief, almost thinking they had become paralyzed for life. That's how it is, so please rest here for a bit. There are 12 hours left until the next path opens, which is enough time for you to regain control of your bodies. As for me, I'll be going ahead. No way. Ignoring the resentful gazes from the two women, the boy turned around decisively and headed toward the only object on the cliff. It was a sphere standing in the center of the cliff, supported by a short pillar beneath it. Ignoring the complaints from Maki-kan behind him, Xu Shi looked down at the transparent sphere in front of him. Congratulations, player Xu Shi, for unlocking the final map. Touch it with your body to enter. After carefully reading the system's prompt message. So this is the end, the boy muttered to himself, then placed his hand on the smooth surface of the sphere. Under the two women's gaze, the boy's figure turned into a flash of white light and was sucked into the sphere, disappearing from the spot. Xu Shi's strategic use of the puppet law illustrates a chilling lesson in high-stakes survival. Sometimes, surrendering agency is the only way to bypass a systemic trap. By turning his companions into extensions of his own psyche, he successfully navigated the void path where others faced cognitive collapse. As he enters the final map alone, one must wonder if this extreme emotional detachment is a necessary survival mechanism in this brutal game, or if he is slowly losing his own humanity in the process. Drained of his mental energy, Xu felt himself drifting off into a daze during the teleportation. When he opened his eyes, a beam of soft sunlight shone onto his face, causing him to instinctively knit his brows. Xu Shi squinted and slowly pushed himself up, resting one hand on the ground, only to feel a prickling sensation under his palm. He looked down and lifted his hand to find a patch of grass he had flattened. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings. A sun hung high in the sky, and a gentle breeze swept across the grassland, creating a rustling sound. Seeing the endless expanse of grass, he flopped back down onto the soft ground with a thud. He needed to take a nap to recover his focus. He reached over to the side, plucked a few blades of grass, and braided them together into a makeshift sleep mask. Just as he was about to put it on, a massive shadow loomed over him. Did it get dark? Xu Shi looked up and saw a flash of white, followed by a colossal figure. The wings blotting out the sky flapped, stirring up a gust of wind, and the crimson scales covering its body clearly identified what it was. It was a Western-style flying dragon. Xu Shi watched in astonishment as the red dragon soared overhead, until its form completely vanished into the clouds on the horizon. That couldn't be a boss, could it? Xu Shi muttered to himself, then shook his head. The dragon had flown right over him, and the system hadn't given any notification. In other words, the dragon was likely just a native creature of this map. His sleepiness mostly dissipated. This map might be far more vast than he had imagined. Scanning the grassland again, he suddenly realized the situation and inwardly cursed himself for being too complacent. Now that he knew there were native inhabitants here, if he stayed in this open grassland, he would have nowhere to escape should an enemy appear. With that thought, Xushi lost any desire to sleep. He got up warily and began to walk slowly forward. Across the vast grassland, the sound of the wind carried the boy's slightly regretful muttering. Ah, if only I had known earlier, I would have captured that dragon to use as a mount. Xushi did not know how long he had been walking, but the once gentle sunlight had turned somewhat scorching. Finally, the boy's heavy steps suddenly halted. In the distance, a forest had appeared in his field of vision. Damn it, finally. Stepping into the forest with heavy strides, despite being exhausted, Xushi immediately activated his perceptual vision. After confirming there were no threats ahead, he sat down heavily against a short tree, leaned back against the trunk, and let out a long breath. Once seated, the previous fatigue washed over him instantly. He took a bento box from his backpack, finished it slowly, and then drifted off to sleep against the tree trunk. 30 minutes later, the alarm from his virtual panel woke him up. Xushi was too lazy to open his eyes, so he expanded his perceptual vision once more before falling back asleep. This time he slept for 3 hours straight before opening his eyes and slowly rising. With the healer heals himself ability, his self-recovery capabilities were significantly enhanced. Although he didn't use it often, the passive effects were always active. After waking up, he had another quick meal and stretched his body in place before heading deeper into the forest. Unlike the lifeless forest in the first map fragment, as Xushi went deeper, his perceptual vision detected hundreds of species inhabiting this forest. Many of them were types he had never seen in his real-world database, but they were all small creatures that didn't dare approach him, even when they saw him from afar. After some time, he crossed the forest, and another stretch of grassland greeted him. Fortunately, this time, a town seemed to be visible in the distance. He followed a dirt path rutted by carriage wheels to the edge of the town. His perceptual vision extended inside, revealing a market near the entrance with sparse foot traffic. The surrounding buildings were all of a 20th century Western architectural style. As far as he could perceive, most of the people walking the streets were ordinary, which was evident just from their posture and the way they moved. With no more concerns, he slowly stepped into the town. After walking down the street for a while, Xushi realized the town was much larger than he had imagined. Even now, with his perceptual vision fully extended as he walked, he hadn't even explored a third of it. Flower shops, pharmacies, weaponsmiths, taverns, an open-air plaza, a fountain with a hawk statue spouting water, women in long dresses with children, rugged men in furs carrying firewood, nobles sitting in carriages, and a nun sweeping fallen leaves on the steps. As he saw all these sights along the way, the system remained silent. As the sky began to dim, Xushi had finally toured most of the town. What confused him was that the system on his virtual panel had not reacted at all. This made him question whether there were any clues in this town at all. Leaving the wooden cabin early had indeed put him far ahead of other players. He hadn't seen a single one since entering the town, but without system prompts, finding clues in such a massive map was no easy task. Keeping his perceptual vision active had drained much of his energy. With night falling, he needed to find a place to properly rest and recover. Thinking of this, Xushi stopped and looked around, approaching a man who was packing up his stall, ready to head home. Fortunately, a common language existed in the game. After asking, he learned from the man that there was a place in town where one could stay for free. Thanking him, Xushi headed in the direction the man had pointed. Soon, a church with a stark white facade appeared in his sight. Under the soft streetlights, a nun carrying a wash basin walked out from the half-open doors. Xushi took a few steps up the stairs and asked the nun, "Hello, beautiful lady, I heard." Before he could finish his sentence, Xushi suddenly froze in place, because a notification from the system had just popped up before him. Attention! Player Xushi has unlocked the final location, the Funeral Hall of Roses. It wasn't until the nun waved a hand in front of him that he reacted. Sir, are you alright?" Xushi recovered from his shock and returned a slightly apologetic smile. Apologies, my mind wandered for a moment. Actually, I was hoping to ask for a place to stay. He added, "Sacred nun, please let me stay for the night." Then, Xushi noticed a flush of red tinting the nun's face for some unknown reason. "Hey, I'm just asking for a room, why are you blushing?" Seeming to notice her own lack of composure, the nun turned her head slightly and replied, "Of course, but our church has rules for guests. You must wake up early tomorrow to help sweep the floors." "No problem, that is only expected." Xushi agreed instantly, fearing she might change her mind. "Then please wait for me to finish pouring this water, and you may accompany me inside." Xu is playing a high-stakes game of information asymmetry. While he treats this as a survival quest, the nun's blushing reaction suggests he might have accidentally triggered a social affinity mechanic that deviates from standard RPG logic.
Xu followed the nun into the church. Before his eyes lay rows of benches, with a bright red carpet laid out in the center aisle, stretching all the way to the steps. On the platform, a prominent cross was carved into the front of the altar. Behind it, on the pure white wall, was a goddess Xu had never seen before. Below the wall to the left, there were figures of people bowing their heads toward the deity, their hands clasped in pious prayer. He frowned imperceptibly, continuing to look up and survey the main hall of the church, noting the grey stone pillars standing on both sides and the second-floor gallery circling the seating area. Just then the nun's voice sounded beside. "By the way, may I ask how to address you, sir?" "Just call me Xu." "Very well, Mr. Xu. My name is June Lacroix, you can call me June." The nun pointed to the benches nearby and added, "We don't have much space here, Mr. Xu, so those who come to stay for the night like you will have to sleep here." The implication was clear, staying over was fine, but only on the benches. Xu nodded to show he understood. "Then please come with me to get a quilt and pillow, sir. It gets quite cold here in the middle of the night." With that, June Lacroix walked ahead. Xu followed the young nun behind a stone wall, passing through a passageway into another corridor, where every wooden door on both sides remained firmly shut. June Lacroix explained, "This is where we nuns reside." Xu looked around casually, and just as he was about to activate his perception vision, he found that the ability had no reaction at all. This made his heart sink instantly, and a sense of gravity entered his eyes. It seemed that something in this church was suppressing psychic perception abilities. Despite his inner shock, Xu said aloud, "It seems a bit quiet here. I haven't seen any other nuns besides you, Miss June." June Lacroix chuckled without turning back. "Oh, them. They went out to pray for the townspeople tonight. I have to go out as well after I finish helping you get your things, Mr. Xu." "Even at midnight? Is the work of a nun this busy?" Xu frowned slightly. "It is not always that busy. We only need to go out for home visits every few days, so it is quite leisurely usually. However, the Mars family has scheduled their wedding at our church these next few days, so we will be quite occupied." "I see." Xu pondered for a moment, and an idea crossed his mind. "By the way, Miss June, are there many nuns here?" June Lacroix, walking in front, didn't expect the question. She counted on her fingers, then turned back and said, "Including me, there are 10. Why do you ask?" "You must be very busy these next few days then. Could you use some young, capable labor?" Xu continued, "Of course, you wouldn't need to pay me anything, just provide me with 3 meals a day." "Huh? But we have no precedent for hiring men into the church." Seeing her hesitation, Xu clarified his intentions. No, Miss June, I mean you could hire me as a temporary worker. You don't need to recruit me into the church itself. Truth be told, I haven't decided where I am heading next and I am short on money, so I was hoping to trade some manual labor for a few meals." "Surely a holy sister like you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" June Lacroix fell into a brief moment of thought. They were indeed going to be very busy, and with the night prayers to attend to, having an extra pair of hands to help tomorrow seemed like a decent option. With this in mind, June Lacroix said, "All right, but I must seek permission from the priest first. Only if he agrees can I keep you on as a temporary hand." Xu nodded and continued the conversation. "Is the priest the person in charge of this place?" "Yes, the priest oversees this church, so we must report all matters, big or small, to him." "I see." Xu thought to himself, if the priest is the one in charge and this place is the final destination, the clues likely lie with him. As they spoke, led by June Lacroix, the two stopped in front of a wooden door. June Lacroix pulled out a ring of keys, opened the door and went inside, returning with a bundle of bedding and a pillow. Xu stepped forward at the right moment to take them. "You can use these tonight. The quilt and pillow are both new. The priest agrees to let you stay. I will arrange a room for you then," June Lacroix said. "Very well. Then you should go back by yourself first. I need to check if the priest has retired yet. Mention your request to him, and then I must be heading out." Walking away, she seemed to remember something, turned back and warned him. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Since we won't be here, you must sleep quietly in the main hall. Do not wander around. There are places not even we can enter without the priest's permission, so you must absolutely stay put and sleep. Do you understand?" Seeing her serious warning, Sushi nodded obediently, looking at her with clear, honest eyes. June Lacroix nodded with satisfaction and walked away. Sushi returned to the main hall, found a bench, placed the pillow down, and lay on it. In the dim church, there was only the faint light of the moon filtering through the stained glass windows. The young man on the bench closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. High on the second-floor gallery, in the shadows, June Lacroix emerged. Beside her stood a man wearing black priestly robes, with a cross necklace hanging around his neck, resting right on his chest. In the darkness, the two walked silently from the gallery back to a room on the second floor. June Lacroix whispered, "Priest, the boy staying on the bench is asking to work as a temporary hand for a few days." The man called the priest stared at the boy on the bench for a moment, then nodded slightly. "The boy seems harmless enough. You are all quite busy, so he may stay. Give him a room for now, but keep a close eye on him. Warn him about places he cannot enter, and tell him to leave once the Mars family wedding is over." After saying this, the priest reached out and grabbed the nun's rounded, alluring hip before turning and leaving the room, leaving behind a flushed June Lacroix. "Very well, Father." In the main hall of the church. Confirming that the two gazes directed at him had vanished, the sleeping Sushi suddenly opened his eyes. Sushi is playing a dangerous game of information asymmetry. By acting the part of a naive drifter, he has successfully infiltrated a space where his sensory abilities are neutralized. This classic tradecraft strategy using feigned helplessness to lower an adversary's guard is the only way to uncover the dark secrets behind this church's rigid, top-down hierarchy. Although his perception vision is temporarily unusable here, as someone who is blind in reality, he is extremely sensitive to the gaze of others upon him. Some say that people cannot feel the gaze of others, but he is willing to be the exception. The gaze had temporarily vanished, so to be safe, Sushi feigned sleep for another 2 hours before gently pulling back the quilt and slowly sitting up. Using the dim moonlight, Sushi scanned his surroundings, his eyes sharpening, and his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. He shifted over to the second-floor balcony where the gaze had originated, pulled a transparent glove from his bag, put it on his left hand, and gently pushed open the wooden door to enter, only to find a study with old-fashioned decor inside. To avoid leaving marks on the carpet, he blinked directly to the door of the study and slipped out quietly. Entering the hallway, Xushai immediately activated agile steps to slip into the shadows and moved quickly along the corridor. He cautiously checked every compartment on the second floor, but found no one and no traces. Most were just studies or storage rooms, with only 2 that looked like reception rooms, but he found no clues after investigating. Entering another study, Sushi skillfully pulled out a flashlight and quickly swept the beam over the books on the shelves. At that moment, a book with a clean cover on the dusty shelf caught his eye. He hesitated, wondering whether to pull it from the shelf. If he could use perception vision, he wouldn't need to touch it at all to know the content inside. However, after scanning the second floor, he didn't find any objects that seemed to be for suppression or sealing, which made him suspect that no such objects existed, and that the location itself simply held these restrictive rules. Leaning toward the shelf, he used the flashlight to carefully check the dust, and after finding there was no dust under that specific book, he reached out and took it. The book had no dust on it, proving that someone had touched it recently. If he took it out and there was dust on the shelf, his action would likely leave marks. But fortunately, there wasn't much dust on this shelf. From this, he could infer that the book was probably frequently accessed, preventing dust from accumulating like it had on the other books. By the light of the flash, Sushi lowered his head slightly to see the words Alchemical Compendium written on the cover. Alchemy. Why would a book on alchemy be kept inside a church? Puzzled, Sushi flipped through the pages. The contents indeed recorded all sorts of alchemy, some pages marked with notes, some handwriting was very old while others looked recently added, and it was clear the annotations were not by the same person. Genetic transmutation, reverse transmutation, human transmutation, monster transmutation, holy potion creation. The relevant pages were almost entirely filled with notes. After a brief read, he suppressed the urge to take it and carefully placed it back on the shelf. Ensuring it was placed exactly as it had been, Xushi left the room to continue exploring downstairs. Returning to the first floor, he turned the corner into the hallway where the previous storage room was. Knowing this area connected to the main hall of the church, he turned around and headed for the other end. Rounding another corner, a fork in the path abruptly appeared before him. It seems this church is larger than he imagined. With that thought, Xushi quickly slipped into the left path. Reaching the end, a wooden door appeared. Sweeping his flashlight over it, he saw the words "Keep Out" clearly written. Ignoring the sign, he pushed on the door only to find it was locked. Xushi hesitated, but only for a second, before turning back to the fork and flashing into the right path. Fortunately, there were no locked doors this way, as he saw the silver moonlight at the end of the hall. Walking all the way to the end, he realized this path led to the outside. 2 acres of vegetable fields, nun habits and white towels swaying in the night breeze on the drying rack, plus all kinds of women's lingerie just a glance, and he had to admit these nuns had quite the taste in what they wore underneath. Not far away stood a small wooden shack. The door wasn't locked, so Xushi pushed it open to find a small kitchen inside. After circling around, he still found nothing. This place appeared to be just a daily living area for the nuns. Looking up at the half moon in the sky, Xushi thought back to the other fork and the locked door. Since this was outdoors, it was highly likely the other side also extended into the open. With that in mind, since he was already outside, Xushi kicked off the wall, grabbed the eaves, leaped onto the church roof, and moved lightly toward the other path. Before long, on a nearby roof, a silver gleam flashed under the moonlight. As he got closer, he discovered the light source was actually a glass dome. He looked down, and a deep crimson burst into his sight. Beneath the glass dome in the moonlight, a sea of dark red roses lay spread across the ground, elegant as a sleeping beauty. Xushi had not expected that behind the locked wooden door lay a garden. But if it's just a garden, why lock it up? Outside the church, Xushi tried to expand his perception vision. The moment it spread out, he felt pleased, but the next second his smile vanished. The perception vision was cut off instantly by the roof beneath his feet, unable to expand any further. It's not limited by range, but by the church itself? Coming to this conclusion, Xushi completely gave up the idea of using perception vision here. With the search of most of the church yielding nothing, he didn't intend to waste more time, and his figure vanished from the roof. In the darkness of the night, a black shadow streaked rapidly across the rooftops. Expanding his perception vision to the limit, Xushi moved nimbly across the roofs, using it to screen each household, searching for anyone in a nun's habit. He hadn't forgotten what June Lacroix had said about home visit prayers. But what kind of home prayer is going out in the middle of the night? Naturally, he wouldn't believe such an excuse. Since there were no leads in the church, he might as well check the nuns for anything unusual. Before long, a nun's habit appeared within his perception vision. However, what he sensed next made his rapid pace grind to a halt. Inside a dim room, a soft desk lamp illuminated a large, clean wooden bed. Clothes were scattered carelessly at the foot of the bed, including the nun's habit he had just sensed. On the bed, 2 people were tangled in lust. The contrast between the holy setting of the church and the hidden alchemy experiments highlights a classic narrative trope, the corruption of institutional sanctity. Why hide a garden behind locked doors? This suggests the building is not a sanctuary, but a cage for something beyond human biology. When the protagonist shifts his focus from the structural mysteries to the private lives of the sisters, he uncovers that the so-called evening prayers are merely a cover for deeper, primal appetites. We are clearly witnessing a collision between cold occult logic and the raw, unfiltered unpredictability of human desire. Xushi's expression turned grave. After confirming once more that the nun's habit by the foot of the bed was exactly the same as those he had seen in the backyard, he completely lost his composure. Don't tell me this is what June Lacroix called a home prayer visit. With a leap, he vaulted onto the next roof and began searching the town again. Soon, 1 house, 2 houses, 3 houses. The same habits, the same way of praying. When the 4th habit appeared, Xushi used his perception to scan it, and to his surprise it was June Lacroix, whom he had seen earlier in the church. He sat down slowly on the rooftop, facing the night wind, and was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. I've been out scouting for so long, and this is what I get to see you lot doing. Rising slowly, Xushi headed back in the direction of the church. He was tired, he was going back to sleep. The next morning, Xushi woke up on time to the sound of his internal alarm. Throwing off the covers, he stood up and saw June Lacroix cleaning the main hall of the church. Unlike the madness he saw in her bed last night, June Lacroix, now in nun's habit, appeared only tranquil and elegant. With her back to him, Xushi called out softly, "Good morning, Ms. June." Hearing him, June Lucrus turned around to face him and smiled back. "Good morning, Mr. Xushi. Did you sleep well last night?" "Haha, having a place to sleep is more than enough." June Lucrus put down her rag and walked toward the young man. "As it happens, I have some good news for you, Mr. Xushi. The father has agreed to what you mentioned last night." The young man's face lit with joy. "Really? Thank you, Ms. June." June Lucrus smiled. "Follow me. I'll take you to breakfast first, then you can tidy up your room. It's going to be very busy from here on out." "I don't mind how much work there is, as long as you keep us well fed here, Ms. June." Following June Lucrus, Xushi soon arrived at the fork in the road he had surveyed the previous night. June Lucrus turned back at the right moment to warn him. "Mr. Xushi, that side is the father's private area. We aren't allowed to enter without his permission. Alright, that is where we eat." The two reached the backyard, crossed the fields, and arrived in front of a wooden cabin. Before Xushi even stepped inside, he heard the sound of a group of women giggling from within. A series of bawdy, suggestive remarks followed immediately. Outside, June Lucrus's expression turned stern upon hearing these words, and she slammed the wooden door open, cutting off the women's cheerful chatter. "Oh, it's Sister June. I was wondering who opened the door so loudly." June Lucrus gave the women a stern look and gestured toward the person behind her, causing the women to realize the situation and fall silent. Then, June Lucrus looked back and said, "Mr. Xushi, come in and join us for breakfast." "Certainly." As soon as he stepped inside, Xushi was met with the scrutinizing gazes of the nuns. Out of the corner of his eye, he even caught a nun staring at him with a grin, drooling unconsciously. Taking a quick look, Xushi found that all these nuns were beauties, and many of them were the ones he had sensed the night before. After a brief and straightforward self-introduction, Xushi was honorably promoted from Mr. Xushi to Little Xu. After breakfast, June Lucrus took him to tidy up his room. "Little Xu, don't forget to sweep the entrance of the church later. That was the condition for you staying here last night. Once you're done, head to the backyard to help out." With those words, June Lucrus disappeared from sight. As he swept the room slowly, Xushi pondered the possibility that the nuns were going out for debauchery at night. Their purpose wasn't just simple indulgence. He would need to revisit those houses he checked last night. A night had already passed since he arrived. Considering when other players might finish, if he couldn't find a way to clear the game today, he would have to act early. The longer it dragged on, the more trouble it would be if another player happened to possess the third piece of the clue. Xushi spent the entire day busy with chores. However, the church remained completely normal during the day, aside from the ongoing preparations for the wedding. At twilight, after filling his stomach, Xushi left the church using a walk as an excuse. Stepping out and turning into an alley, the young man vaulted onto the roof and rushed toward the houses he had noted the night before. Upon sensing the first house, he confirmed the man was home alone, so Xushi leapt from the roof and kicked through the window. Seeing the young man crash into his room suddenly, the man who had been doing manual labor was stunned on the spot. Using a nimble technique, Xushi moved behind the man and delivered a clean chop to his neck, knocking him out instantly. His perception poured into the man's body, carefully exploring every structure inside. Soon, a tiny glowing point in the man's abdomen caught his attention. Xushi probed it with his perception, but the moment he covered the point, it suddenly erupted with light inside the man's body. In an instant, that light shone through the entire body of the unconscious man. Under the glow, the left leg of the man who had been lying unconscious suddenly twitched. In the blink of an eye, a fist covered in thick body hair appeared right in front of Xushi. Boom! He casually raised his hand in an uppercut, sending the fist and the man flying backward, slamming him into the white wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. Looking at him again, the man's right arm was twisted beyond recognition. Despite taking a direct hit, the man pulled himself from the wall and landed on the floor. Ignoring his dangling arm, he looked at the young man with a devout expression, his eyes reflecting a cross pattern as he spoke slowly. "Have you repented today?" Once he finished, the cross patterns in the man's eyes erupted with golden light. Xushi then felt his perception being forcefully pushed back by this light. The same suppression effect as in the church. A wave of intense guilt surged through Xushi. He couldn't stop himself from remembering what he had just done to the man, and a crushing sense of sin overwhelmed him. The man before him repeated, "Have you repented today?" As the man finished, Sushi vaguely saw a cross slowly materializing in the air before him. The man's voice echoed in his ears again. "Have you repented today?" Seeing the cross about to fully manifest, Sushi abruptly closed his eyes. The next moment, the guilt that had consumed him vanished instantly. At that moment, he had deceived himself. The young man opened his eyes again, looking at the still devout man with disdain. "What sin have I committed?" Blood vessels burst in the man's cross-patterned eyes, and the cross materializing in the air developed cracks before shattering into golden particles, dissipating into the air. Sushi's ability to weaponize self-deception against religious cognitive conditioning is a brilliant psychological maneuver. Bypassing the guilt-based control mechanism through sheer egoistic assertion, he exposes the cult's reliance on psychological compliance rather than objective truth. The golden glow in his eyes dimmed, and then the man slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. Sushi walked over to the man in a few steps, crouched down slowly, and confirmed that there was no life left in him. He used his fingers to pry open the man's eyelids. The cross pattern he had previously seen in them was nowhere to be found. After that golden glow faded, he could feel his sensory vision returning. Sensing the man's body once more, he found that the dot he had previously detected inside had also vanished along with the man's death. Sushi shook his head helplessly and slowly stood up. Originally, he only wanted to control the man to pry more clues about the church out of him, but through a series of mishaps, he had triggered the explosion of that dot inside the man. However, Sushi was certain that the dot in the man was highly likely planted by those nuns after the events of last night, a hypothesis he could verify simply by visiting the next household. Secondly, there was that eerie cross and the golden glow. He didn't know what would have happened had that cross, which was continuously solidifying in mid-air, fully manifested, but he knew it certainly wouldn't have been anything good. And that golden glow had the effect of suppressing psychic sensory abilities. Moreover, the man's devout expression after the golden glow erupted proved that his entire being had been captured by some kind of ideology. If it were mere artificial control, he wouldn't have just repeated a single phrase. Furthermore, after being controlled, the force and speed of the man's attack on him had far exceeded that of an ordinary person. So, what was the purpose of those nuns planting these dots in these men? Based on his conversation with June Lacroix last night, Sushi could be sure that the number of men in this town who had been planted with these dots was far greater than the few he had seen last night. After all, she had also mentioned that they occasionally went out for door-to-door prayers just like they did last night. After sweeping a glance over the wrecked room, Sushi sighed helplessly, and then his figure vanished from the spot. With the room trashed like this and a dead man on the floor, it would soon be discovered. He couldn't cover it up, and the nuns would realize it sooner or later, so what he needed now was a head start in time. His figure flickered across the rooftops, and before long, Sushi arrived at the next house. He released his sensory vision and, making no attempt to hide, broke directly through the door. Before the man inside could react, he felt his head heavy. Sushi extended his senses into the man's body, and as expected, a dot had been planted in this man's abdomen as well. Just as the golden glow of the dot began to erupt, a fruit knife, still with its label on, instantly pierced the man's abdomen, completely shattering the dot before it could fully explode. Pulling out the blade, ignoring the blood spraying from the man's abdomen, Sushi thrust the knife into his throat, putting him out of his misery. Facing the man's death, Sushi's expression remained calm. To him, this was just a game, and he was no saint. The man might be an innocent commoner in the game. The moment they were dragged into this game, everyone became nothing more than a pawn, and no one's life belonged to themselves, himself included. Leaving the house as the sky began to darken, Sushi immediately sprinted back toward the church. Before long, he slowed to a stop not far from the church, adjusted his pace, and walked toward it with a leisurely stroll. In front of the church, a nun was sweeping the steps. Sushi remembered her name, Jean Lacroix. Seeing the young man, Jean Lacroix smiled lightly and said, "Back from your walk, little Xu?" Sushi smiled back and asked, "Sister Jean, didn't I sweep this area this morning?" "Oh, it gets dirty again by the afternoon even after sweeping in the morning, so we always sweep it once more after we eat." "I see," the boy said with a simple smile. "By the way, I have something I'd like to ask Sister June about. Do you know where she is?" As for June, she should be resting in her room right now, the first door on the left down the hallway. She seemed to think of something then, her expression turning playful as she added, "Though if she opens the door to let you in, you'd best refuse. Be careful not to wear yourself out." She pretended not to understand. What do you mean by wearing myself out, Sister John? She covered her mouth and giggled, not intending to explain further, simply waving at him to let the boy know he could go. As he turned away, the faint smile on Sushu's lips vanished instantly, and he pushed the door open with expressionless face. Passing through the main hall of the church, he saw two nuns running over from not far away. One of them looked panicked, pulling the other by the hand as they ran quickly toward the entrance. Sushu stood to the side and gave a slight nod to the two, but they were in too much of a hurry to acknowledge the boy. He pricked up his ears and could vaguely hear the rushed voices of the two women as they passed. "This is bad, sister. 2 of the holy seeds planted just last night have suddenly disappeared. Don't panic. We must figure out the situation before the priest finds out. Let's get over there first." Hearing this, Sushu narrowed his eyes. It seemed things were being exposed even faster than he had anticipated. The holy seeds they mentioned must be the dots that had been planted inside those 2 men. Sushu quickened his pace. He didn't have much time left. Arriving at the door Jean Lacroix had mentioned, he knocked lightly on the wood. The door opened to reveal June Lacroix. Unlike her usual solemn and elegant nun's habit, she was now in a thin, light-colored nightgown, her plump and curvaceous figure visible beneath, along with hints of dark lingerie that were truly heart-stirring. "Oh, it's little Xu. Is something the matter?" "Sister June, my room feels a bit cold to sleep in. Could you help me go to the storage room and get an extra blanket?" "You're cold when you sleep?" June Lacroix tilted her head, leaning against the doorframe as she thought, then looked at the young man's tall, well-built physique in front of her, a sliver of cunning flashing in her eyes. "If you're that cold, why don't you come sleep with me tonight?" A look of hesitation instantly appeared in Sushi's clear eyes. But that wouldn't be very appropriate, would it, Sister June?" "It's fine, it's just to stay warm. Aren't you very cold?" Sushi's expression remained conflicted for a moment, then he relaxed as if he had finally conceded. "All right then, I'll go get my mattress and pillow." At those words, June Lacroix grabbed the boy by the wrist and pulled him inside. "No need for that, it's plenty warm in here with..." Snap. The door closed and was locked from the inside. In the dim room under the soft quilt, the boy and the nun shared the same bed. "Are you warm yet?" June Lacroix asked. "It still feels a little cold." Under the covers, June Lacroix fumbled in the dark until her hand touched his slightly chilly palm. She turned onto her side and shifted lightly on the bed, pressing her full bosom against his arm. "How about now?" June Lacroix whispered, breathing a puff of hot air against his ear. Feeling the warm, moist breath against his ear, Sushu turned onto his side as well, his right arm naturally wrapping around her waist. "Now it's better," Sushu chuckled softly. The next moment, June Lacroix saw only darkness. Sushu is playing a dangerous game of psychological warfare. By neutralizing the targets and entering the lion's den, he is essentially performing an inverted infiltration. Will his calculated coldness survive the web of deceit woven by the sisters, or has he just walked into the ultimate trap? After confirming that the other person was completely knocked out, Sushu pushed aside the quilt and sat up slowly. Inside the church, he could not use his perception vision. Since those 2 nuns had been able to sense the disappearance of the dots earlier, he couldn't be sure if they had the same troublesome dots on them as the men did, so he had no choice but to knock them out. In any case, his only goal was the set of keys that person was keeping. However, Sushu searched the entire room and couldn't find any sign of the keys. He turned his head and looked thoughtfully at June Lacroix, who was fainted on the bed. He pulled back the entire quilt, stripped off her pajamas, but still found nothing. He then moved her off the bed and finally found the set of keys hidden under her pillow. To guard just one set of keys so closely even within her own room, Sushu narrowed his eyes. It seemed he had guessed right. He shoved the entire key ring into his virtual inventory, then tied June Lacroix firmly to the side of the bed and used tape to cover her mouth. To prevent her from being freakishly strong, he specifically folded her legs and arms together and bound them with several layers of rope, ensuring that even if she woke up, she would have no leverage to break free. After handling everything, Sushu crept to the door and cocked his ear to confirm the hallway was empty before quickly slipping out. Back in the hallway, he walked toward the backyard as if nothing had happened. Reaching a fork in the path, Sushu vanished in a flash and slipped into the left passage. Arriving at the wooden door, he focused intently, rapidly inspecting the shape of each keyhole. He tried 3 times within 10 seconds. Click. Sushi pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, he took a light sniff. The air was permeated with the fragrance of roses. Under the moonlight, a garden full of dark red roses was blooming in silence. Sushi looked down at the muddy ground and stepped onto it without any hesitation. He took a flashlight from his inventory, walked around the entire garden, and then stopped in front of the spot where the footprints were most concentrated. He shone the flashlight to follow the path of the footprints, but found that they simply ended in front of the rose bushes. He wouldn't believe it if someone told him the priest just stood here to admire the flowers every day. So she squatted down slowly, gripped the small flashlight between his teeth, pulled a kitchen knife from his inventory, and used the light to guide him as he hacked away the roses covering the dirt. After clearing a small patch of roses, Sushi raised the knife and stabbed it hard into the soil. Clang. The knife, having struck something hard beneath the surface, shuddered from the impact. Sushi immediately used the kitchen knife like a shovel, quickly digging away the soil on top. Under the flashlight's beam, a dark wooden door covered in mud was revealed. Just as Sushi was about to probe the edge of the wooden door with his knife, an emotionless, icy voice suddenly rang out from behind him, drawing closer. "Young man, are you looking for something?" Sushi's movement with the knife paused for a split second, then the knife vanished from his hand. He suddenly planted his hands on the ground, performed a front flip, landed in the flower bed, and spun around to face the direction of the voice. Under the moonlight, a man in black robes stood there. He had strong, defined facial features, black hair with white eyebrows, and deep eyes that held the wariness of someone who had seen through the world. He was walking slowly toward him. Sushi did not answer. He had been keeping an eye on the wooden door and was certain that no one had entered or exited during that time, meaning this person had likely been in the garden all along. Seeing the young man remain silent, the priest also stopped walking. He turned to look at the corner of the garden that had been left in a mess by the boy, his expression remaining completely calm, and asked again, "Were you sent by the Empire?" Sushi was utterly confused and had no idea what the other person was talking about. However, in this situation, he didn't need to admit or deny anything, so he countered, "You don't want me making a scene here." Hearing the boy's words, the priest narrowed his eyes, opening his mouth to say something, only to see the boy suddenly vanish from where he stood. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and sidestepped to dodge. The next moment, a fruit knife gleaming with a silver edge slashed fiercely through the space he had just occupied. Seeing his probe attack fail, Sushi pressed the attack even harder. With his speed boost and weakness insight skills active, he swung the fruit knife, every strike aimed directly at the priest's chest and throat. Even with the two of them so close, the priest kept his hands behind his back, making no effort to retaliate. He merely dodged the blade while shifting toward the wooden door, seemingly unwilling to fight in the garden. Confirming the man's intent, a faint smile played on Shu's lips. "Trying to lead me out to fight, are you? Acting like a master with your hands behind your back, eh?" The priest remained calm, shifting with effortless grace to dodge the blade once more. In the next heartbeat, the priest's eyes went wide as the boy kicked him, sending him flying backward to crash heavily against the wall. After successfully landing the sneak attack, Sushi took advantage of the momentum to retreat, covering the distance back to the wooden cover in a few steps. The priest crashed against the wall, ignored the pain in his abdomen, and quickly stood up, only to find the boy had already retreated to the distance. Noticing where the boy was standing, the priest's expression darkened completely. He then saw the boy wearing a malicious grin, with a rolling pin appearing out of thin air in his hand, which filled the priest with an ominous premonition. Under the moonlight, Sushi raised the rolling pin high and brought it down hard on the wooden cover. Boom! The wooden cover was smashed into a large hole by the strike. Sushi crouched down, grabbed the edge of the hole, and pulled with force, ripping the remaining frame of the wooden cover out entirely. Without the cover, a path leading underground was suddenly exposed under the moonlight. Just then, a chill struck him. Sushi's figure vanished from the spot instantly. Reappearing further back, Sushi looked at his original position. The priest stood there, glaring at him with a dark, grim expression and a cold voice. "Kid, since you are bent on dying, let me see you off." As he spoke, the priest reached into his robes behind his back and withdrew a cross, with 3 short sides and 1 long side. Grasping the shorter end, he whipped it through the air, causing a sheath to fall away and reveal a silver-white blade beneath. "Oh, your weapon's got quite the fancy disguise, doesn't it?" Sushi quipped. The priest's eyes grew cold. He stepped forward with his sword, moving so fast that he left an afterimage behind. Sushi dropped his smile, the rolling pin vanished, and in its place he held a kitchen knife and a fruit knife in his hands. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the fruit knife toward where the priest was landing. A cold flash passed, and the priest deflected the oncoming fruit knife with his sword. The next instant, Sushi appeared by the priest's side like a vengeful ghost, slashing down with his blade, staining the metal with blood. Sushi's calculated disruption of the priest's composure reveals a masterclass in psychological warfare. By prioritizing the structural breach over the duel, he proves that true combat dominance isn't about winning a sword fight, but about forcing your opponent to play by your rules.
Under the moonlight, a splash of bright red stained a few roses, adding to their breathtaking beauty. Thud. A blood-stained arm fell onto the mud. Ignoring the searing pain in his left shoulder, the priest swung his sword with his only remaining arm toward his left, stumbled back a few steps, and stared in disbelief at his severed arm on the ground, his expression no longer calm. In the dim moonlight, Sushi tilted his head slightly, holding a blood-stained kitchen knife, looking sideways at the priest. "You seem to be weaker than I imagined." As the words fell, Sushi's figure disappeared again. The priest felt a jolt of alarm and stood guard with his sword. Suddenly, a stone flew out from the darkness. He sneered inwardly. Did he really think he could use the same trick twice? Ignoring it, the priest merely dodged slightly, his eyes continuing to scan the darkness for the boy. However, he failed to notice a faint mark carved onto the stone that was flying toward him. Just as the priest sidestepped, the stone he avoided suddenly vanished, replaced by the boy wielding a kitchen knife. Sushi slashed down and blood bloomed. The priest could no longer bear the pain and let out a wail. Ah! Thud. Another arm lay on the muddy ground, and the crossed sword, having lost its grip, rolled into the mud. Sushi picked up the crossed sword, examined it in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. The material is not bad. With a quick motion, Sushi pointed the sword at the priest. By now, the black robes the man wore were soaked in blood, his arm stumps were constantly bleeding, and the veins on his forehead were bulging as he glared at him with resentment. Sushi held the sword and asked, "Are you really the one in charge of this cathedral?" He couldn't help it. The guy had his arms cut off right from the start. He was nowhere near as strong as the giant or the stone statue from the previous levels. If this was the boss of this level, even he started to wonder if he had cut the wrong person. Hearing the boy's words, the priest panted as he struggled to stand straight, his expression turning ferocious. In the blink of an eye, the priest's eyes flashed with golden light, reflecting the image of a cross, and an invisible pressure swept out from him. Sushi took a few steps back to avoid the force. At that moment, a squelching sound quietly emerged. Sushi peered closely and saw that two masses of flesh were rapidly squirming out, expanding and deforming from the priest's empty shoulder stumps. Soon a large silver-gray dragon head formed on his left shoulder, while his right arm was replaced by a giant silver-gray claw. Immediately after, a prayer book was spat out from the dragon-headed arm, hovering right in front of the priest. The book turned its pages automatically, emitting a beam of golden light that shone upon him. Bathed in the golden light, the priest's ferocious expression gradually faded. His cruciform golden eyes became deep once again, and he looked at the boy calmly, speaking coldly. "I, Priest Hammerson Britannia, hereby declare, at this very moment, for those who profane the messenger of God, I impose holy judgment. Execute immediately." Sushi looked at the man's current appearance with a strange look, joking, "You can call yourself a messenger of God looking like that. You look more like a pile of crap to me." Hearing the boy's words, the priest, who had only just forced himself to calm down, couldn't stop the veins on his forehead from bulging again, and the silver-gray dragon head on his arm even puffed out hot air. "No matter who you are, you will be buried here tonight." With that, the priest stepped forward with such force that the ground beneath him shattered, and he launched himself at the boy like a human cannonball. Sushi immediately activated Clear Mind, supplemented by Weakness Insight, instantly capturing the opponent's trajectory. Facing the priest's ferocious strike, Sushi did not retreat but advanced instead, meeting him head-on with a powerful slash. Clang! The priest raised his giant silver-gray arm and blocked the sword. At such a close distance, Sushi could see silver scales hidden beneath the skin of the giant arm. Those were dragon scales. After the clash, both jumped back to create distance. The moment they landed, both charged again, sparks flying from the collision of sword and claw. In an instant, the garden was filled with the sound of metallic ringing. Sushi's expression turned grim. Although the cross sword he had taken was decent, after clashing several times, it couldn't even break the defense of that giant arm, and the rebound force even made his hand go numb. With the protection of the dragon scales, the defense of that giant arm was absurd. Sushi lunged with his sword, but that giant arm blocked his path once more. As sword and arm held each other in a stalemate, he noticed the priest raising his other dragon-headed arm. As the mouth opened, hot breath began to concentrate. The moment the flames sprayed, Sushi instantly teleported behind him. As he raised his sword, he noticed several large lumps bulging out from the back of the priest's clothing. Sushi's eyes narrowed, and he decisively abandoned the attack to dodge away. The next moment, several sharp tentacles pierced out from behind the priest's collar, stabbing directly at where he had just moved. Having missed, the priest turned around, looking slightly surprised. The tentacles swayed behind him as several vertical slit eyes suddenly appeared on them. "You have fast reflexes, but now that you can't break my defense and can't get close, boy, you have no chance of winning," the priest laughed pleasantly. Sushi looked at the creature's eerie body and clicked his tongue. The entity's base strength wasn't much, but he was smart enough to stop being human. God knows what other disgusting things this guy has infused into his body that he hasn't revealed yet. If it weren't for his weakness insight, which allowed him to see the trajectory of the attacks in advance, he probably would have been caught off guard by those tentacles. Sushi relaxed, realizing that this was fitting for the difficulty of the final area. However, he did regret not killing him with one slash before he started mutating. He had thought the guy was just a pawn and wanted to keep him alive for clues. Seeing the boy suddenly standing still, the priest snorted, and the prayer book hovered in front of his chest again. As the pages flipped, the priest began to chant in an obscure, incomprehensible language. Sushi was surprised, as the words being spoken could not be decoded by the game's universal language system. Although he didn't understand the chant, it definitely spelled trouble for him. He thought to shift forward, only to find that his shift ability was completely unresponsive. Soon he lost all perception of his shift ability, just like his sense vision, which had been sealed earlier. Before Sushi could move, a golden circular formation suddenly manifested around him. The moment the circle appeared, the priest's cruciform golden eyes erupted with light. A holy golden cross appeared out of thin air above the formation, and a beam of light shot down from it, connecting with the circle and trapping the boy inside a prison of light. Seeing the boy trapped, the priest roared with laughter, which gradually calmed under the glow of the prayer book. His eyes turned as cold as a blade as he said indifferently, "Have you confessed today?" シビグハソサス資料や中的ギッター。初期防衛接する両白へ、口舌新速分小的治療。トーク記事議場規制風金、全不是主義劇構是在非知覚感性暴力として指導型。免許や近未な通性、大や下げ各位色、アレコ高波局。As the priest finished speaking, the massive cross above the circle suddenly burst into light. In an instant, the beam of light retracted, and the golden cross slammed down toward the ground. The pressure from the impact kicked up a cloud of dust and sand. As the dust settled, all that remained was the brilliant golden cross pressed into the mud. The boy was nowhere to be seen. The priest finally relaxed his furrowed brows and closed his prayer book, while the massive cross on the ground dissolved into particles of light and faded into the air. He peered closely, but instead of the expected crushed remains, he saw a large pit that had been dug into the mud at some point. Just then, a figure leapt out from the hole. Sushi stood his ground, brushed the dirt off his sleeves and mocked, "You seem to have forgotten to put another cross underneath." Although his abilities were temporarily sealed, he had used a punch combined with Storm Leg to create a deep enough to dodge the attack just before the cross slammed down, preventing the priest from succeeding. Seeing the boy standing before him completely unharmed, the priest looked grim. He spread his right claw, the dragon-like talons glistening with sharp, deadly edges. "Now that you lack that bizarre teleportation ability, tearing you apart is only a matter of time." "Oh, I'm so scared." No sooner had Sushi finished speaking than a gleaming, sharp claw suddenly appeared right in front of him. Activating insight and agile steps, Sushi did his best to avoid the attack trajectory, shielding his vitals while occasionally using his sword to strike at the priest's throat through the gaps in his defense. He dodged another claw swipe from the priest, and taking the opportunity, he thrust his cross sword through the gap to stab directly at the priest's throat. But with a clanging sound, silver dragon scales shimmered beneath the skin of the priest's throat, and the sure hit strike was deflected instantly. The priest followed up by swinging his left arm, the dragon head biting down onto the blade. With a burst of heat and the crushing force of its teeth, it snapped the sword in half. Xushi decisively abandoned the broken sword and retreated out of range. The priest dropped the broken blade and looked at the disheveled boy with a satisfied smirk, sneering. "Now that you have no weapon left, how are you going to die?" In the priest's eyes, the boy was already a defeated man. And it was true. Xushi was in a bad spot. Even with his maxed-out agility, he couldn't avoid the dragon claws of a priest enhanced by alchemy, leaving him with several deep, jagged wounds. The deepest one stretched from his right shoulder across his chest, turning his skin into a bloody mess. With his only weapon destroyed, he was truly at his wit's end. The priest raised both arms, and his prayer book reappeared, slowly drifting into the sky. Under the moonlight, the floating prayer book flipped its pages rapidly, firing beams of golden light that instantly engulfed the entire garden. Bathed in the golden light, Xushi was shocked to find his body frozen in place. No matter how hard he tried to move, he couldn't budge an inch. On the other side, the priest spread his arms wide, the tentacles on his back swaying. He looked up at the golden glow of the book with a look of pure reverence in his cross-shaped eyes and spoke with deep respect. "Oh God, I beseech you, send down your holy judgment." As the priest finished, the golden radiance from the prayer book intensified. Amidst the golden light, a four-winged angel clutching a golden sword in one hand and a holy book in the other slowly materialized before the prayer book. As the figure appeared, the priest looked on with a mix of piety and a frantic, desperate longing, immediately kneeling to worship. "Welcome, divine manifestation." The four-winged angel ignored him entirely, staring coldly at the immobile Xushi and slowly raising its holy sword. In a flash, countless phantom swords manifested around the boy, all pointing directly at the calm-faced Xushi. The angel brought its holy sword down. The countless floating swords instantly pierced through Sushi's body, turning him into a pincushion. The execution concluded, the golden light faded, and the angel vanished into the air as the priest continued to pray. As the angel disappeared, the swords that had pierced Sushi's body also dissipated into particles. With the holy swords gone, blood gushed from the countless puncture wounds, staining the mud red. Thud. Xushi fell face first into the pool of blood and lay still. The priest looked coldly at the fallen corpse. "I don't know who you are, but throughout history, only corpses can keep secrets." The priest then scratched his chin with his dragon claws, staring thoughtfully at the body before curling his lips into a smile. A strange space ability. Even if you're dead, you might still be worth dissecting. He stepped forward and walked slowly toward the body. Just then, he thought he saw the arm of the body move slightly in the moonlight. The priest stopped in his tracks. The body moved again, and this time he saw it clearly, but he remained unfazed and shook his head. "It seems you're a tough one, still holding on to your final breath after the divine judgment. What a pity." He spread his claws and took a few more steps, only to see the boy, still clinging to life, start to tremble. To the priest's shock, the blood-soaked Xushi forced his trembling arms to prop himself up, ignoring the gaping wounds that were still bleeding. Even as an opponent, the priest couldn't help but marvel at the boy's iron will. "You're down to your last breath. What good does it do to stand up? With one wave of my hand, you won't even be able to withstand the pressure of my aura." Blood coated his face. The boy remained silent, his body's trembling gradually subsiding. The priest didn't notice and continued, "But since you have one breath left, I'll give you a choice. Tell me who sent you and submit to me. With my alchemy, I can even bring you back from the dead." The priest finished speaking, and the garden fell into dead silence. 3 seconds passed. Receiving no answer, the priest spread his claws again and walked slowly toward the boy. "In that case, you can just..." Before the priest could finish, Xushi interrupted him. "Physician, heal thyself, a passive skill from the Undying physician class, triggers to heal all non-fatal wounds." The priest was taken aback by this strange, unsolicited introduction. He had no idea what the boy was doing. But Xushi didn't care about the priest's reaction. He was waiting. The next moment, a system notification flashed in his mind. Player Xushi has performed a self-exposure. Skill effectiveness increased by 10%. Taking effect immediately. Duration, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Under the moonlight, a green glow surged from the boy. Fueled by physician, heal thyself. The bloody holes in his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had waited long enough. This scene perfectly illustrates the psychological trap of overconfidence. The priest mistakes resilience for weakness, ignoring the core mechanic of the protagonist's growth, trading transparency for power. True strategy often relies on baiting an opponent into arrogance. Seeing the young man's wounds healing rapidly, the priest's expression darkened instantly, and he said in a chilling tone, "Space, speed, martial arts, healing. You were not sent by the Empire, and I have never heard of someone like you. Just who are you?" Xu Shi stood silently in place. Heh, the priest sneered. Compared to his previous murderous intent, he now felt more curious about the young man before him. Seeing the other party remain silent, he continued, "Is this your trump card? Even if you have healed your body, so what? If I repeat that move, you still have no chance of winning. You might as well consider my previous offer. I can change the terms. For a talent like you, there is no need to submit. How about we cooperate?" No chance of winning? Xu Shi finally raised his head to look at the priest and corrected him. "You are wrong. This game has only one outcome from start to finish, and within that outcome, there is no such word as having no chance for me." The priest could not help but frown. "Game, you better think carefully. Since you were not sent by the Empire, and we have no personal connection, I do not know why you intend to kill me. You cannot even break my defense right now. I have lowered my terms. Cooperate, or die." At the end of the sentence, the priest narrowed his eyes. Xu Shi shook his head. "There is no need for any connection between us." As he spoke, he pointed at the other man. "You and I are both pawns." Ignoring the man's bizarre and confused look, Xu Shi continued to mutter to himself. Berserk, stolen from the Berserker class, converts anger into power for the user. The higher the rage, the greater the boost, with no upper limit, but overloading causes irreversible backlash to the user. Player Xu Shi has exposed his ability. Current skill effect increased by 10%. Effective immediately. Duration 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Suddenly, a surge of rage slowly began to emanate from Xu Shi. He looked at the priest again and said indifferently, "And you do not even have the right to choose to participate in this game." Facing the young man's increasingly bizarre words, the priest chose to ignore them after a moment of thought. He looked on coldly and said, "You are a good specimen. My laboratory would not mind having one more." In the blink of an eye, a cross was once again etched into the priest's pupils. However, before he could charge forward, an overwhelming murderous intent had already locked onto him, wrapped in infinite rage. Under the moonlight, a long black spear suddenly appeared in Xu Shi's hand. With the rage surging from his body, he could feel a certain restriction shattering at this moment. At the same moment, the priest's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is it possible? That is the restriction of a god! What have you done?" Watching the priest lose his composure, Xu Shi smiled. At this moment, his sensory vision and flicker skills had returned. It was the rage that had broken through the divine restriction the man spoke of. It was worth it. All the times he had intentionally taken hits to accumulate the rage that now greatly boosted the benefits of his berserk ability. That is right. After realizing that normal attacks could not break the enemy's defense, Xu Shi had changed his strategy. He needed to create a moment, a situation that would make the opponent underestimate him while allowing himself to gain a power-up. And that moment was now. Xu Shi bowed his head slightly to look at the breaker in his hand, then spun it in the moonlight, a smile appearing on his face. "Sure enough, you are still the most reliable one." In the moonlight, the young man, his body surging with overwhelming rage, held his spear and looked at the priest. "Do you want to make a bet?" He pointed the black spear at the other man. "Bet whether your turtle shell can block this spear of mine." The priest's veins bulged. "It is a dragon." Before he could finish, the young man's figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, Xu Shi, filled with overwhelming rage, used flicker to appear right before the priest. The priest was shocked and immediately lashed out with a claw. As the claw struck toward his face, Xu Shi tightened his grip on the black spear and thrust it forward to meet the sharp dragon claw. Blood sprayed as the spear tip instantly pierced through the dragon claw, impaling the entire giant arm in one strike. With his dragon-scaled right arm shattered, the priest sensed danger. Now realizing the terror of the black spear, he raised his left arm, which featured a dragon head, and prepared to spray a heat blast at close range. However, with his sensory vision, everything in the garden was under Xu Shi's control. He retracted the spear, whipped the shaft around, and knocked the dragon head arm off course. Just as the tentacles were about to strike from above, Xu Shi tucked the spear under his arm and swept the tip across, instantly slitting the man's throat. Blood splattered. The priest instinctively tried to cover his neck, only to realize he had no working hands left. The next moment, the head of the black spear pierced through his heart. Xushi pulled the spear from the priest's chest, and the man's eyes widened as he fell backward. Just when Xushi thought it was over, the tentacles on the priest's back lashed out at him in a flash of lightning. Under his perception, the distance was too close for him to block with his spear, so he immediately blinked out of the attack range of those tentacles. Regaining his footing, Xushi looked closely, his pupils shrinking. The priest, who was supposed to be falling, was now standing upright again, supported by 2 tentacles. The hole in his chest healed in a blink, and at the same time, a mass of flesh squirmed rapidly out of his right arm, expanding into the previously seen silver-gray dragon claw. In less than a second, his body had fully recovered. The healing speed was twice as fast as his own healer skill. Xushi suddenly understood why the man had shown so little reaction when he first saw his own healing methods. The resurrected priest flexed his newly regenerated right claw and sneered, "Healing is not exclusive to you." Hearing this, Xushi shook his head. "Your speed cannot be categorized as healing. Healing requires the regeneration of new tissue over the original wound. But the speed you just showed skipped the tissue growth process entirely. To be precise, you are reverting the damage I dealt to you." While inwardly impressed by the boy's sharp observation, the priest still sneered. "So what? Even if that spear of yours can break my dragon scales, I can tell you clearly that you still have no chance of winning. Here, you cannot kill me." Xushi didn't care, but he couldn't stand the man's pretense, so he voiced his deduction anyway. "Come to think of it, we have been fighting this long, and your non-subordinates have no intention of coming to help." As soon as Xushi said this, the priest's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "And so what?" "Let me see. Oh, your non-subordinates are organizing the townspeople to stay away from here. Why would that be?" Xushi shifted his tone. "But why are these relocated crowds all men?" The priest's eyes turned cold. He did not expect the young man to be able to sense the situation outside. Immediately after, the boy's words sent a chill down his spine. "Let me take a bold guess. The dots those nuns planted in the men's bodies are the basis for your regression, aren't they?" Xushi is playing a high-stakes psychological game by turning his opponent's power source into a liability. The priest's ability to regenerate isn't just magic. It's a parasitic dependency that exposes his vulnerability to crowd-based resource management. As the boy finished speaking, the priest's face turned completely grim. He could not understand how the other party had obtained the clues to deduce his methods so accurately. If you ask why, it is because the moment Xushi regained his perception field, he expanded its range to the limit. Fueled by his range now covered most of the town. Just as he pierced the priest's heart, or rather at the moment of the other's death, he could sense that among the townspeople evacuated by the nuns, a man who had been implanted with a dot suddenly lost his life the moment the priest resurrected. Combining the nuns who were slow to help but busy evacuating residents, the prayers they occasionally offered, the dots within the men, the resurrected priest, and the expression on his face, everything finally clicked. Seeing his means of rebirth exposed, the priest simply stopped pretending. "So what if it is as you say? Everyone in this town is a scapegoat for my death. I can rewind countless times, and you surely cannot maintain this state without paying a price, right? As long as I drag us out until your state ends, you still have no chance of winning." Having said that, the priest raised his hand, and that prayer book appeared once again, floating in the air. Xushi pointed his gun and said, "Then let's test that. You can rewind countless times, and I will kill you countless times." "You have no chance left," the priest roared in a low voice, and the prayer book before his chest suddenly burst with golden light. Amidst the golden light, that 4-winged angel, the broken sword, descended once more. The difference was that with Xushi empowered by rage, the angel's restraints could no longer hold him in place. The angel raised its sword, and countless spectral holy swords appeared around Xushi again. Xushi glared coldly and swung his spear violently. Wherever the rage-infused tip touched, the spectral swords shattered instantly. "That was just for building up my rage. Now you think you can push your luck with me?" His figure flickered as Xushi instantly shifted, appearing before the 4-winged angel and piercing its spectral head with his spear. At such close range, Xushi could see that for a split second before the spear pierced through. A flash of astonishment crossed the angel's otherwise indifferent and hollow eyes. With its head pierced, the angel's phantom shattered, and the golden light emanating from the prayer book dimmed abruptly. How is this possible? The priest was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the angel, which had just been overwhelming the boy, would now have its head pierced by the boy's spear. Immediately after, as if remembering something, the priest stared with his golden eyes. Just as he panicked to withdraw the prayer book, a black spear had already beat him to it, piercing through the dimly glowing book. The moment it pierced through, Xu Shi exerted force and spun his spear. The prayer book, impaled by the tip, shattered into countless fragments and exploded in the air. Witnessing this, the priest was stripped of the forced calm provided by the prayer book. Unable to control his emotions, his expression turned hideous, and his golden eyes were instantly bloodshot with infinite killing intent. "How dare you? How dare you destroy the holy book? Unforgivable," the priest roared, veins bulging on his arms. He stomped on the ground and lunged at the boy like a cannonball. A sharp, chilling light flashed. Xu Shi blocked the attacking dragon claws with his spear and struck back with a devastating storm kick. A blast of air swept out instantly. At such close quarters, the unprepared priest lost his balance to the pressure of the wind. Seizing the opening, Xu Shi parried the dragon claws and brought his spear down in a diagonal slash across the priest's face. The force was so terrifying that it almost cleaved the priest in two. In Xu Shi's perception field, another man in the town suddenly lost his life. At the same time, the fatal wound on the priest instantly rewound. Xu Shi watched this, his spear never stopping, and whispered calmly, "Second time." The enraged priest was shocked into clarity by the boy's strike. His back rippled, tentacles fell away, and a pair of massive, silver-white dragon wings erupted from his back. Flapping his wings, a windstorm surged, and the priest smashed through the garden barrier, darting into the sky. But before he could celebrate his escape, a loud bang erupted from below. He looked down and saw the boy, having stomped on the ground to launch himself into the air, charging toward him with his spear. The priest immediately flapped harder, ascending to a higher altitude. However, a series of sonic booms continued to approach from below. In midair, Xu Shi pushed his storm kick to the limit, detonating wind pockets to use as footholds. When the priest looked down again, he saw the boy stepping on empty air, constantly charging upward. This sight left the priest stunned, and he couldn't help but curse. "Are you even human?" Flapping his dragon wings, he whipped up a gale to attack the boy below. As the gale swept past, Xu Shi, relying on his storm kick, accelerated instead of slowing down. Using the force of the wind, he condensed an even larger wind pocket beneath his feet and detonated it. Under the moonlight, the black spear hissed through the air. In an instant, Xu Shi reached the priest and brought his spear down with a brutal smash toward his head. High in the air, the priest had nowhere to hide and took the blow, sent crashing back to the ground like a smashed tennis ball. With a thunderous sound, the entire garden turned into a cloud of grit. Smashed into a crater, the priest had just regained his senses, and the moment he opened his eyes, a spear tip gleaming with cold light was already thrusted before him. Blow. Skelch. After throwing the spear, Xu Shi landed with a heavy storm kick. He walked up to the priest and pulled out the black spear embedded in his head, counting again, fourth time. The resurrected priest had just shaken off the shock of his gruesome death. Hearing the boy's words, a look of uncontrollable terror appeared in his eyes. On the plains, Maki Karana and Mayu Kazafi, having just crossed the forest, saw a town appear before them. Under the moonlight, the two women looked into the distance and could vaguely see two figures constantly clashing in the sky above the town. Or to be precise, one figure kept rising only to be repeatedly knocked down. The sound of claws colliding with spear blades echoed through the night, occasionally accompanied by a man's furious roar. It wasn't until the two women stepped into the town that they discovered men lying dead everywhere in the streets. "Did Xu Shi-kan do all of this?" Maki Karana asked, covering her mouth in surprise. Seeing the corpses strewn about, Mayu Kazafi frowned slightly, but said these men died in a strange way. They have no external injuries, their skin color looks normal, and it doesn't look like poisoning. Just as the two women were discussing the bodies, several panicked nuns appeared not far from them. The priest smashed back to the ground again, rewound his physical form once more. Filled with overwhelming rage, Xu Shi landed with his spear and said calmly, "This is the 333rd time." The priest, having long since lost the will to fight, sat on the ground and crawled backward involuntarily. The constant agonizing deaths were breaking his spirit. Watching the boy walk slowly toward him, his body couldn't stop trembling, as if the one approaching him wasn't a boy, but a demon coming to claim his soul. The priest represents the classic hubris of those who mistake resource-heavy mechanics for true power. By turning his own townsfolk into expendable save points, He actually created a psychological cage for himself. The moment his immortality loop became a predictable pattern, he ceased to be a threat and became a prisoner of Xu Shi's lethal efficiency. This sequence is a masterclass in how mechanical advantage fails against pure, escalating intensity. Watching the youth relentlessly closing in on him, the priest cried out in a breakdown, "Why? Why hasn't your status effect worn off yet?" Hearing this, Xu Shi remained expressionless and silently checked his system notifications. Rage duration remaining 20 minutes and 11 seconds. Looking down at the trembling priest on the ground, Xu Shi abruptly drove his spear through the man's chest, pulled it out, and said coldly, "Now how many lives do you have left?" On the ground after the reversal, the priest, already pushed to the brink of his sanity, suffered a complete emotional collapse from this latest strike. Even if he could reverse the physical damage, the mental trauma incurred before each reversal was real. No one could stay sane after being killed hundreds of times without interruption. Howling, the priest suddenly scrambled to his feet and rushed toward a spot nearby. Xu Shi blinked with his spear in hand and swept it across, shattering the priest's legs. Losing his balance, the priest tumbled forward, but he didn't stop. After rolling across the ground, the reversed priest scrambled forward again with a crazed look. Xu Shi narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction the priest was heading. It was the underground passageway he had broken open with his rolling pin earlier. In his perception field, the area beneath that passage was clearly a dark laboratory, where various bizarre creatures were submerged in culture fluid, and many of them were still breathing. Among them, only one was able to autonomously resist his perception field. If the priest's target was the basement, it was highly likely he was after that thing. If he let the priest enter that cramped passage, it would only create more trouble. With this in mind, Xu Shi dashed forward and launched a flurry of spear thrusts. However, the crazed priest completely ignored the youth's lethal strikes. Death reversal keep. Despite the distance being within reach, the priest reversed 8 times just to cover it, but he finally arrived at the entrance to the passage. Under another strike from Xu Shi, the priest tumbled right into the gloomy underground passage. A moment later, the priest's manic, gleeful laughter echoed from below. "Ahaha, you're dead, you're dead!" Xu Shi stood before the passage and stopped his pursuit. Combat following an opponent into an unfamiliar, narrow space is a major taboo. Moreover, his long spear was not suited for close-quarters fighting, and without the power breaker, he couldn't penetrate the opponent's defenses. In his perception field, as he had expected, the priest who had escaped into the underground lab stumbled all the way to the incubation tank of the creature that could resist his perception. With a swing of his arm, Dragon Claws shattered the culture fluid tank. Since that creature could block his perception field, Xu Shi couldn't see its appearance. He could only sense that something was indeed there. But Xu Shi wasn't going to sit around waiting for death. Since he couldn't go down there, he would just destroy the place. Looking up, he threw a stone marked with an imprint high into the air, then instantly teleported to that height, entering a freefall. The wind whistled past his ears as he fell. Beneath his feet, storm legs gathered and compressed the air pressure from his descent into a concentrated mass of wind. Empowered by rage, Xu Shi pushed his storm legs to the limit, and the ball of wind beneath his feet continued to grow. The next moment, Xu Shi crashed onto the garden, his feet driving the massive wind blast into the ground. At the moment of impact, the blast detonated, uprooting the remaining withered roses. Boom! With the impact point as the center, the ground cracked into a spiderweb pattern in an instant and collapsed inward. As the dust settled, Xu Shi stood at the edge of the crater. In his perception, everything in the laboratory had been buried under the collapsed rocks. However, the signatures of a few lifeforms remained below. Just as Xu Shi was debating whether to stomp it again, a figure suddenly surged out from the pit. Xu Shi looked up to see a creature covered in obsidian armor with thick lower limbs, 2 mantis-like blade arms, a bug-like face with 2 antennae, and shimmering wings on its back. It hovered in mid-air, clutching the limp priest like a dead dog. Although it didn't seem to have eyes, Xu Shi could feel it staring right at him. Beside the alien bug man, the reversed priest woke up, and in his panicked state, he was tossed back to the ground. Then, the bug man let out a piercing hiss toward the priest. Xu Shi couldn't understand what the bug man was saying. The game's universal translator didn't translate it for him. But he could understand the priest. Hearing the bug man's hiss, the priest pointed at the youth with a face full of hatred and shouted, "A13, kill that brat for me. Afterwards, all the corpses in this town will be yours." Receiving the order, the alien bug man turned to look at the youth, its emerald compound eyes filled with excitement. With a sharp hiss and a flutter of wings, the bug man charged at the youth. It was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air, and its mantis blade was already before the youth, slashing down. Using flash step to dodge the surprise attack and appearing behind the creature, Chushi was stunned by its speed, but he thrust his power breaker forward anyway. However, as the black spear pierced through the bugman's body, it turned out to be nothing more than an afterimage. Xushai's eyelid twitched, and he shifted position without hesitation. The next instant, the cold mantis blade sliced exactly where he had just been standing. Missing twice, the bugman couldn't help but pause. Ever since its birth, it had always finished off opponents in a single strike, yet this human had managed to keep up with its speed. It let out another piercing hiss. Encountering a human who could stand on equal footing made it even more excited. Under the moonlight, the man and the bug constantly flashed and clashed in midair. Even the priest couldn't keep track of the two figures in the sky. After teleporting and missing another swing, Xushi wore a grave expression. The creature's speed was even faster than it had been at the start. The result was that, faced with such absolute speed, his own attacks couldn't even touch the creature. He could only rely on his perception to foresee the creature's next move and dodge each assault by the skin of his teeth. Even when they did clash head-on, the bugman's mantis blades were capable of trading blows with his power breaker. The duration of his self-destruct state was ticking down, and he had very little time left. Furthermore, after fighting all night, his mental toll was undoubtedly immense. Shifting position once more to dodge the attack, a flash of resolution crossed Xushai's eyes. Xushi is facing a classic bottleneck in high-stakes combat, the law of diminishing returns. When brute force meets superior agility, the strategic pivot must shift from aggressive offense to psychological exploitation of the enemy's ego.
Under the moonlight, Xushi came to a sudden halt. Under the bewildered gazes of the man and the bug, a phantom separated from the boy's body in the void, and this phantom quickly transformed into another spear-wielding boy, identical in appearance to Xushi. Then 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and 8 became 16. In an instant, the continuously condensing and separating phantoms turned into 16 slowly solidifying spear-wielding boys, standing in the void and surrounding the alien insect man. Following that, the 16 Xushis spoke in unison. Thousand-face man, from the trickster profession, can separate phantoms of the same origin, with the quantity increasing based on the mental energy expended. Player Xushi has exposed himself. Current ability increased by 10%. Time limit, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The moment the system prompt appeared and vanished, the bodies of the 16 Xushis high in the air became completely solid. However, after hearing the boy's self-exposure, the priest watching from below was unimpressed and shouted to the insect man, A13. These are all just bluffs. Focus on the original body from before. The perceptive alien insect man let out a sharp cry and darted forward, its mantis blade slashing toward the spot where the boy's original body had stood. Xushi used evasive maneuvers to make his opponent miss, shifted his position, and thrust his spear like a dragon. The alien insect man reacted extremely quickly, using its hidden wings to swiftly sidestep the attack. But just as it locked its gaze on the boy's real body, another black spear tip quietly pierced its left thigh. Hiss! This strike, coupled with its sensory capabilities having been forcibly amplified several times over by the father, made it roar in pain. It then turned its dark green insect eyes toward the spear-wielding boy who had pierced its thigh. Having succeeded in the strike, the boy decisively withdrew his spear and vanished in a flash, successfully evading the insect man's angry counter-slash. The arm blade sliced through empty air, and the insect man instinctively went to search for the boy's figure. Yet the next moment, 3 spear-wielding boys suddenly appeared before it. Furthermore, within its senses, 5 more boys appeared in different positions around it at almost the same time. In an instant, all its escape routes were blocked. Under the priest's incredulous gaze from below, the 8 boys moved in unison and thrust their spears together. The spear tips pierced through, deep green blood sprayed into the air, and a bone-chilling, sharp shriek echoed across the world. Amidst the sound, Xushi suddenly manifested right in front of the priest. Looking at the despair in the other man's eyes, he said indifferently, "I never said I was bluffing." No. Before the priest could finish, the black spear had already blown his head apart. 1 second, 2 seconds. This time the opponent's exploded head did not rewind. Seeing this, Xushi's brows relaxed slightly. Confirming the priest was truly dead, he turned around, intending to help his clones finish off the insect man. High in the air, he saw the alien insect man, which had been pierced by the 8 spears, rapidly lose its life force the moment the priest died, soon becoming nothing more than a shriveled husk. Seeing this, Xushi was not surprised. After all, the priest wasn't stronger than him, and he didn't believe the man would have controlled such a monster without leaving a contingency plan. The man had most likely linked the insect man's life to his own. As for what method he used, he wasn't interested. But as it stood, this contingency plan had ended up working in his favor. Calling back the 15 clones, Xuxi's face suddenly turned pale. The 1000-face man ability he had just used had nearly exhausted his total mental capacity. In truth, the priest's assessment before his death wasn't wrong. The 1000-face man ability itself was indeed meant for bluffing. However, this ability happened to fall under the trickster profession category. As long as Xushi could deceive all 15 clones at once, they could become identical to the original, turning from fake to real, but the mental cost required was 15 times that of a simple bluff. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Xushi didn't want to use this move at all. But this was also why the trickster profession had such a high ceiling. This single feature of turning falsehood into truth was enough to crush most rare professions. Ultimately, however, it all depended on the user themselves. After all, the 1000-face man ability itself did not possess the attribute of turning false into true. It was simply that Xushi had added that characteristic onto the base ability. Severing the priest's limbs with his spear, Xushi sat down on the giant arm of the dragon-like creature, looked up at the moon, smelled the mixture of blood and roses in the air, and waited silently for the system's verdict. In the forest, at the Peak of Kings, on the Cliff of Bewilderment, and on the plains. At this moment, system messages popped up simultaneously on all players' virtual panels. Attention to all players, the current game has ended, and you have been defeated. Everyone was stunned in place, and some players turned ashen-faced after realizing what happened. Then another system message popped up. Winner, Xushi, clearance time, 116 hours, 11 minutes, and 34 seconds. It's over, it's all over. Wait, no, it's only the 5th day. Did you have to try that hard? Xushi? Is he a newcomer? I don't recall seeing that name on the Imperial rank leaderboard. A monster. A newcomer clearing an Imperial rank in less than 5 days. I don't even want to play anymore. Who is this guy? Damn, I only just reached the 2nd stage, and you're telling me the game is over. Can you at least let people have a decent gaming experience? Oh my god, Xushi, how is it this kid? On the Cliff of Bewilderment, Jilang looked at the system message, his face full of astonishment. On the cliff, along with Jilang, were Han Jiqing, Leo Stanley, and others who had emerged from the cabin together. They had formed a temporary team. That was the purpose of the initial cabin, to give players the choice between going solo or teaming up. And generally, the opportunities provided for teaming up often meant the game's clearance difficulty was higher. Beside them, Baiki widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "That goofy kid, how is that possible? It can't be someone with the same name, right? You know as well as I do that the probability is 0, Edison pointed out." Leo Stanley smiled frankly. "Looks like we were all fooled by that kid." Zhan Jiqing, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. The shy expression of that knave-looking boy, the scene where he gave the other side the items you were by, that phrase, "but big brothers, aren't you good people?" felt like it was only yesterday. But didn't he state his identity under the rules of truth? Are you telling me an honest person who had lost 13 times in a row cleared the game in under 5 days? I don't believe it. Han Jiqing shook her head and said. Once Han Jiqing said this, everyone felt it made sense. After all, they had verified that no one could lie under the rules of truth. So how could an honest person who had lost 13 times and only had entry-level combat skills clear the game in such a short time? At this point, Leo Stanley made a remark that awakened them all. No, there is a legendary profession that might be able to do it. If you look at all the boys' actions through the lens of that profession, then everything can be explained. No, I suspect that kid actually has a split personality, Jilang suddenly said quite seriously. Hearing Jilang's words, Edison couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but he still stated his own conjecture. You mean he might be a trickster? The true genius of Xushi lies not in his combat power, but in his weaponization of perception. By forcing the system to recognize his lies as reality, he highlights a terrifying truth. In a high-stakes environment, the line between an honest player and a master manipulator is merely the ability to define the rules of the game. Player Xushi, you have cleared the final stage, Palace of the Rose Funeral. Congratulations, you have won the game. A clearance sanctuary has been loaded for you. You may choose to settle the game at your own discretion. Please do so before the countdown expires. Time remaining, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As the system message popped up, an invisible shield instantly enveloped Xushi. Xushi reached out his hand, and the invisible shield extended along with his movement. In this moment, he felt completely at ease. He had checked the records. It was said that winners who cleared the game would receive protection from the system, and during this period, the invisible shield could block all attacks for the player. The game was over, and he could log out to settle at any time. However, he still had something to resolve before that. After his stamina had mostly recovered, Xushi slowly stood up and turned his gaze toward a large rock in the pit. "Hey, you behind the rock, I'm talking to you." Apart from the night breeze blowing by, there was no response. Seeing this, Xushi had no choice but to pull out his spear Pujan, and said indifferently, "If you do not come out, I am going to throw this spear." Hearing the boy's words, the figure hiding behind the rock seemed to have heard something terrifying and instantly flashed out from behind the stone, moving so fast as if fearing the boy would throw the spear the very next second. I am sorry. No, please do not kill me." Xushi fixed his eyes on the figure. It was a girl covered in silvery white dragon scales that glinted in the night. Her dust-covered face still held an unvanished sense of childishness. She had 2 silver horns on her forehead, a tail flicking uneasily on the ground, and her bare feet tapped the ground in a fidgety manner. But Xushi did not intend to let her go just because she was a girl. Besides, with all those scales, horns, and a tail, she did not look human at all. The reason he had not attacked immediately was that he had sensed her from the start. However, she had not attacked him even after the priest died, choosing instead to hide. Thus, Xushi speculated that she might just be an experimental subject who had escaped from the basement. Putting away his black spear, Xushi asked, "Since you escaped, why are you still lingering here? Aren't you afraid I might mistake you for an accomplice of those guys and skewer you with a single shot?" "You? That one behind you is my brother," the girl said timidly, pointing her small hand at the priest's corpse. Xushi was full of surprise. He turned to the side and pointed at the priest's headless corpse. "He is your brother?" The girl shook her head hurriedly. "Not that bad guy. It's that big head you were just sitting on." Only then did Xushi see where the girl was pointing. It was indeed the silver-armed dragon head he had previously been sitting on. "You mean this head?" The girl nodded quickly. Xushi narrowed his eyes, looked at the girl, and said, "From now on I ask, you answer, understood?" The girl was confused, but she nodded quickly, fearing she might provoke him. After pondering for a moment, Xushi asked, "Are you actually a dragon?" The girl nodded. "Were you and the brother you mentioned both captured by that priest?" The girl nodded again. "And then, your brother was fused into the priest's body?" The girl's expression froze for a moment, and then, as if recalling some bad memories, tears welled up in her eyes, followed by a heavy nod. Xushi said nothing, turned around and walked toward the church. Seeing the boy leave, the silver dragon girl cautiously stepped forward to the massive silver-grey dragon head, trembling as she reached out to pluck a scale from its surface and carefully tucked it away. Once, her mother had told her that when someone important dies, one should keep something of theirs as a memento to mourn the departed. Entering the church, he grabbed an oil lamp and went to the study on the 2nd floor. Xushi picked up the compendium of alchemy from the bookshelf. Just as he was about to put it into his inventory, the images of the priest and the alien insect man flickered in his mind, followed by the image of the teary-eyed dragon girl. As he let go, the compendium of alchemy fell to the floor. The boy stepped on it, and the gust of wind from beneath his feet tore the entire book to shreds. Before leaving, Xushi casually tossed the oil lamp behind him. Inside the room filled with books, the sparks ignited instantly. Ignoring the rapidly spreading flames behind him, Xushi returned to the garden, planning to destroy everything in that pit as well. Back in the garden, he saw that the dragon girl had not left yet. She was leaning against the dragon head, staring blankly at the bright moon in the sky. "Hey, get out of here now that you've finished mourning." Hearing the boy's urgent tone, the silver dragon girl looked embarrassed and stammered, I was captured along with my brother. We were knocked unconscious on the way here. I don't even know where we are now, and my brother is dead. I don't know where to go on my own." Hearing this, Xushi didn't know what to say. He could only wave his hand, telling the girl to move away from the pit. Then a deck of cards appeared in his hand out of thin air. Taking out the cards, he fanned them out. Every single one was a big joker or a small joker. He leapt into the pit, spread the cards evenly across it, and then jumped out. Standing at the edge of the pit, Xushi looked down and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the cards scattered in the pit expanded and changed, then suddenly exploded. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. As the smoke cleared, seeing that everything in the pit had been blown to bits, Xushi nodded with satisfaction. Although this high-level ability fight the landlord was one of the few bizarre skills he had accidentally swindled, it still had its uses. As long as he played the corresponding rocket cards from the game, even ordinary playing cards could instantly serve as grenades. However, the power of 2 individual cards was not great, so he always carried a deck consisting entirely of rocket cards. By the way, when Xushi was playing cards with those 2 big brothers in the wooden cabin, the cards in his hand were also in a state where they could be detonated at any time. Not far away, having seen the rising mushroom cloud from close range, the silver dragon girl's mouth gaped open in an O shape. After doing all this, Xushi planned to log out. But just as he summoned his virtual interface, a system message followed. Player Xushi, please note, it has been detected that the game entity Silver Dragon of Brilliant Stone has developed a worship value towards you exceeding 60. You may choose whether or not to sign a game contract with it. Looking at the system message, Xushi's expression paused, and he turned to look at the Silver Dragon girl not far away, who was watching him with wide, shining eyes. Meeting her clear gaze made him hesitate for a moment, while the girl quickly looked away as soon as she noticed the boy's gaze. Xushi destroys the alchemy records not just to purge evidence, but to reject the twisted logic of power-seeking. By choosing to bond with the dragon girl, he moves from a solitary player to a leader, shifting the story from mere survival to building a potential team dynamic. Xushi fell silent as he looked at the adoration value in the system panel. He knew a thing or two of game contracts. As long as a player forms a bond with any creature in the game, they can apply for a contract with it. Once successful, it will occupy the unique contract slot on the player's virtual panel. Every player only has one such slot. Once signed, the player cannot enter into another contract unless they terminate the current one voluntarily or the contracted creature dies. This contract doesn't come without a price. The contracted creature consumes the player's mental energy, meaning the player must use their own focus to nurture the creature. The contract might seem similar to the Beast Master class, but it's actually quite different. The relationship between a beast master and their beast is one of master and servant, whereas the relationship between a player and a contracted creature is more like a partnership, as both sides can unilaterally terminate the contract at any time. However, the boost provided by a contracted creature far exceeds that of a beast master's pets. As long as the creature is powerful enough, it can eventually nourish the player's mind after a period of development, effectively becoming a mobile source of mental energy replenishment for the player in the later stages. Moreover, the total amount of mental energy boosted by this nourishment does not disappear even if the contract is unilaterally terminated. Even so, very few players possess a contracted creature unless they start raising one from a very young age. Besides, players are usually too obsessed with clearing the game to care about interacting with the indigenous creatures. Xushi was a bit confused by the current situation because he hadn't done anything intentionally, nor did he understand why the dragon girl felt adoration for him. So he abandoned his plan to leave for now, sat back down on the ground and fell into thought. Once seated, Xushi began to recall his previous encounters with the girl. From calling her out, to questioning her and then leaving. Then a single possibility emerged in his mind. First, he killed the mastermind behind everything, the priest, which was essentially avenging her brother. Perhaps that was when she subconsciously categorized him into a neutral faction. After questioning her, he didn't kill her either, and the girl was likely able to retrieve her brother's body as she had wished. On top of that, after experiencing imprisonment by the priest and witnessing various experiments, including her brother being tortured to death, she was likely mentally fragile and sensitive. Under such circumstances, he didn't even need to do much. Simply not killing her and fulfilling her small wish seemed enough for her to shift him from a neutral faction to a harmless, friendly one in her subconscious. Finally, there was the moment he revealed the poker card Mushroom Cloud. She had witnessed it not far away, and she had likely also witnessed him killing the priest. As he speculated this, Sushi's expression turned strange, feeling more pity for the girl than anything else. How fragile must a person's psyche be to treat all of this as salvation, and even develop a sense of adoration? After finishing his assessment, Sushi looked over not far away. The silver dragon girl still showed no signs of leaving. She just sat there, hugging her knees, looking up at the bright moon in the sky with a lost look in her large eyes. At that moment, Sushi was certain that even if she left this place today, she would struggle to survive in this game world. After staring at her for a moment, Sushi summoned his virtual panel, as the adoration value allowed him to access her information panel. Race Glowstone Silver Dragon. Age, 139 years old. Common language translation equivalent to a 14-year-old human. 9. Inheritance Royal Blood. Abilities: Glowstone Meteor Strike, Stone Control, Scale Hardening, Heat Breath, Shape-Shifting. After getting a general idea, Sushi narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected such a delicate girl to possess such formidable-looking abilities. The Scale Hardening ability alone reminded him of the dragon scales that flashed on the priest's body when he was defending. Having seen this, Sushi had made up his mind. He slowly stood up and walked towards the girl. Under the moonlight, the youth, his aura long dissipated, strolled over to her, crouched down and "Hey, if you aren't going home, do you want to come with me?" As she turned to look at him with stunned eyes, the youth continued, "Although I can't guarantee anything for you, I can certainly provide you with 3 meals a day. If you want to come with me, sign this contract. Of course, you can unilaterally terminate it whenever you want to leave. You don't have to worry about that. We are just partners." Then, a contract and a pen materialized out of thin air, floating before the silver dragon girl. After speaking, the youth remained crouching there, waiting for her reply. After hearing his words, the girl stood dazed for a long time before she came to her senses. Her big, watery eyes were full of confusion, but upon seeing the contract, her gaze slowly turned firm. The girl took the pen and the contract, but just as she was about to write, a hand froze, and she looked up at the boy abruptly. "But I don't know how to write, and I don't have a name." She lowered her head, looking dejected. The youth was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Do you mind if I come closer?" The girl nodded instinctively, then realized it was wrong and shook her head immediately. The boy sat down beside her, picked up a stone and carved the character U on the ground. "Just a single name, U. How about that?" He looked up at the bright stars and moon. "I think the moon tonight suits you quite well. Of course, if you don't like it, I can think of another one for you." "You," the girl murmured, then nodded emphatically. "I like it." The youth returned a smile. So, under his guidance, Yu struggled to write her name crookedly on the contract. The moment the name was signed, the contract floated up, suddenly splitting into 2 in the air, with one part entering the boy's body, and the other entering the girl's. In an instant, Sushi felt a connection being established between him and Yu. Linked by the contract, Yu also learned his name. She tilted her head and said, "She?" Sushi nodded with a faint smile. "Sushi," Yu repeated it. The girl then began to whisper the name to herself, as if she wanted to carve it into her heart. "Hieshi shuteseki zenyi goryu, harakichou gorigen-teki gosaku keiko, kuzeku gankaku uko senryoku kisakuryaku, zaishin rigakchu, yuatsu hoshasa teki o yaku mo seusei teki gattai, wakaku hokote kyogo teki kuraji yoserea, kyudan doumei ukei izai kibun hokuchu." Player Sushi, please be advised the contract has been successfully established, and this has consumed your soul contract slot. Please note that if the player chooses to terminate the contract within 1 year, the soul contract slot will enter a 365-day cooldown period. The moment the contract was formed, Sushi could clearly feel his total mental energy connecting with the others. If his mental capacity were a vast ocean, Yu's would be no more than a small lake. Even so, she could feel the mental energy currently feeding back into his exhausted self, though the process seemed rather slow given her limited total capacity. By the moonlight, Sushi studied the girl in front of him and asked, "Can't your transformation hide those scales, horns, and your tail?" The latter scratched her head of silver hair in embarrassment. My power only allows me to transform up to this point." I see. In that case, is it convenient for you to change back to your original form now? I'm actually quite interested in seeing a dragon up close. If Master wants to see, of course I can. Having said that, Yu immediately propped herself up and trotted over to the open ground. A hint of helplessness flashed in Shai's eyes as he realized her fragility and overly subservient mindset were a problem, so he corrected her. Don't use that title for me, I don't like it. The contract between us isn't a master-servant relationship. You are my partner, and you can also be my friend. Yu turned around, tapping her chin with a small finger. Then what should I call you? You can call me Sushi, Brother Xu, or even Xiao Xu. Yu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, Can I call you Brother Xiao Xu? That's fine too. Great. Brother Xiao Xu. Yu smiled brightly. I'm going to transform now. As soon as Yu finished speaking, under the night sky, the girl's figure vanished, replaced by a giant dragon of pure silvery white. Its scales shimmered under the moonlight, and as its wings spread, an aura of nobility emerged. There was not a trace of the ferocity associated with evil dragons. Instead, set against the moonlight, the dragon appeared as graceful as a painting. Seeing this, Sushi couldn't help but recall the red dragon he saw the first time, exclaiming, Who knew that seeing a dragon up close could be so beautiful? Praised by the boy, Yu, in her dragon form, was still shy enough to instinctively cover her head with her wings. It's not good for a girl to be so thin-skinned. You'll easily get taken advantage of, Sushi teased with a smile. The silver giant dragon immediately covered her face and made muffled sound. Alright, I'll stop teasing you, turn back first. The next moment, the giant dragon on the ground vanished abruptly, leaving behind the girl covered in silver-white scales. Watching the girl walk back, barely covered by her scales, Sushi thought for a moment, rummaged through his backpack, and pulled out a pale white dress. Then he beckoned to Yu. Yu, come here for a second. When Yu approached, Sushi stood up and held the dress against her frame to gauge the size. It looked like a good fit. Sitting back down, he said to Yu, Next, I'll transfer some of my mental energy to you. Try to transform again and see if you can retract your horns and tail. Hearing the boy's words, Yu looked rather clueless. What is mental energy? Yu asked with a sheepish smile. It's the power you feel and use when you transform, Sushi explained simply. You said you didn't have enough power to transform fully, so I'm going to pass some of mine to you. Just try to deepen your transformation, understand? Oh, I get it now. Yu nodded vigorously. With that, Sushi closed his eyes, separated a portion of his remaining mental energy, and through the connection established by their contract, transferred it directly to Yu. Under the moonlight, Yu closed her eyes, her brows furrowed tightly. A moment later, the two horns on the girl's head slowly retracted, followed by her tail, and finally the scales receded beneath her skin. Having shed her dragon human form, Yu now possessed a completely human physique. Her furrowed brows relaxed. Opening her eyes, Yu looked herself over and said excitedly, I did it. I transformed successfully. Look, Brother Xiao Zhu. Lacking human common sense, Yu didn't realize there was anything inappropriate about her current state. She looked at the boy with joy, only to see him looking the other way, handing her a pale white dress. Once you're finished, put this on first. Humans need to wear clothes. From now on, you'll have to gradually get used to how humans live, the boy said calmly, eyes straight ahead. However, before the offered dress could be taken, the once calm Sushi suddenly froze, and he whipped his head around to look in another direction. The moment he turned, two female voices rang out. Sushi, finally found you. Following the cry of Maki Kanai, the two women who had been running at full speed arrived near them in the blink of an eye. And so the scene of a barely covered girl standing there and a boy calmly offering her a dress was abruptly presented to them. Seeing the sight before them, the two women slowed their pace and froze in their tracks. Faced with the sudden appearance of the two, Yu instinctively hid behind the boy. Maki Kanai covered her mouth with her hand and said in disbelief, Sushi, what is this? Ahem. Sushi cleared his throat decisively to interrupt her, explaining, Don't get the wrong idea, this is Yu. We just signed a contract, and since she doesn't have any clothes, I'm lending her mine. That's all. Upon hearing the boy's explanation, Maki Kanai believed it entirely. Oh, so she's a contract creature, is that it? Unbeknownst to them, Mayugadafi standing to the side had an even stranger look on her face. It's not like I'm saying anything, but Xiaoxu, you're a grown man, and you just happen to have a woman's dress in your backpack? Sushi replied calmly, "Oh, my family runs a clothing store." With no way to verify, Mayu Gaddafi decided she didn't want to talk anymore. Immediately after, Maki Kanai seemed to remember something and said excitedly, "Right, Xushe, how could you just leave us behind in the last level? And you cleared it all by yourself. I promised to help you. Now I haven't been able to help with anything at all." "Sorry about that, Sister Kana, but the final boss wasn't that hard to beat, and I was able to handle it on my own." Sushi said it lightly, but Mayu Gaddafi didn't believe him. The blood-stained ground and the massive craters left behind the boy were enough to show just how brutal the battle had been. After briefly dealing with the two women, Sushi finally handed the dress to Yu behind him without looking back, telling her to put it on. To his surprise, Yu's timid voice came from behind him. "Brother Xiaoxu, how are you supposed to put this dress on?" Beyond the awkward humor, this scene highlights a classic survival trope, the bridge between human society and mythical power. Sushi isn't just taming a dragon, he is actively practicing social engineering by forcing Moon to adopt human norms. While his tactical decision to share essence is brilliant, it ignores a core psychological risk. By teaching a powerful creature how to blend into human society, he might be inadvertently creating a competitor or an emotional liability he isn't prepared to manage when the social dynamics get more complex. Sushi sighed to himself. It looked like he was in for a rough time ahead. Although Yu said so, he couldn't just turn around and help her get dressed in front of the two women, so he cast a clear, pleading look toward them for help. Mayu Gaddafi understood immediately and stepped forward at the right moment. "I will help her get dressed." Feeling the small hand tugging at the corner of his shirt behind him, Sushi gave a helpless smile. "It is okay, Yu. These two are good people. That older sister is Mayu. Let her help you get dressed. You cannot keep being so shy forever." Mayu Gaddafi gave the girl a gentle, warm smile. "Hello there, Yu." Whether it was spurred by the boy's final words or because the smile before her lowered her guard, Yu stepped out from behind him, though still somewhat bashful, and gave a timid greeting with her head slightly bowed. "Hello, Mayu." Mu Huanai suddenly jumped up and laughed. "What about me? My name is Mu Huanai. You can call me Big Sister Huanai." Yu instinctively shrank back behind the boy again, sneaking a peek at the girl who looked about the same age as her. "Hello, Big Sister Huanai." Afterward, Mayu Gaddafi took Yu aside to change her clothes. Sushi looked at the energetic Mu Huanai, thinking that although they looked about the same age, their personalities were polar opposites. However, after considering Mu Huanai's background, he immediately understood why. "Big Sister Huanai, Yu is a transformed dragon and is quite shy. Please do not scare her." Unexpectedly, the boy's words only added to Mu Huanai's curiosity, and she ignored the last sentence entirely. "Huh? Yu is a dragon? That is so cool." Mu Huanai immediately shouted toward the two women. "Yu, can you turn into a dragon so I can see?" Not far away, Yu, being called out, shivered instinctively. As the girl hesitated with a serious expression, Mayu said at the right moment, "Don't worry about it." Sushi held his forehead, thinking it would be better to keep these two away from each other in the future. When Mayu finished helping Yu change and even washed the girl's face with mineral water, Yu walked over in a light white dress, instantly stunning the pair. "So cute." Mu Huanai was the first to lose control and was about to rush over, but the boy grabbed her wrist. Sushi looked over. With her face washed, the girl's features were exquisite and beautiful, her long silver hair giving her an ethereal air. She looked up at him with her large, blinking eyes, and sensing the boy's gaze, she subconsciously lowered her head again. Sushi gave a light smile and complimented her from the heart. "It seems the dress suits you very well, Yu." The girl looked up abruptly, a radiant expression appearing on her face. Sushi stood up at the right time and dusted himself off, saying, "Time is about up. I should take you to finalize everything. Big Sister Huanai, Mayu, let's meet again next time." When it came time to log out, Mu Huanai appeared reluctant to part. "Huh? Leaving so soon? Who knows when we will meet again?" Sushi smiled. "Big Sister Huanai, we will see each other again soon." "Hey, little Xu, you still have not told me where you are from," Mayu Gaddafi asked while standing to the side with her arms crossed. "Country M City." Upon hearing the answer, Mayu Gaddafi stared at the boy with a look that seemed to say, "Do you think I am an idiot?" as the boy had named her own city. However, she wasn't surprised. After all, she had previously handed over control of her consciousness to him, and some subconscious memories in her mind would inevitably be shared. Haha, just kidding, Country Z City A, the boy laughed, see you. As the words fell, the boy and girl were instantly teleported away. When Sushi opened his eyes again, the whistling of a gale echoed in his ears, but strangely he could not feel the wind hitting him. He looked around and found himself standing in the void at an unknown height, treading on thin air. Looking down slightly, he could see thick layers of clouds below. Before Sushi could continue observing the environment, a pair of slender hands clutched his left arm tightly. Unlike the boy's calm demeanor, Yu, who had never experienced such a thing, was terrified by the sudden change in environment and the sight of the clouds below, instinctively grabbing the boy's arm. Feeling the girl's emotional turmoil, Sushai placed his hand on her head and whispered soothingly, "Don't be afraid. We can stand here, you won't fall. I am here, you are safe." Listening to the boy's gentle tone at such a close range, the trembling Yu gradually calmed down, though she refused to let go of his arm. After soothing Yu, Sushai suddenly looked up toward the direction that had been keeping an eye on them. At that moment, he was slightly stunned. Then a massive moon was reflected in his eyes. Looking at the bright moon right before his eyes, Sushai felt as if it were within reach. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, but he couldn't touch it at all. On the surface of the moon, a giant figure lay on its side, propping its head up with its left hand, with one black and one white wing revealed behind it, blocking out the sky. At this moment, the boy looking up and the gaze looking down from above met. With just one glance, Sushi felt an imposing aura that made one want to submit, even though the being was just lying there without intentionally projecting any power. But he knew that these were the ones standing above their heads, the ones who called themselves gods. The boy, fearless, withstood the pressure and locked eyes with the being. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, the being shed the laziness from its eyes, sat straight up by pushing off the lunar surface, looked down at the boy and spoke. "Human, your eyes are different from the others who come here." Then the being's words made the boy's heart shake. "You do not believe in gods." Sushi keenly noticed that the being had used a tone of certainty in that last statement. Despite this, he answered calmly, "I did not believe before, because I had never won." "Oh." The being was intrigued. "So now that you see me, you believe?" The boy shook his head. "I still do not believe." "Why?" "Because you have not yet fulfilled my wish." The boy's words stunned the being for a moment before it burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha!" After stopping, the being looked at the boy with even greater interest. "That is true. Then tell me, what is your wish? Is it really true that any wish can be granted?" "Of course, but I will evaluate whether your wish is worth the price based on your performance in the game and the difficulty of the level you cleared." Upon hearing this, the corners of the boy's mouth curled up. "Then I want your eyes." Xushi's final demand reveals a classic power dynamic shift. By rejecting blind faith and treating the divine as a transactional partner, he transforms from a game participant into a high-stakes negotiator challenging the ultimate system.